Introduction. Go on, ask me anything. That's what people have been doing for 25 years on the radio and on my TV talk show. Ask Wendy has become more than just a popular advice segment. It's become my calling card. Wherever I go, aside from the usual, "How you doing? You're so much prettier or thinner in person," I get served up a question. Wendy, my mother. Wendy, my boyfriend. Wendy, what should I do? I always say, I'm just a woman from New Jersey who's looking at the front door of 50. I have no fancy degree to qualify me as an expert on relationships, but what I do have is a load of baggage. There are many things in my life that I've done absolutely wrong that I'm eager to cop to and hopefully help someone through my example. In my life, I've met so many people with interesting situations, and I've seen some people make some pretty stupid mistakes. I don't need to be burned by the fire to know to stay away from it. I've always thought Ask Wendy needed to be a book. There's a lot of drama out there and only so much advice I can give in under 3 minutes. Often on the show, I don't have the opportunity to get my full thought out before we have to go to a commercial break. I continue talking to the person, but the public doesn't hear it. What you hear is a soundbite, and often it's just the tip of the iceberg. I want to go deeper. I want to really give someone who is really confused, lost, or freaked out a solution they can use. I want to get to the heart of the issue. What's really going on here? So I was excited to sit down with some of your toughest problems and grapple with them. I also put out the word to my loyal audience. Send me your hardest relationship questions. Oh, the questions flooded in. Questions ranging from work drama, "Help, my boss is a psycho," to sex drama, "My boyfriend bit me," to everything in between. I read each and every one of these letters and emails, some a dozen times over. Then I thought, what would I do if I were in your shoes? What is the underlying issue here? What are the repercussions? If you ask my opinion, I'm going to give it to you straight, no chaser. Each relationship you handle differently. How you handle your boyfriend is not how you handle your father. What you say to your best girlfriend, you might never tell your mom, which is why I organized my advice into chapters based on where the drama is coming from. That way, when an issue arises with your boss at work or your husband at home, you know which chapter to listen to. People have felt comfy telling me their drama for many years, and the older I get, the more drama I seem to attract. There's something about me that puts people at ease to show they're crazy. But I have faith in people. I believe you have the power to solve your own problems. You just need a kick in the butt. If you haven't figured it out already, I'm all about getting your shit together. I don't believe that any situation is hopeless. As long as you've got breath in your body and a brain in your head, you can move forward and fix things. Every life has drama. If someone tells you their relationship is drama-free, they're full of it. I find, love them as we might, not everyone in our lives wishes the best for us. Some people like the drama. They love your mess and they feed off your misery. It's these folks you need to steer clear of. Not sure who they are? I am. I can smell them a mile away. I'll teach you how to weed out the toxic types, sort the friends from the frenemies, and keep the family ties from choking you. I want you to be proactive. Don't wait till drama rings your doorbell. Listen to this program and see what's out there, and be prepared to handle it. I'd like you to walk away wiser. I'd like you to get a laugh out of some of the crazy shit people deal with. My husband has a flatulence problem. My boyfriend told my mom I'm great in bed. I'd like you to feel empowered to find your own answers and smooth out the bumps in your life. Sometimes I think you know the answer before you ask the question. You just need someone to verbalize what's already in your heart and head. That would be me, and I'm happy to take on that role. So ask away. Hot topic. Is drama good for you? I know we'd all prefer to live drama-free lives, but drama isn't always a bad thing. It helps you define what you want and don't want in your life, i.e., a crappy dead-end job or a cheating boyfriend. It encourages you to be proactive. I'm fed up, and I'm not going to take it anymore. It makes you appreciate what really matters, loving, supportive people in your life, and your own personal happiness. It lets you re-examine and reevaluate. What am I doing? Why am I doing it? It moves you forward rather than standing still. If you've got aggravation, you're going to have to do something about it. Chapter 1. Girlfriend Drama. Admittedly, I'm not the easiest girlfriend to get along with, and that's because I believe that we outgrow our friendships. I feel there's a season and a reason for every friend in our lives. Friendships fade. I've seen this happen time and time again. The girls who were so important to me in elementary school in New Jersey virtually vanished from my life in high school. Could I have tried harder to maintain these friendships? Could I have clung to them tooth and nail? Sure. But I'm a practical person. I understand that people grow up and grow apart. When I got to college in Boston, many of my Jersey friendships dissipated. I didn't have tons of money or time to spend hours on the phone catching up or to take a flight or a bus back and forth. When I was working hard day and night to build my career, some people in my life whom I was close with got tired of my schedule. And when I got married and had a kid, there were a few single ladies who couldn't handle it. I left the team. In these cases, we stopped fitting into each other's lives. I can see some of you shaking your heads at me. You're not going to ask me to join your book club or your knitting circle anytime soon. You're the girl who considers friendships to be the most precious relationships in your life. If that works for you, fine. But if your girlfriend is giving you grief, and from the sound of some of the messages in this chapter, many of them are, then you have my permission to cut ties. I want you to understand that your well-being, your dreams, your sanity trumps any girlfriend's bitching and moaning. Do you hear that? You asked me, so I told you. I believe in breaking up with your BFF. Dear Wendy, my friend is always one-upping me, telling me how much better she is and how I should be more like her. Basically, she makes me feel like crap sometimes. Well, if you enjoy feeling like crap, you're all good. If not, it's time to sit this girlfriend down and have a conversation. Be very direct. Since when did we become competitors instead of friends? Tell her you miss the way things used to be between you. Supportive, non-judgmental, fun. You didn't sign up to be her emotional punching bag. Tell her you're not sure why or how the dynamics changed, but you feel she criticizes you unfairly. Do not, I repeat, do not expect her to take this well, especially because she thinks she's the greatest thing since Spanx. You can try and soften the blow by saying the reason you're telling her this is that you want your friendship to last. If she denies her disses, or worse, insists you deserve them, you have a choice. Keep taking it or get walking. I don't know about you, but I hate junk in the trunk, crap in my closet, and frenemies in my life. What's the point? All of the above just weigh you down. I know it's hard to let go of people and things that have been with you forever, but like I said, sometimes it's time to call it a day. Case in point, I once had a friend who I knew from the party scene. Oh, we kissed boys and we had fun. For a while, neither of us had boyfriends. Then I met Kevin, and what do you think happened? All of a sudden, I didn't have much time for my girlfriend. I felt conflicted. I wanted to spend more time with her, but I had this brand new boyfriend, and I really liked him. What really changed things was when my friend ended up sleeping with Kevin's friend. Of course, the friend told Kevin, as boys will do, and he wasn't very impressed by the company of women I was keeping. Kevin and I continued to date, but he was always looking at her sideways every time she came to our house. When we got married and had a baby, there really was no room in our lives for her anymore. It amazed me how opposite we had become, how our priorities shifted. I didn't feel like we knew each other anymore. That part of my life was behind me. We'll always have the memories, but I moved on. Maybe you should do the same thing, but if you choose to give your friend another chance, don't let her next insult slide. Stop her in her tracks. When she says something negative or does something hurtful, do not, I repeat, do not let her get away with it. Make her clarify or take it back. You're not a doormat, so don't let her walk all over you. Hot topic. Can we talk? Whenever you have something difficult to say to a friend, there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. I recommend you do it face-to-face. No text, no phone, no IMing. Man up, or in this case, woman up. Break it to her gently, but in person. I know confrontation freaks most people out, but you need to be 100% honest about what's bothering you, or your friendship will fall apart. The way to get things resolved is to talk it out. So I've got some tips for you. First, spill it. Keeping your hurt and anger bottled up is a recipe for disaster. You'll only end up making nasty remarks, what I call the back at you, passive-aggressive approach. Or worse, exploding in a major fit. The last thing you want in your friendship is a major smackdown. Instead, calmly and clearly express how you feel. If you do so in a kind and loving way, your friend won't feel as threatened. Here's another tip. Don't point a finger or give her the finger. Try to make this about how you feel, not how she screwed up. Avoid saying things like, you always, or you did this and that. Instead, try, when you said these jeans make my ass look huge, it really hurt my feelings. My third tip is prepare for the worst. Your friend may deny all and storm off, even tell you that you got it all wrong. No one likes to be called out. Just remember, a real friend won't flee. She'll want to work things out with you. Be prepared for the friendship to be over. All you can do is speak your truth. You're not responsible for how your friend handles what you have to say. At the very best, the two of you will work it out and keep an eye on each other. On the other side of that, the friendship might have expired. Dear Wendy, my college roommate just got a divorce and has nowhere to go. She asked if she could move in with me and my boyfriend till she gets back on her feet. I live in a tiny studio apartment. How do I nicely tell her no? Well, there is no nice way because she doesn't want to hear no. She's feeling desperate, which is why she put you in this very awkward situation. I get that you want to be there for her, so be there. Take her to lunch and let her vent. Help her find a new apartment. Lend her a couple of bucks to tide her over. There's so many ways you can be a tried and true friend without letting her crash on your couch. This isn't college anymore. You have another person in your life who's a part of the decision-making process, and he's not going to appreciate your old roomie sulking around his place. Be kind. Let her down easy. And remember that sometimes the best way to help someone stand on their own 2 feet is to give them a gentle nudge out the door. Hot topic: polite ways to take a pass. As women, we tend to be people pleasers, putting others' happiness before our own, and this can lead to resentment and stress, and who needs more of that in her life? Learn to say no to things you have no time, energy, or desire to do. Be polite, but firm. Don't let yourself get manipulated or guilted into it. Otherwise, you'll wind up bitching to me about it. I'm going to give you several scenarios. Scenario number 1, your boss calls in the middle of dinner and wants to go over work details. How to handle it? Well, you say, I'm sorry, but we're in the middle of eating. Can I call you back when we're done? How not to handle it is, my hours are 9 to 5. See you in the morning. Scenario number 2, a class mom wants you to bake cupcakes for tomorrow's holiday party. How you handle it is, gee, I'm sorry, my oven is broken. Maybe next time. Or buy a box of Entenmann's. How not to handle it is, do I look like Martha Stewart to you? No way. Scenario number 3, a friend asks if you wouldn't mind taking care of her cat while she's on vacation for a week. How to handle it is, aw, I wish I could. My husband is violently allergic to cats. How not to handle it is, you think I want to change a litter box while you lie on the beach in St. Bart's? Screw you! Scenario number 4, your neighbors invite you to a party at their place. How to handle it is, that's so kind of you. Unfortunately, we have previous plans that night. How not to handle it is, can I see your guest list and get back to you on that? Here's scenario number 5. Your kid's ballet school calls and asks for a donation for its annual fund. How to handle it is, I'd love to give, but it's a tough year for us. Maybe when things get a little better financially. How not to handle it is, you've got some nerve asking me for more money. Don't I pay enough for dance lessons? Dear Wendy, I only have 2 bridesmaids in my wedding, and I have 2 sisters, so I can't ask my best friend to be one. She's going to be seriously pissed. How do I handle it? Simple. You don't need to do this to her or yourself. What's wrong with a lopsided wedding party? So he has 2 groomsmen, and you have 3 bridesmaids. Big deal. When it comes to weddings, I say avoid drama at all costs. For this reason, I'm a justice of the peace girl, you know? But if you must have equal guys, girls, ask your fiance if he has a third friend who could step in and be a groomsman. Or create a special position for your friend. Ask her to lead the toast, read a poem during the ceremony, even lead the conga line. Tell her how much you appreciate her and want her to be a part of your big day. Like I always say, if she's a real friend, she'll be cool with it. Dear Wendy, my friend told me she hates my boyfriend and thinks he's a loser. We've known each other since we were 4 years old. We're 27 now. And she thinks she knows what's good for me. Okay, maybe she does and maybe she doesn't. Unless she has a damn good reason for hating on this dude, i.e., he stole money out of her purse or groped her when your back was turned, I say she's overstepping her boundaries. What would make her say something like that? Maybe she's jealous that someone is stealing you away from her. Or maybe she's been unlucky in love in the past and is projecting her man-hating tood on your relationship. Oftentimes when someone criticizes you for your choices, they're really saying they're unhappy with their own. So you need to get to the bottom of this. It's time for a sit down. Tell your friend you realize she doesn't want you to get hurt, but in this case, unless she has strong evidence to the contrary, your boyfriend is not a bad guy. Explain to her you're committed to him and this relationship is here to stay, so she has to make peace with it. If she can't, then tell her to at least keep her opinions to herself unless you ask for them. Tell her you'd love her seal of approval, but if she can't give it, that's okay too. She doesn't have to love him. That's your job. Oh, no, you didn't. Sex secrets. Dear Wendy, I got drunk and slept with my best friend's brother. She's always warned me that he's a total player who sleeps around, and I know she'll freak if she finds out. What should I do? Well, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel like it's coming from a positive place. Don't tell her. The deed has been done. I hope it was worth it. And unless you plan on a repeat performance, are you seriously into this guy when you're sober? Let it go. Why risk hurting your friendship, especially when she warned you to stay far, far away from her skanky sib? If she told you not to go there, you should have respected her wishes. But what's done is done. Now all you can do is damage control. I would talk to the guy and make sure this is something that will never be spoken of again. Dear Wendy, every time I go to dinner with my friend, she stiffs me with the check. I've paid a few times, but I'm not made of money. What should I do? Well, again, communication. People talk it. How about the next time you get a little cash, you take your friend to lunch and tell her why this will be the last time you pick up the tab. Tell her you love her, but you're not made of money, you know? That's probably one of her issues as well. She doesn't have the money, but wants to hang out with you. Suggest a bunch of stuff you can do that's free. Watch a movie at home or take a walk in the park. By stiffing you with the bill, she's basically borrowing money from you without the intention of paying it back. This, in my book, is a big no-no. Whenever you lend your friend money for a meal, it makes you resent her, or else you wouldn't be asking me this question, right? So stop doing it, unless she's prepared to sign an IOU every time you go to Taco Bell. This is not a situation you should allow to continue. Dear Wendy, my best friend totally forgot my 21st birthday. I don't want gifts from friends, but I at least want them to remember. I'm really hurt, and I feel like I should tell her off. Am I being a bitch? No, you're not being a bitch, but I'm glad you had a moment to remove yourself from the immediate heat and anger that I know this situation caused you. Breathe. Breathe. Now, call your girlfriend and ask her over for a glass of wine and tell her you're hurt and hope that she had a temporary case of amnesia. She'll probably feel very, very bad. She'll get you a gift, albeit a little late. I know excuses won't make you feel better, but I gotta say, people get busy, lives get hectic, shit happens. It's not the end of the world, and you shouldn't toss out the friendship because of this one faux pas. You could have let it slide, but I get that 21 is a big birthday, and you hoped that she would help you celebrate. If it's important to you, then you have a right to be upset. Hopefully she'll do right by you and put your birthday in on her calendar for next year. Oh, no, she didn't. Dear Wendy, I caught my friend making out hot and heavy with my boyfriend at a bar. I know they were doing tequila shots, but seriously? You're a better woman than me. You would not have been able to hold me back. I would have poured pitcher after pitcher over their heads. I would have been breaking and slapping. Drinks or no drinks, they have both betrayed you. You want my honest opinion? He's no longer your boyfriend, and she's no longer your girlfriend. You can't even waste energy screaming at this bitch because, quite frankly, you might find yourself ripping her head off or doing something illegal. And as far as he's concerned, kick his cheating ass to the curb. They deserve each other, and you deserve a shot of tequila for having to deal with these two backstabbers. Dear Wendy, after 2 years of marriage, my husband just told me he slept with one of my friends before we were engaged. He says it was just a one-night stand, but I don't think I can handle looking her in the eyes anymore. What should I do? Ugh, why didn't he tell you? Why didn't she tell you? That to me is the issue more than this one-nighter, and I hope it was only one night. Both of them should have spilled the beans, and not after you tied the knot. I know your husband's actions hurt you, but it's history. You got papers on each other, and nobody needs a messy divorce in this economy. So my advice is to let him off the hook. Unfortunately, she doesn't get off so easily. If it were me, I could no longer be friends with her, period. I'd cut her off and tell her why. Friends don't lie to friends, and that's what she's done here. She should have owned up to her actions. She owes you that. By letting this much time pass without letting you know she's seen your husband naked, she's dug her own hole. Bury that bitch for good. Hot topic. Should you tell? When it comes to marriage, I'm a big believer that honesty is the best policy. You're in it, hopefully, for the long run, and keeping secrets between you breeds distrust. That said, there are certain things that should remain unsaid, especially if it will hurt your partner's feelings or confidence. I'll give you a few for instances. Number 1, you hate his hairy back. Most men think body hair is manly, so don't go telling him that he looks like Cousin It and you wish he'd wax. Unless he's shedding on the furniture like a golden retriever, let it be. Here's another one. You faked it last night. Welcome to the club. We all moan and scream and don't mean it from time to time. Don't demean his sexual prowess by telling him that you dozed off during intercourse. Next time, show and tell what you need him to do. Here's another one. You had a hot dream about your ex. Occasional fantasizing about an old boyfriend doesn't mean that you want him back in your life. You're just taking a stroll down memory lane. Do not share this information with your spouse, ever. Not only will he feel threatened and inadequate, it might make him break out his old little black book and rekindle some of his former flames as payback. Here's another one. So you think his sainted mother is a psycho bitch. Never say nasty, negative words, even jokingly, about his mommy. Men hold their mothers in the highest regard. Worst case scenario, he'll rat you out and she'll never let you live it down. Dear Wendy, my roommate stole my checkbook and used it to buy stuff. I know that it's her because I recognize the handwriting on 3 of the checks. What should I do? Oof, okay. There's nothing you can do about your checkbook. Notify your bank and put locks on everything in your apartment. Get a police report together and take it to your landlord and tell him you want to break your lease. You're living with a thief and you need to get your ass out of there ASAP. If she tries to backpedal or beg your forgiveness, don't listen. A thief is never sorry that she stole, only that she got caught red-handed. I know you may feel bad because you once liked this girl, but she's betrayed your trust, raided your bank account, and God knows what else you might find missing. Run, don't walk, and never look back. Oh, no, she didn't. Dear Wendy, one of my so-called friends told my fiancé he shouldn't marry me. One of my other friends overheard her. She thinks I'm too needy. What the hell is up with that? Your so-called friend is your so-called enemy, apparently. So she needs to be cut from your camp right now. Done. Erase her from your phone. Erase her from your memory now. How dare she try to sabotage your wedding and your life like this? If she had concerns that you weren't right for each other, she should have come to you with them, not your man. This is no well-meaning buddy looking out for you. Go to your fiancé immediately and let him know that nothing in the world is more important to you than loving him and becoming his missus. Your commitment to him is unwavering, and screw her. Hopefully he feels the same about you and would never allow some negative words from some totally unreliable source to sway his opinion. Dear Wendy, my 2 best friends just told me that they were lesbians. I'm so not. I like my boy toys and I have no idea what to say to them or how to act around them now that they're together. How should I act? What do you mean, how should you act? Like you've always acted. I know the news was a shocker to you and it's not your cup of tea, but that's okay. Embrace what they are and who they are, and they're not asking you for anything more. Act normal and ask questions if you need to. Be honest if you're feeling awkward or uncomfortable when you hang out as a trio. They might be into PDAs or going to gay clubs. They obviously trust you and respect you enough to share the news with you, so be the supportive, compassionate friend you always were. Straight or gay, nothing's changed in your friendship. Dear Wendy, my friend borrowed my BMW and totaled it. She says she has no money to pay for the damages. What should I do? Well, as long as she's okay and uninjured, you have every right to be majorly pissed about this. The very least your friend could have done is offer you the last cent she has, or pay you back on a 10-year installment plan, or sell her gold fillings to fix the taillight. But nada? Not acceptable. Prepare to lose the friendship, especially if you have to sue her. Prepare to buy yourself a new car. Prepare for your insurance premium to go up. It sucks, but lesson learned. Never let someone who's not on your insurance drive your car. If the Allstate man isn't covering her, you shouldn't let her take the wheel. Put on your big girl panties and take responsibility for your actions. Oh, no, she didn't. Dear Wendy, my maid of honor got trashed at my wedding and threw up on the dance floor. I really feel like I should say something. What do you think? The wedding is here and done. You had a great time. She obviously had a great time, maybe too much of one. Maybe the stress of the big day just got to her. No harm done. You're still married. Let it go. The embarrassment of puking in public is painful enough. Unless your friend has a history of overdoing the alcohol, in which case an intervention might be in order, it's better not to bring it up. Ugh, no pun intended. Too close quarters. Dear Wendy, my college roommate is banging her boyfriend every night in our dorm room. They don't seem to care that I'm 2 feet away and earplugs aren't working. What should I do? Well, in another lifetime, I would have told you need to go out and find someone to bang too. Payback's a bitch. But I'm more responsible now, so I'll give you my grown woman response. Your roommate is very inconsiderate. I know what it's like living in a dorm, and this is a very precarious situation that goes on all the time. Sit that roomie down and set her straight. You both live in that tiny space, and she can't go about her business when you're trying to study for your calculus exam. If she apologizes and wants to work out a fair schedule, i.e., you go to the library for an hour while she uses the facilities, then fine. But if the sexual antics continue, I'd recommend you go to your RA and see if you can move rooms. This is not to say that it won't happen again with another roommate. The important thing to do is set boundaries from day one. And if earplugs aren't doing it, invest in a white noise machine. Dear Wendy, my roommate is a pig. She leaves her dirty dishes in the sink, her skanky underwear on the floor, and last week I found one of her tampons floating in the toilet. How can I get her to clean up her act? Wow, I feel your pain. I'm always telling my teenage son to stop leaving his dirty laundry on the floor for me to pick up, and I can't stand how his bedroom always smells like raw ass. The boy is clean, he takes showers, he's just messy and farts a lot. So get ready, it's time for a roommate throwdown. You're going to tell your roommate you want to talk to her and meet out in the common area of your apartment, like the living room, and lay down the law. Here's how I'd do it. Girl, there are a couple of things I just want to talk to you about. It's about the filth and the funk. You leave dirty dishes in the sink. You do it once, you do it twice. I get it. We're all busy. We're all rushing. But it looks nasty and it doesn't smell nice. Then there's the underwear. If you don't respect yourself enough to pick up your panties, then at least kick them under the bed where I can't see them. Don't let her make excuses. Oh, and she'll try. Tell her to get bins, hooks, a laundry bag, whatever. If you have to, tack a chore schedule on the fridge so she doesn't forget what she needs to do. There's only one way to deal with someone so sloppy. Make her clean up her act. And if she doesn't, threaten to take a picture of the mess and email it to the dude she's crushing on. He won't be ringing your doorbell any day soon. Wendy's final words. Tips to avoid girlfriend drama. Okay, number 1. Return clothes, shoes, and handbags in the same condition you borrowed them. Please do it within 48 hours and dry clean if necessary. Number 2. Do not borrow money or men, period. Number 3. Avoid letting problems pile up. You know I'm a talker. I believe if you've got an issue with me or I've got an issue with you, someone needs to put it on the table. Keeping your mouth shut because you don't want to rock the boat will only make matters worse. Number 4, don't make promises you can't keep. The surefire way to piss someone off, especially a close friend, is to flake out on them. Be honest if you can't make dinner plans or hold her hand at the dentist. If you say yes, then backpedal, it's going to get ugly. Number 5, refuse to take the bait. If a girlfriend is purposely doing or saying things to aggravate you, don't let her. Simple as that. Ignore it. The people who know you the best are the ones best equipped to push your buttons. And finally, do unto others. You should treat your friends the way you want to be treated. What you put out there, you get back tenfold. I really, truly believe that. Chapter 2, Man Drama. My big mistake in the man department has been thinking I need or want certain things in a partner. I had a mental checklist. I've seen my mom and dad married more than 55 years, and I created this very idealistic plan of what a good relationship looks like. When I was younger, I thought I should find a guy on my socioeconomic level, and everything would be perfect. But that doesn't always happen. Sometimes the Harvard-educated girl meets the plumber and falls madly in love with him. You got to open your eyes to the prize, and that prize doesn't always reflect what you and your family thought they wanted for you. Sometimes love comes out of nowhere and surprises you. Coming from a solid middle-class background, I had these expectations of the type of man I would wind up with, a Barack or a Colin Powell type. You know, a successful, polished, well-educated man. As a result, I wound up dating a lot of gay men. My gaydar was pretty lousy. I had a marriage that lasted less than 6 months. I got involved with men I knew were all wrong for me. After all that, my Prince Charming turned out to be a guy from the wrong side of the tracks. Big Kevin never graduated high school, but he's taught me a thing or two. The most important lesson I've learned is that struggle is something that builds character. If you're handed everything on a plate, you don't have a chance to do for yourself. I will say quite honestly that our relationship has been through some hard times. My husband cheated on me while I was pregnant with our son, and I put up with a lot during that time. We'll talk about should you forgive a cheater later in the program. But it's a relationship that's worth fighting for, and I can only say that now because I've been through the fire. So here's my final thought before we tackle your man drama. Love will find a way. Shit happens. But somehow love always finds a way. Dear Wendy, I've been in a relationship for 3 years and we're both 22 and we're talking about getting married. But one thing is bugging me. My boyfriend stays in contact with his baby mama. Should I let him? Please, it's not a matter of you letting him. Dealing with a relationship like this takes great maturity from all parties involved, and someone's got to lead by example. That someone might as well be you. Give him the space he needs to maintain a relationship with his baby's mother. We're not talking about them being friends or lovers. We're talking about him being a responsible co-parent. Being a parent is the most important and difficult job in the world. I know from experience. So I give him credit for this. If you're going to move forward with your relationship, then this blended family is a part of it. Now, here's the sadder but wiser Wendy talking. Keep an eye on him. It's one thing if he wants to be a part of his kid's life and keep tabs. It's entirely another if he still has feelings for his ex and is playing you for a fool. I know 3 years is a long time to be with someone, but be very sure before you tie the knot that you want to be married to a guy with this much baggage. Quite frankly, I think you're biting off a lot by even being involved with a man who's already a daddy. When I was in my 20s, I had a rule: never fall for a guy, If he has kids, you're young, you have your whole life ahead of you. You're practically a kid yourself, and you want to deal with his kid? Okay, enough said. But if you have doubts, don't be afraid to break things off with him. It's a lot easier now than when you have a ring on your finger. Hot topic. When should you stay friends with an ex? Every relationship and every breakup is unique, so there isn't one general rule I can give here. If the guy's an abusive, obnoxious, pompous ass and the breakup was hostile, don't give him the time of day. Move on. Delete him from your contact list. If your heart is broken and the very thought of him makes you a hysterical wreck, sever all contact. But if you find yourself in any of these situations, you might want to give it a try. Situation number 1, you were friends first. Okay, the romance didn't work. You realize you're a better duo sans the sex. As long as there's no conflict involved and you truly care about each other, a platonic relationship, again, is possible. Situation number 2, you work together. For the sake of keeping things civil on the work front, it's probably worth it. The last thing you want is for your boss to think you can't function anymore as a team and then hand one or both of you pink slips. Situation number 3, you have the same social circle, meaning no matter what you do, you're going to see each other when you're hanging out. Might as well keep things cordial between you. You also don't want to put your other friends in the uncomfortable position of choosing sides. Dear Wendy, my ex texted me for a booty call, and I kind of want to see him. Neither one of us is dating anyone right now. Should I? Yes, you should. And enjoy it. Just make sure you understand the reason that he's your ex and not your current, and that you are capable of doing this without any emotional ties. Be smart. This is not about getting back together. Hell no. This is raw, animalistic attraction. This is scratching an itch. Don't look him in the eye. Don't play your song. No candlelight dinners, no cuddling and spooning. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Got it? Then go get it, girl. Dear Wendy, my husband and I have been married for 8 years, and he thinks he knows everything. If I have to listen to his big mouth bragging one more time, I'm gonna scream. What should I do? Okay, I've been married for 15 years, and my husband and I have been together for 19 years. There are little things he does that drive me up the walls and things I do to piss him off. He drives like a maniac. I'm always terrified that we're going to be hit by the wide body of an 18-wheeler driving on the Jersey Turnpike. And I like to leave the blinds open when we go to sleep. In the morning, the sun wakes me up, and I'm in my glory, while my husband pulls the pillows over his head and wants to kill me. That's what happens when you're with someone 24/7. You see each other's flaws. But in your case, I question the bragging thing. Is he putting you down? Making you feel insecure or unworthy? Not cool, not acceptable. Has he always been kind of a blowhard, or is this something new? Is there a deeper issue? Why does he feel the need to criticize or condemn you? This is not what a loving relationship is all about. But look, you know your man best. You can tell if he's being serious when he says, I'm smarter than you, or just joking. I say, sit him down and have a little talk. Honey, sometimes when you brag, it makes me feel sad or bad. Spell it out for him. Maybe he's not aware that his ego is hurting his marriage. If that doesn't work, then by all means, scream. At least you'll get his attention. Hot topic. What is emotional abuse? I know the old saying, sticks and stones, blah, 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 but cruel words are not something you should accept in a relationship, ever. You have a right to be shown respect. Broken bones heal, emotional scars often don't. According to experts, emotional abuse is a pattern where one partner uses verbal assault, fear, or humiliation to demean the other's self-esteem and self-worth. If you're experiencing any of these signs in your relationship, you could be a victim of an abuser. Sign number 1, you're walking on eggshells. You don't know what will set your partner off. Any little thing could make him or her see red and react. Number 2, you're embarrassed. Your significant other says things to berate you in front of friends or family. Number 3, you feel stupid or inadequate or insecure. Whenever you talk to your partner, he or she puts you down, criticizing everything from the way you look to how you cook dinner. And number 4, you feel bullied. Your partner tries to control everything you do and say because he or she is smarter, better than you. If you recognize these signs, don't wait another minute. Get help. Seek support or counseling. The American Psychological Association locator can help you find someone in your area. Remember that you've done nothing wrong to cause this situation. The issue is with the abuser. Dear Wendy, my best friend from high school hinted that he wants to take things to the next level. Translation, hook up. I'm not really interested, but I don't want to ruin the friendship. What should I do? Then tell him exactly that. Nothing cutesy like, I think you're really hot, but... Make it crystal clear. I really value your friendship, and I don't want to muddy the waters by jumping into bed with you. Straight talk makes for straight understanding. If he's not mature enough to understand that, then he doesn't deserve your friendship. Even if you put this behind you for now, realize there will forever be sexual tension in your relationship. He threw it out there and he can't take it back. He's going to wait for that one moment when you're feeling vulnerable. Bad day at work, too many drinks. Then he's going to swoop in and change your mind. Just be ready. Be sure of where you stand on this and don't let him pressure, manipulate, or guilt you into doing something you don't want to do. Dear Wendy, why is every hot guy I'm interested in gay? I feel like I should give up and become a nun. Oh, I know it feels that way sometimes, but I swear every unattached guy on the planet is not gay, and you shouldn't give up hope. When I was single, finding Mr. Right had nothing to do with the population out there. There were guys everywhere. That was never my problem. My problem was knowing what I wanted out of life. That's what was holding me back from attracting the right people. Part of knowing what you want comes with age and experience. My parents have been married for 55 years and still counting. I grew up in the suburbs of New Jersey where family and, food was everything. So I figured out I didn't want to compromise. I wanted both, family and a successful career. That's when my hubby, Kevin, came along. He was a giver, not a taker. He was supportive of my already big radio career and not threatened by it. And he opened doors for me, and still does. On November 30th of 1998, we went to the Justice of the Peace in New Jersey. He was the singer Grace Jones's brother, I swear. And his secretary was our witness. No family, no friends, just us. I wore a kilt skirt from Kohl's, one of those Catholic schoolgirl, hit me baby one more time, Britney Spears get-ups. After we were married, Kevin went back to his detail shop in Jersey City and closed it. And I ordered Chinese food, and that was that. And it's 15 years later, and we're still happy. So when you're ready to settle down and find that guy, you will. And there's nothing wrong with a few hiccups along the way. Date free, have fun. As for stacking the odds a little more in your favor, where are you hanging out? If you're doing gay bars and clubs, I'm not surprised you're not finding many takers. Maybe try a new scene, explore online dating, ask friends for referrals. Keep the faith, girlfriend. Dear Wendy, I'm totally jonesing after this married guy in my office. I know he's always complaining how his wife is a bitch. Should I make a move? No. And you know something? If you do, you will pay the price and you will be sorry. It won't last and you'll be the bad guy. First of all, he's totally bitching about his wife means he's totally immature. He doesn't know how to be a reasonable husband because a reasonable husband understands the rules of fighting. You don't air your dirty laundry in the office. I don't like this. I don't like his behavior, and I'll be honest, I don't like yours either. You know he's married. You know that every relationship goes through rough waters. Don't get in the way of him trying to do what he needs to do and handle his business with his wife. Do you really want to be somebody's third wheel? You will never get your best from him. You don't deserve somebody's sloppy seconds, even if he eventually separates or divorces. So keep it moving. Tough talk, but hopefully you'll understand. Hot topic. Should I fess up to an affair? Okay, I want to be perfectly clear here. I don't condone cheating of any kind. I think it's nasty and low and hurtful and it destroys lives. But I get that it happens and not just the Hollywood celebs. People stray in a moment of weakness. It's a fact. The question is, now what? Do you sweep it under the rug and pray your partner doesn't find out, or do you come clean? Well, hell no to coming clean. You don't confess anything. If you cheat, keep your mouth shut unless you're about to get caught. Don't get all Mother Teresa on me and say confession is good for the soul. If you cheat, you're going to have to keep that in your vault and take it to your grave. Deny all unless there's pictorial evidence. Dear Wendy, I've been married for 10 years and I feel like it's the same old, all the time. How can we liven things up? Marriage takes work. Do you think you can just sit back and things will be hot and sexy for 10 years? Nuh-uh. You can't rely on him. You got to switch things up. You have to take it upon yourself to keep those fires lit. Use a blowtorch if you have to. I have a lot of little tricks up my sleeve. I'll put on a short, tight dress and take my husband out on the town on date night to hear a hot DJ. I'll cook something different and exotic for dinner. I'll buy a new perfume or wear my hair in a new style. You get it. Make little changes and keep him on his toes. I also think it's great to remind yourself how things used to be. I can be pretty sentimental at times. Writing this book and reflecting on my 15 years with Kevin, I used several boxes of Kleenex. I believe in nostalgia. Book a vacation to the spot where you honeymooned. Go to Netflix and download the movie you saw on your first date. Remember those feelings you shared when everything was new and exciting in your relationship. Dig them up, and you won't have reason to complain that the thrill is gone. Hot topic. 5 tips to spice up your marriage. Number 1, clean up. I don't mean the kitchen. I'm talking about grooming. No man is going to get turned on by hairy legs, ratty sweatpants, and a dumpy, disheveled spouse. I know life is busy, especially when you have kids, but take a shower, brush your teeth, comb your hair, donate to the Salvation Army any t-shirt you've owned for 10 plus years. Make an effort to buy some new sexy lingerie and ditch the granny panties. You think he won't notice any of this, but he will, and then some. Number 2, talk. Don't just text and email. Actually have a conversation face-to-face. The first thing that suffers in a long-term relationship is intimacy. Make sure you make an effort to stay connected. Number 3, touch. Hold hands. Ruffle his hair. Massage his shoulders. I promise you that any physical connection you can initiate is the key to ignite the flames. Number 4, and this is big. Listen. Remember how enthralled you were when you were first dating? How you hung on to his every word? Try paying close attention when he speaks. Ask about his day, how he's feeling, what his plans are for the next few weeks. If he mentions he wants the new iPhone, then surprise him with it. He'll be amazed, not just at your generosity, but that you heard what he said. Don't allow life to distract you from what's important, each other. And number 5, prioritize sex. Seriously, schedule it in. Just like you make a dentist appointment, it's that important. Even if you're tired, even if you're stressed, even if you're on a book deadline, hello, you have to take time to nurture your sex life. Forget food. Sex is the key to a man's heart. Wait till the kids go to bed, then light some candles, open a bottle of wine, break out some sex toys, and get down to business. Dear Wendy, my boyfriend and I work at the same place. I got promoted and he didn't. He's pissing me off and treating me like crap. What does he want me to do? Screw up like him? Do I detect some hostility here? These are pretty harsh words. Is that how you see your boyfriend? A screw up? This is why it's not a great thing for a couple to work in the same place. Take it from me. I know, honey. Once upon a time, there was a cute man at work who was 11 years older. Make sure you're running hearts and violins in your head while you're listening to this anecdote. We were both working at a radio station, KISS 98.7 in New York City. I was making well over $100,000 a year as a DJ, and he was in sales. So mostly what separated us was a whole lot of zeros in our paychecks. So we dated for about a year. He asked me to marry him. I was 28 years old, and I thought marriage was something I was supposed to do at the time. So I said yes. We planned a gigantic wedding. I probably should have seen the writing on the wall. I was throwing up at every aspect of planning the ceremony and the reception, and my mother had to take over. I knew emotionally and physically this was wrong. If I had been smarter and braver at 28, I would have backed out. But I wasn't, and nobody picked up on my fear and terror or tried to talk me out of it. So there it was, 250 people, a yacht club reception on a beautiful September day, and a week-long honeymoon to Brazil. We got home, went back to work, and I was miserable. The honeymoon was literally over. We ended up separating 5 months into it. We had the fight of our lives, and then I waited for him to go off to work, because we worked different hours, so I could call the moving van and put all of his stuff in storage. I had no regrets. I wasn't pregnant. We owned no property together. We got involved in none of the serious stuff that was supposed to be part of married life, but yeah, it was embarrassing. I know everybody was whispering behind my back, but we still had to be coworkers. Awkward. At one point, the heads of the station came to me and asked, "Do you want us to fire him?" I said no, because I do have a heart. And now it's 20 years later, and we're different people with different lives, and I'm telling you my story. So, I get it when you tell me you're pissed off at your boyfriend. I also see his side. You have a bigger position than him, and you have to deal with it once you get home as well as at the workplace. If you're committed to him, then try to understand what he's going through. Men need coddling. Women grow up and deal with life a lot faster than they do. They're all little boys with delicate egos. Listen to what he has to say and be kind and gentle. But if he's still hating on your situation and there's no promotion for him in the near future, I give you permission to end it. Work romances are hard enough without someone being bitter and angry all the time. Get out before it gets ugly like mine did. You don't need to make a movie for your coworkers. Dear Wendy, my husband is the breadwinner and I'm a stay-at-home mom to our 2 kids. He thinks that this means he gets to control how much I spend, and he's always nickel and diming me on everything and accusing me of wasting money. He even suggested that I get an allowance. I'm not a child. What should I do? Oh, gosh. Ooh, I am sorry, but it makes me steaming mad when men do this. No, you're not a child, and you don't deserve to be treated like one. You have one of the most important jobs ever, being a mother. Whether you're a single mother, whether you're married, whether you're living with your boyfriend, I don't care. Raising happy, healthy kids demands an incredible commitment and takes strength, dedication, and a hell of a lot of brains and heart. You work as hard as he does, probably harder. Don't let him belittle what you do. If he wants to give you a little spending money, fine, but he doesn't need to call it an allowance. That's number 1. And number 2, I hate to be so harsh, girlfriend, but you need to get yourself a part-time job, even one from home, so you can use it as leverage. It's been my experience that when a woman is able to do for herself, it solves a lot of problems. You can pay for your own manicures, shoe shopping sprees, and the kids' toys and clothes without asking your husband's permission. As far as nickel and diming, I'm assuming you're not made privy to the inner financial workings of your household. One of the most empowering things you can do is to know how much your bills are every month and where the checkbook is, even if you're not writing the checks. You need to become part of the finances in your house so your husband doesn't wield that power over you. And the more you understand what you have to spend and save as a family, the more you can communicate about a budget that fits both your needs. Hot topic. Get over your jealousy. Jealousy comes from feeling threatened. Basically, someone has something you don't or makes you feel inferior. Jealous people are insecure. The more you like and respect yourself, the less likely you are to be envious. But once you feel green with envy, how do you deal with or derail those feelings? I have suggestions. Number one, make a list of your finest qualities. Spell it out. I'm kind. I'm considerate. I have a nice ass. No, I'm not kidding. Add to that list every day and remind yourself of what's on it. Work to build your self-esteem. Number two, get to the root of it. What's making you feel so jealous? Are there situations or specific people that trigger your jealousy? Why? And what can you do about it? For example, if you're jealous of a coworker getting promoted, take a class to improve your skills so you're not passed over the next time. Number three, stop comparing. If you're always looking at others around you to see how you stack up, is she prettier, thinner, smarter than me? Of course you're going to feel envious. Stop yourself before you start. And finally, jealousy solves nothing. It only wrecks relationships and makes you feel angry and lousy. Take a deep breath and step back from your situation. Is it worth aggravating yourself over, or are you better off getting over it? Dear Wendy, my boyfriend and I are total opposites. We've been together for 8 months and he's getting on my nerves. How do I get him to try some of the things that I like? Okay, I'm going to be brutally honest here. Sounds like this relationship has almost expired. So much negativity in such a short period of time. I mean, if you're total opposites, what attracted you to each other to begin with? There is something to be said for the cliche opposites attract, but it's the things you have in common that become the very glue of the relationship. My husband and I on the surface couldn't be more opposite. He was raised in Brooklyn by a single mom and lived in the projects. He didn't graduate from high school, and given his neighborhood, he could have easily been dead by now. I, on the other hand, am from the Jersey burbs, and I've experienced a lot of the best things in life materially as well as emotionally. But the glue that keeps us together is we both want the same things. We want what's best for our son and what's best for each other. Kevin is my manager. Does he get on my nerves sometimes? You betcha. But the bigger picture is I love him and I believe in us. How do you get your boyfriend to do more of what you'd like to do? You ask him. Relationships are about give and take, and your feelings for each other should count enough that each of you bends and is flexible for the other. If he can't do that, then it's just not meant to be. Dear Wendy, my significant other made a lame excuse not to take me to his parents' house for Thanksgiving. We've been dating a year, and he never wants me to meet them. What's up with that? Maybe he's super sensitive about his family. Maybe they're a mess. His uncle has no teeth. His mother talks with a lisp. His father has one leg. His sister is in prison for drug smuggling, and so on and so on. The point is, you don't know what's up on the home front, and this may not be about you, or maybe it is. Meeting parents takes the relationship to a whole new level. It suddenly turns things serious. Maybe he's not ready. My big question is, why haven't you had this conversation with him? Have you ever actually told him how you feel? I really want to meet your family. And asked him why he keeps you so far away from the kinfolk? You don't need a holiday to make this happen. Sometimes holidays are too fraught with pressure and drama. Just pick a plain old weeknight and meet his parents for dinner someplace casual. If he says no, he better have a good reason. Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, my boyfriend told my mother I'm wild in bed. I'm mortified. He said he was joking, but my mom is totally freaked. She said she thinks I should dump his ass. So do I. What a jerk. Why would he say something like that? All kinds of secrets are forged between two people in a loving, healthy relationship, and you don't expect those secrets to be blurted out in front of anyone. Not your mother, your sister, your coworker, nobody. Is he serious? This shows not only immaturity, but also insensitivity. How does he think your mother now feels? Eek. I asked my husband about this one. He happened to have walked in the room while I was reading it out loud, and he agreed. Dump his ass. You do what you want, but we say, dump his ass. Hot topic. How to apologize when you screw up. Everyone has things in life they're sorry for. Me? I'm sorry I ate the entire deli section at ShopRite. Genoa salami is my kryptonite. I can feel it traveling right now to my hips and my butt. I don't say it's easy to admit that you're wrong, but sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and beg forgiveness. So here are a few tips. Number 1, mean it. Don't just mumble, I'm sorry. Really be sincere. Say you know what you did was a mistake and you wish you could take it back. Be honest and genuine. Number 2, own up to it. Whatever you did, take full responsibility. Right any wrongs if possible, and don't make excuses. You made your bed, now lie in it. Number 3, do better. Promise that the next time you won't make the same god-awful mistake. You'll be smarter and more sensitive. You'll never forget this indiscretion, and you'll learn from it. And if all else fails, bribery isn't a bad option. Personally, I prefer a heartfelt eye-to-eye conversation and a kiss. I can buy my own jewelry and handbags. Just look me in the eyes and tell me you love me. Now we're all good. Dear Wendy, my fiance and his friend like to smoke pot and do it whenever they hang out, which is every weekend. He says it's fun, but I'm worried he's got a problem. I would think you'd be more worried he'd get caught. Hopefully he's smoking responsibly. Let's face facts. Weed is virtually legal all over the place, and where it's not legal, people want it to be legal. I happen to be a person who does not want marijuana legalized, but I'm not hating on the weed head. It's something to you, and it's something to me, but it's nothing to most people. So stop being so corny and get with the program. What you should be concerned with is, where does he get his weed from? Is he up on the boulevard, standing with someone leaning into his Camaro while he buys a nickel bag? Obviously, he realizes the legal ramifications, and that's what you should be concerned about at the end of the day. It's something that could get him fired from his job. Watch carefully his behavior when he smokes. Does he want to punch his fist through the glass because he feels sudden anger? Does he get inappropriately flirtatious with other women? Does he turn into an ass and bitch out the waiters and waitresses at restaurants? Does he forget his manners? I say if the answer is no to all those questions, then chill out. Some people smoke weed like other people have a glass of white wine at the end of a long day. It's not right, but it's a fact. If you're engaged, it means you intend to make this man your lifelong partner and co-provider, as well as father to your children. So you need to decide what's important to you. This pot problem just didn't pop up. He's been smoking weed since the day you met him. So what's really bugging you here? Are you concerned about moving ahead with the relationship? What kind of parent he'll be? Have a conversation with him and let him know how you feel. Hopefully the pot isn't as important to him as you are. Dear Wendy, I had a one-night stand with this guy and he got me pregnant. Now he refuses to help or deal with his son. He says it's my problem, not his. How can I get him to take responsibility? Well, the short answer is take his ass to court and get everything you need from him. Show no mercy. Since he has no feelings about you or his son, you have no feelings about hanging him out to dry. And the next time you're having sex with some guy, make sure that he uses a condom and you use some form of birth control as well. It's pretty inconvenient to find yourself in this situation. Be smart and don't let it happen to you again. If you're going to have a fling, cover your ass. I'm not judging because we've all been there before. I'm just saying. Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, my husband is always commenting on how hot the babysitter is. Should I be worried? Yes, and you should fire the babysitter. I know there are many women listening to this right now saying, Wendy, you're too insecure. Yeah. Well, I watch a lot of Lifetime movies. Did you all ever see The Hand That Rocks the Cradle? Ooh, good one. But I do think that your husband has caused this situation and her unemployment. How dare he mention this to you at all? Why is he noticing some other woman's hotness? I hope he's not saying this to belittle you because that's just wrong. I say kick her to the curb and find somebody that looks like Mrs. Garrett from The Facts of Life. She's spunky and good with kids. Hot topic. Should you forgive a cheater? Well, I get a lot of questions from both men and women about this. As I mentioned earlier in this chapter, I've had my own personal experience with a cheating husband. What I can tell you is this: it hurts. It hurts like hell. It was something I wasn't sure I could get past, especially given the fact that it happened more than once during the time I was pregnant. I had several miscarriages before I was finally able to get pregnant with little Kev. We had an honest talk with our doctor, and we all agreed no sex till the baby was born. It was just too risky. During that time, Big Kevin cheated on me. He cheated with a woman who was younger than me. She was single, and she knew he was married. But I don't blame her. I blame him. He's the one who knew what he had to lose. I didn't find out until after my son was born. He was maybe 2 months old when I overheard my husband on the phone with the other woman. It actually woke me up. My parents were staying in the house with us in Jersey, so they got to witness firsthand the door slamming and all that mess. We had some very volatile fights at that time, but then it occurred to me, I was better with him than without him. And despite what went down, I loved him and still love him. We stayed together and worked it out. We're better for it. We've been married now for 15 years, and we've been together for 19 years. We are a team, spiritually, lovingly, business-wise, and in raising our son. But I had to learn to trust again. I had to learn to stop looking at his phone and searching his pockets. I had to let it go. If you're not sure you can forgive and forget, you have to ask yourself the following. First, what were the circumstances? Was it a one-time indiscretion at his brother's bachelor party in Vegas, or has he been making regular booty calls to your neighbor down the block? I know people say once a cheater, always a cheater, but I do believe sometimes guys have momentary lapses of sanity and do something they regret. Number 2, did he tell you? Or did you have to snoop, spy, or pry it out of him? I was in shock when I discovered my husband on the phone. If he'd maybe come clean before I caught him red-handed, I would have been pissed, but maybe not homicidal. Number 3, is he really sorry? Is he begging, crying, scraping on his hands and knees for your forgiveness? Does he see the error of his ways, or is he trying to deny it or pass the blame? Number 4, can you ever trust him again? Without trust, there is no relationship. You can't spend every waking moment wondering if he's screwing around behind your back. You need to really think this one through. Is your relationship beyond repair? And finally, can you make lemonade out of lemons? By this, I mean, can your relationship learn and grow from this incident? Strangely enough, this is what I found to be true. Kevin and I are better as a couple, having survived and worked on this together. Both people have to be willing to roll up their sleeves and do what it takes. There has to be real honest communication between you going forward. Dear Wendy, my man told me I need to lose weight. I am so upset. I thought he loved me the way I am. No, apparently he loves you the way you were, and I'm just so hurt for you that this actually came out of his face. I don't believe that gaining weight means that you're not beautiful and desirable, but some men, they just blurt out whatever fleeting idea crosses their minds. If it'd been me, I would have immediately started crying. I would have run into the bathroom and bawled. I'm talking tough in this book, but you have to know, I am very sensitive to this. I've been fighting fat all of my life because I love food. Honestly, I feel your pain. But, this isn't all about him. It's really about you. Put aside the fact that this was a totally insensitive comment. How do you feel about your weight? Do you think you need to lose a few pounds? I know, girlfriend. I know it's easier said than done. And I know this comment hurt because you feel bad about your size. But it's your business, and you can handle it. You can get to the gym, you can make healthier eating choices, and if you want it, it's possible. Trust me. Take control, and the scales won't matter anymore. Don't let him get away with saying this to you ever again, especially if, like me, weight is your Achilles heel. Wonder how much he'd like it if you pointed out his bald spot. Wendy's final words. Rules for avoiding man drama. Men and women are very different creatures. That whole Venus and Mars thing, is true. They think a certain way, we think a certain way. And the only way to avoid arguments, in my opinion, is to do the following. Number one, keep it to yourself. If you do have to share your relationship woes, choose one person and assume that that person will tell at least one person, even if you've sworn them to secrecy. Heck, I'm probably reading my husband one of your stories right now. But the issue is between the two of you, not your kids, not your family, your coworkers. Nothing pisses a guy off more than you complaining to your girlfriends about the size of his penis. Anything between the two of you is not for publication, you hear me? Unless there is abuse involved, in which case I do recommend you reach out and tell so you can get help. Number two, stop trying to change him. It's like beating your head against the wall. The more you tell him to pick up his dirty laundry off the floor, the more he thinks you're a nag. Instead, lead by example. If he sees greatness in you, he's going to want to do all he can do to hold on to you. Be the kind of woman who makes him want to rise to the occasion and be the best that he can be. Number three, don't share finances unless you're married. This is big, girls. Don't pay for his phone. Don't let him use your credit to get a visa or a car or even a pair of sneakers. Don't co-sign for his student loans. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. He's not your husband or responsibility. You're only trying him out. Once you're married, you can do what you want. My next tip, cook something. I know many of you are going to hate me for this, but this is a biggie. I cook 3 times a week, and I must tell you, I'm no iron chef. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 5. I do have my particular deliciosos that they love. I make the best pancakes and sausage and eggs for breakfast on Sunday mornings. I cook a terrific lasagna for a black girl from Jersey, and I make a mean olive oil chicken and some damn fine tacos. Just ask Kevin. He'll sing the praises of my hot dog and beans casserole. I'm not a fancy cook, but my husband and my son love what I make. They appreciate it. Do not underestimate the power of loving from the oven. Tip number 5, stay hot. Men are visual creatures. You may have graduated from MIT and be the best nurse the OR has, but honey, that don't matter if those extra 20 pounds have been sitting on your butt since the birth of your 3rd child. You have to try to keep up your appearance. Put on lipstick and mascara. Wear something cute that shows off your cleavage. I'm telling you that your man notices. If you feel sexy about yourself, it keeps him on his toes. Which brings me to tip number 6. Don't get lazy. This goes for more than just your appearance. It goes for the way you did things then and do them now. You don't want your guy to wake up one day and wonder, who the hell are you? We can only do the best that we can, but if you cooked every day when you were first married and you haven't touched the stove in years, you sold a false relationship. Same goes for sex. I'm not here saying you have to bang, 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 bang 10 times a week like it used to be. They say the average couple has sex 2.5 times a week. That should be your minimum. And don't get lazy with laughter. Remember to smile and joke together. Make sure you continue to make out on a regular basis, too. Not just a peck on the cheek, a real French kiss that involves tongue. And don't get lax with the wax. Make sure you keep your privates neat and tidy. Always think of what attracted him to you in the first place and don't lose it. Chapter 3, Dating Drama. I was about 29 years old when I met my husband, Kevin. He was 23, and it was spring, April 6th, to be exact. I was working at a roller rink in New Jersey. I was a popular DJ at the time, and I was always getting hired to host parties and events. I was single, and it was just another night. Random. Guys were always passing me their telephone numbers, and I never really paid much attention to them. But there was something about Kevin. He was there with a bunch of his boys from Brooklyn. He owned a business at the time, a hair salon, and he was also a party promoter. He had one of his friends give me his number. It turns out I drove a Pathfinder at the time, and so did he. The note came with a little message. Let's drive our Pathfinders in the mud. I thought that was so cute, but I didn't call right away. 2 days later, I was about to get off my shift at the radio station, and I noticed this telephone number at the bottom of my bag. Guess who? I called it and said, look, I get off at 6. Here's the address of the radio station. I'm hungry. Take me for something to eat. Straight and to the point. He came and picked me up, and oh my God, I fell in love with him. He had the most beautiful smile. And when I got in the car, he smelled so good. He had on a nice outfit, gritty street clothes only a Brooklyn boy would have on. I like a tough guy, and that's that. We went to Brooklyn to close up his salon. Then he took me by his apartment. It looked like a dive and had nothing in the refrigerator. I remember I wanted to get out of there quickly. I told him to take me to Houlihan's on the Hudson River. We drank Heinekens out of the bottle. We ate chicken nuggets and cheeseburgers, and I licked my fingers. Classy. He thought I was going to ask him to take me to get lobster and shrimp and all the fancy stuff. Not this girl. After that, we went back to my apartment. Yes, on the first date. I broke my own rule. We talked all night long, and we've been together ever since. So the moral of the story? You never know when love is going to come along and bite you in the ass. Date. Date a lot. Date guys you wouldn't normally think would be your type. I've always believed that there's someone or multiple someones out there for all of us. Dear Wendy, I feel like I'm always playing the game with the guys I meet. Do I always have to pretend to be something I'm not to get a guy to like me? No, you don't. You should never be fake. Like I said, I put on no airs when I went on my first date with Kevin. If he was expecting a high-powered radio personality, he was in for a rude awakening. I sashayed my way to the parking lot of Houlihan's in jeans and Timberland work boots. And that was that. That was me. So I say, be who you are on the first date. I know it's important to impress, but please be normal. Don't let this guy get used to a girl that you're faking it to be. It's tough to keep up that guise. And one day, when you let your guard down and he sees the real you, it may all fall apart. Dear Wendy, I went on a first date with a guy and thought things went great. Obviously, he didn't, since he hasn't called or emailed since. Should I call him? Do not call this guy back. He doesn't think you're the girl for the second date or a second thought. So don't you go chasing him. Have a little self-respect, girlfriend. He's not worth your time or effort. And don't feel bad that it didn't work out. Before you find your Prince Charming, you will probably be on several dates with several frogs. So be it. That's how you learn what you want and don't want in a relationship. Quiz. How you doing? Is he into you? Can't figure out if he loves you or loves you not? Answer the following questions and check your score below. Number 1, when he answers your call, he says, A, you again? B, I'm kind of in the middle of something. Can I call you back? C, hey there, hot stuff. Number 2, the check comes at dinner and he, A, goes to the bathroom and never comes back. B, asks if you'd like to go Dutch. C, insists on paying. It's my pleasure. Number 3, on Valentine's Day, he, A, sends flowers and chocolate, just not to you. B, buys you roses from the corner deli after you call to remind him. C, cooks you a romantic candlelit dinner. Number 4, you ask where he sees the relationship going. He, A, breaks out in hives. B, hems and haws. C, asks if you want to meet his parents. Number 5, while you're on a date, you bump into an old boyfriend. He, A, asks if the two of you would prefer to be alone so you can catch up. B, acts cool but cordial. C, kisses you long and hard right under your ex's nose. If you answered mostly A's, honey, you need a new pair of glasses because I think you're blind to the signs. This dude is not into you. You need to move on to someone who appreciates your fabulousness. If you answered mostly B's, I'd say he's feeling 50-50. He's not sure what he wants or where you stand as a duo. So give it a little time, provided it hasn't already been 5 years. If you don't see him exhibiting more of the C responses, then please, I beg of you, cut him off. The last thing you want is a wishy-washy guy who can't commit. If you answered mostly C's, there's no doubt he's into you. He says and does all the right things. Just make sure he's sincere and not trying to sell you a line. If you've been together a while and he's turning up the heat, maybe he is really ready to take things to the next step. But if you just met last week and he's all sweet talk and PDAs, be wary. He might be trying to get into your pants, not your heart. Dear Wendy, a guy told me I was a ball buster because I refused to sleep with him on the second date. I'm no virgin, but I'm not a slut either. Am I wrong for wanting to wait? No, you're not. The guy was trying to call you out so you'd weaken and jump into bed with him. We women have something men want. It's called a vagina. They will test us and try their hardest to score. If you're not a virgin, then this news shouldn't come as a surprise to you. As for Mr. Hot Pants, if you're not ready to get down and dirty with him, then tell him he's got to wait. If he can't, then let him find someone who'll put out without hesitation. I hear there are plenty of them under whore in the yellow pages. Dear Wendy, my friend fixed me up with her husband's brother, and I found him foul-mouthed and obnoxious. She keeps asking me to double, but I don't want to see this guy ever again. What should I do? You were her friend before you were his date, so you owe it to her to be honest. I'd say something like, I'm sorry, your brother-in-law just isn't my type. You don't need to tell her every little thing he did to piss you off. If she keeps pressing you to double date, then I'd tell her a little white lie. I'm interested in someone else and I'd rather not. That way you make it clear and you save face. Just bear in mind that never seeing this guy again may not be in the cards. He'll likely show up again at your friends' family events and parties. For your pal's sake, keep it as polite as possible if you cross paths. Dear Wendy, I've been emailing this guy I met online for 3 months. He still hasn't asked me out. What's up with that? Okay, girlfriend, I'm going to take a hard line here. If he hasn't asked you out after 3 months of talking online, he's not going to ask you out, period. You're not at the top of his list. The way I see it, you have 2 possible ways to go here. The first is to call him on it. Shit or get off the pot. Ask him point blank if he wants to get together in person. If not, that brings you to your second option, and that is move on. Disconnect your number. Don't return his emails. You've got better things to do than waste time on a guy who's probably sitting in his ratty boxers emailing dozens of women because he's too chicken to get out there and date. Dear Wendy, how do I know if a guy I meet at a bar is A, straight, B, single, or C, not a psychopath? My judgment sucks. Okay, first of all, unlike a lot of women, I do believe you can meet a decent guy at a bar. I believe you can meet a decent guy anywhere. It's all in the energy you put out. As for poor judgment, honey, you're talking to a woman who has dated a lot of gay guys by accident. It happens. Your gaydar may improve with age. Look for some of the signs. Are his eyebrows arched, as in plucked? Does he swing his wrists too much when he talks? Does he sway his hips too much when he walks? Yeah, he might be gay. But it's 2013, so I'm not going to stereotype. I'm going to tell you go up and ask him, are you straight? There's nothing inappropriate about asking a person up front, are they straight, gay, or bi? There's nothing wrong with asking, are you single? Always check for a ring or a ring mark in case he took it off. Realize men lie like dogs, and aside from asking him to take a polygraph test, there's really no perfect way to tell. Don't let it hold you back. Date, flirt, and put yourself out there. Dear Wendy, my friend wants to set me up on a blind date with her boss. I'm afraid if I don't like him, he'll fire her. So should I pass? You should go on a date with her boss. You're both single, and she obviously thinks you might hit it off. So what's the harm? At dinner, don't include any of the usual sidebar conversations about your friend other than, it was so nice of Charlene to introduce us. And don't kiss and tell her what went on. It's none of her biz, even if she was the matchmaker. Don't put her in an uncomfortable situation. Whether you love him or hate him, that's not for her to know. Other than that, have fun. Dear Wendy, my college professor asked me out. He's 46, and I think he's totally hot. But is it too weird to date him? I'm 22. Is it weird to date him? Yeah, it is. He might have kids or an ex-wife or experience under his belt that you know nothing about. At 22, darling dear, the world is your oyster. I remember those years. I loved being 22. I had my college degree in one hand and an empty slate in the other. And I didn't want some old man telling me how to be. I barely wanted my mother and father's opinion. But this is not about me. It's about you. What are you like at 22? Are you still twirling your hair and eating Captain Crunch when Pop-Tarts won't do? But if you're more mature, more able to be with a 46-year-old and not feel he's cramping your style, then that's your choice. I don't recommend it, but you know yourself best. Just be careful. You don't want the whole campus talking about you. You don't want the rep of the slut sleeping with her teacher. Dear Wendy, I'm dating this guy for 2 months and we haven't had sex. He hasn't even asked. Is he some kind of sexual freak? Should I be worried? If a guy isn't leaping on you and humping your calf after 2 months, heck, after 2 days, there's a problem. And since you want sex, the problem then is with him. I don't think he's a sexual freak. I just don't think he's into you. Or maybe he's gay or a virgin. Doesn't really matter. Unless you're willing to deal with either of those situations, I think you should thank him and walk away. He's done you a favor by letting you go without conflict. Dear Wendy, my friend's father asked me out. He's a widower. I kind of feel sorry for him and wouldn't mind having dinner or going to a movie, but what if he's really lonely? In my opinion, this guy is off limits. It's just way too complicated, and a pity date is never fun. You need to pull him aside quietly without your friend around and explain that you're flattered but not interested. If you don't do this, this old man will continue to pursue you, and one day it'll become very awkward. Cut everything off now and keep it moving. It's not your job to worry if he's lonely. He doesn't want a dinner companion, honey. He wants a blowjob. Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, I was on a date with this guy I met online. He disappeared. He said he had to take a business call outside, but he never came back. I know where he lives and works. Should I track him down and bitch him out? Ugh, I'm so angry now. I want to track him down and bitch him out myself, but you shouldn't. In fact, what you need to do is erase everything about him from your life, including his online profile. I don't care how bad a date is. A guy does not treat a woman like this. It's bad form. But I have to ask you, what went on? Because 50% of the blame is on you, girlfriend. Something made him run, and you should think long and hard about it so you don't make the same mistake again. Did you talk about an ex? Complain about your childhood? Pick your nose? Even unconsciously, there was something that made him flee. Realize and revise. Hot topic. First date faux pas. Everyone makes mistakes, especially when you're nervous about meeting someone new. But these oops are unforgivable. Never, I repeat, never. Number 1, scope out another guy in the room. Keep your eyes from wandering, even if a total hottie walks by. Number 2, fart, burp, or blow your nose at the table. Stifle it, sister. Number 3, discuss an ex. He doesn't want to hear how hot the sex was or how you screwed things up. Next topic. Number 4, monopolize the conversation. Allow him to get a word in and listen to what he says. Don't blab on and on about yourself. Major turnoff. Number 5, text or take a phone call. Rude, rude, rude. Unless your house is on fire, it can wait until the date is over. Number 6, show up late. It's sloppy. It says you don't care unless you're stuck in traffic, and you should leave extra time. There's no excuse. Number 7, pick a fight. You may not agree with what he says, but that's no reason to start an argument. Be polite when you state your opinion. Don't bawl the guy out for having his beliefs. Number 8, spill the beans. Save the tough conversations for when you're committed. He doesn't need to know your father was an alcoholic, your brother is an ex-con, and you once had a nasty case of crabs. Number 9, get drunk as a skunk. Passing out in your plate or dancing on the bar is not an option. So even if you're nervous, don't overdo the alcohol. A glass or 2 is plenty. Dear Wendy, this guy in my building asked me out on a date and then took me to the laundromat where I helped him sort and fold. Is this his idea of a good time? Should I give him another shot? Any guy can take a girl to the movies or dinner. I've been through it a million times, and most of those dates have been pretty unmemorable. It takes a special ballsy sort of guy to take you to a laundromat. I have to tell you something honestly, knowing what I know now, if a guy took me to sort and fold but we had a great conversation, I'd be cool with that. In fact, I'd be wowed because he's so real. Yes, you should go out with him again if you're interested. Tell him what you want to do on the date this time, but don't be a high-maintenance girl. Don't choose a fancy, overpriced restaurant. Suggest a movie and dinner at the Olive Garden. Good men come in many different forms, and so far, he hasn't indicated that he's a bad one. Dear Wendy, my date showed up on my doorstep wearing ripped jeans and a dirty t-shirt. He looked like he hadn't combed his hair. My roommate says I should give him another chance, but I'm scared of what he'll wear next. Should I go out with him again? I went to the mall the other day with my 12-year-old son, and the ripped, dirty jeans were on sale there for $300. Same goes for the dirty tees. The whole distressed look is hot now with guys and can cost a fortune. Don't assume that your date dressed like a slob. Maybe he was just trying to be trendy. Honey bun, how about you go out on a date with him again and don't judge him by what he's wearing. Judge him on the content of his character. You might find the most fantastic guy in the world whom you would have overlooked. How do I know this? I married that guy. Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, my date bit me. I'm not talking a little nibble. I'm talking teeth marks on my neck. I kind of liked him up till now. What do I do? Girl, let me tell you something. Dates give love bites for a couple of reasons. Number one, it turns them on, and they're hoping it turns you on too. Number two, they're trying to mark their territory so no one else messes around with you. If it's not your thing, then tell him. Chances are he'll oblige. But as someone who spent her 20s covering hickeys, that's what Dermablend is for, I can tell you, it's kind of hot when a guy bites and sucks. Why not get a little dirty? Tell him to take his love bites to places no one will ever see, like your belly, under your boobs, your back, or your upper thighs. Dear Wendy, I was about to get naked with my date when he casually mentioned he has herpes. Talk about a mood killer. I really like him, but I'm scared of catching it. So what do I do? Here's my personal story and my personal opinion on the subject. A while back, I met this guy. I was an awkward fat girl from New Jersey. I fell for him hook, line, and sinker. I found myself back at his hotel room. We drank, we ate, we fooled around. It gets to the point of peeling our clothes off, and you know what he tells me? I have herpes. I hugged him and thanked him and ran out of there. But at least he was honest. Your guy was honest too. Herpes doesn't kill, but it sure makes life difficult. According to the Centers for Disease Control, 1 in 6 adults between the ages of 14 and 49 have genital herpes. You don't want it if you can avoid it. That said, if you do really find someone you want to be with who has it, there are things you should and shouldn't do when you have sex. You can reach out to the CDC Info Contact Center for more advice at 1-800-CDC-INFO. That's 1-800-232-4636. Or email at cdcinfo@cdc.gov. Dear Wendy, my date did a 50 Shades of Grey on me. He bought handcuffs, whips, the whole thing. I said, not tonight, and now I'm freaked out. Does this mean he's a perv and I should dump him? Your guy probably thinks this is what ladies like because God knows we've all read the books. You need to talk to him. You need to say, look, we aren't all into handcuffs, whips, and the whole shebang. It doesn't mean he's a perv, and you shouldn't dump him unless he won't take no for an answer. Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, my date asked me to come back to his apartment to introduce me to someone. I thought it was his roommate or his brother. It turns out it was his penis. He pulled down his pants and said, "Meet Big Edgar." I was speechless. I said I had to go. Was this supposed to turn me on? He keeps calling me. Help. I'm assuming his penis was gigantic and he was showing it off? Even so. Ew. I find this disgusting and immature. Yes, he was trying to turn you on. He was trying to say, hop on and ride. You know what I would do? I would tell him and his big dick to take a hike. He's not going to be an attentive, sensitive lover if he's already playing these childish sex games. Dear Wendy, I went on a date with this guy to a nice restaurant. He treated the waiter like crap. Then he didn't tip the valet. He seemed really nice and polite to me. Should I be concerned? Yes. And I'm going to tell you why. First, I can tell you I'm married to an overtipper. My husband tips everyone to the point that I complain, and I'm a generous woman. So I see the value in it. It shows people you're grateful for and appreciative of their service. This guy was on a date with you, so he was supposed to be on his best behavior. He treated the waiter like crap. Okay, I'm turned off. Then he didn't bother to tip the valet. Okay, I'm doubly turned off. Should you be concerned? Yes. Not tipping and not treating people with respect is an indicator of this guy's home training and his thought process going forward. He might be a pompous asshole who thinks people who do menial work are beneath him. This is a light bulb moment. I would give him one more chance, only if you insist. But if it happens again, let that date be the last. Dear Wendy, I went out with this guy who seemed perfect. I should have known better. He told me he lives with his parents in the basement. He's 31. What should I do? Why is he living there? Is either one of his parents a quadriplegic? Does someone need help up the steps? Does someone need assistance on the toilet? Does someone need to be driven to dialysis several times a week? Because I swear to you, I am not hating on a 31-year-old man living with his parents if there is a valid health reason. You need to ask him what's up with this. And if there isn't a good reason and he's just a clingy mama's boy, proceed with extreme caution. Dear Wendy, I went to a concert with this guy and he kept farting. He pretended it wasn't him, but it totally was. Aside from that, I like him. But the gas is gross, right? Yeah, gas is gross, but it happens to all of us. I drink lots and lots of water because that's what doctors recommend. And I drink from the bottle. Do you know what that means? I'm swallowing big gulps of air all day, and that makes me gassy. I got poots here and poots there. I'm farting all day. In addition, I like poopy, smelly food. I love my beans. I love my spinach. None of the above is going to make my husband run screaming out the door. And I will tell you that your date's flatulence shouldn't scare you off either. Can you make a joke of it? I live with 2 men, and fart jokes never grow old with guys. If it really bugs you, get him some Beano or carry matches. The sulfur smell kills the odor. Or some Febreze in your purse. Don't be small-minded. The bigger picture is the guy. Wendy's final words: how to avoid date drama. Because I've been on so many dates, good, bad, and ugly, I feel I can state the following with certainty. Number 1, carry cash. Always have money for transportation home. I would take a credit card as well because you never know if it's going to go south. Number 2, dress sexy, not slutty. As mature women, we know the difference. No need to send out the wrong signal. You want to say, I'm hot, not I'm horny. Unless you are. Number 3, go Dutch. It's okay on the first date. I kind of like to pay my own way. It gives me a sense of power and control. But don't let it become a habit. You're investing your time and energy into this date so he can invest some cold, hard cash. Number 4, don't cry. And I'm a crier. Bunnies on commercials make me sob. I am telling you, if you cry on the first date, you will scare the bejesus out of him. Men don't know how to handle it when we cry. Not even men we've been married to for 15 years. My husband freaks out. And number 5, go easy on the makeup and perfume. I love makeup. I think every woman should walk out of the house with at least a tinted moisturizer and lip balm. But too much of a good thing screams, I'm high maintenance. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Chapter 4, Between the Sheets Drama. First time I had sex, I was 17 years old. It was the summer of 1981, and I was going into my senior year in high school. The guy was someone I considered a boyfriend, but not a long-term boyfriend. He was just someone I was with until I got to the next situation. We had sex in his basement. Back in the 70s and 80s, basements were big entertainment rooms. His parents were out. He pounded me hard. So hard it left black and blue marks. I went to Belmar Beach the next day, and all I could think about was, whew, I dumped it. I dumped my virtue on a man I didn't particularly care about. Sex has definitely gotten better over the years. My first few times, I didn't know what I was doing, so I didn't know what to ask for. It's gotten better because I've gotten more comfortable with myself. I used to love the touch of a new man, but now I prefer the familiarity of a steady lover. You can let yourself go. When you have an orgasm, you can cry because it feels so good. And there's an emotional connection that takes it to the next level beyond just the physical act and the pleasure. The ability to lose yourself in the act of sex and not have to worry about being embarrassed or flawed is a beautiful thing. Three's a crowd. Dear Wendy, my boyfriend told me for his 30th birthday he wants a threesome. Not happening. I don't share my man. How do I break the news? This is not an uncommon request from a guy. They love the idea of two women getting nasty on them. But this is not right for you, so you need to bring it right to your man. I'm not sharing you today, tomorrow, or ever. Be firm and tell him to pick something else that doesn't involve a third party. There are a lot of fun, sexy things you can do as a duo. Pick up some toys, watch some raunchy DVDs, practice every position in the Kama Sutra. Get creative and he won't be disappointed. Dear Wendy, how much sex is too much? My new boyfriend is horny 24/7. The other night we did it 6 times and I didn't get any sleep. Your relationship is brand new. You're sexy. You're juicy. You're like a new toy that's fun to play with. Take this as a compliment and understand the sex will slow down at some point. Even the horniest man on the planet cuts back once you've been together a few years. Doctors tell us that men have stronger libidos than women, and I do believe it. Take it from a woman who's been married to a horn dog for 15 years. Be flattered. Your man loves your body and finds you irresistible. Is that so bad? Open your legs and find a reason to rejoice. The other thing to think about is your own feelings towards sex. Hormonally speaking, is your libido running low? If so, talk to your GYN. Sometimes a hormonal imbalance or even certain medications you're taking can dampen your drive. Hot topic: kickstart your sex drive. It happens to all of us at one point or another. You're tired, you're overworked, you're a new mom. For whatever reason, sex is the last thing on your mind. Men take a Viagra or read Playboy and they're good to go. But girl, your plumbing is a little more complicated. After childbirth, stuff down there stretches out, dries up, and can even hurt. And then comes menopause. There's less estrogen circulating in your body, making your libido take a nosedive. So what's a woman to do? Glad you asked. Number 1, talk to your doctor. She may do a blood test to check your thyroid function and iron. Both can affect sex drive. She can also talk to you about treatment that can increase both desire and sensation. Number 2, get in the mood. Light some candles, dim the lights, put on Barry White. Sometimes just setting the scene can jumpstart things. Number 3, read a raunchy book. 50 Shades of Grey, Lady Chatterley's Lover, Zane, whatever floats your boat. Let your mind be stimulated and watch what happens down below. Number 4, watch some titillating TV. Have you ever checked out some of those late night shows on cable? How about XXX On Demand? Oh, don't be a prude. Pop in Debbie Does Dallas. Why not pop some popcorn and watch it in the buff together? Dear Wendy, I've never had an orgasm unless I've used a vibrator. I'm totally faking each time I have sex with my husband. Should I tell my husband? Let me tell you what to do. I go to my GYN once a year fully clothed, and I have a simple sit down in her office to talk about things. I've had the same GYN for 22 years. She happens to be older than me because I want to hear what an old dog has to say. If something's not working for you, speak up. Gynos are great people. You can tell them anything, and they won't squirm. They've heard it all and seen it all. Explain that you're having trouble climaxing with your husband. Maybe there's a good physical reason why, i.e. the position you're using, for example, missionary, isn't the right one based on your anatomy. Your GYN knows you inside and out and can offer some practical solutions. As for a vibrator working wonders, this is good news. Introduce your man to your vibe. All men want to do is get us off. They don't particularly care how. Teach him how to please your lady bits and you won't be sorry. Give him instructions, don't criticize, and moan and groan approvingly when he hits the right buttons. So do your research and give it a few months. I wouldn't tell your man till after that point. I'm sure by then you'll have figured out a way for him to make you happy. Dear Wendy, I have 3 kids and a full-time job and all I want to do is sleep. My husband keeps complaining that we don't have sex anymore. I'm just too exhausted. Help. Ugh, of course you are. I know you need a good night's sleep, but you have to carve out time for your man. I'm older than my husband by 7 years, and I have the same concerns as you. A kid and a full-time job that wipes me out physically and emotionally. There are plenty of times that I'm not in the mood, but I'll tell you what, I try to put all the business and school stuff out of my mind for 20 little minutes to show my man some attention. Sex has to be a priority in your life, or trust me, the marriage will suffer. It isn't just about pleasing your spouse, it's about connecting and staying intimate. Talk to your husband about helping you out with the kids. Offer him some trade-offs like, if you get the kids bathed and into bed, I'll meet you in bed for a little fun. Sex is also a great stress buster, not to mention a cardio exercise. It releases endorphins, those feel-good chemicals that put a smile on your face. Isn't that worth making some time for? Dear Wendy, in college I experimented with girls, and now I'm 23 and thinking about it again. Here's this really cute girl at my gym who flirts with me. My boyfriend and I have been together for a year. Should I tell him I'm bi? What if he freaks? After a year of being with your boyfriend, you're just telling him you're bi? Oh, why didn't you share this with him sooner? Like when you decided you wanted to be in a serious relationship. Yeah, he's gonna freak because you've been hiding a big part of who you are from him. If you're scoping out other girls, then the relationship has already gone south. Flirting with a girl at the gym is no different from a straight girl flirting with a guy. It's off limits. It's wrong. It's called cheating with your mind, and it sounds to me like you're about to cheat with your body. So then you owe it to your boyfriend to be honest. Like, this isn't working for me, and this is why. I'm bisexual. He may not completely flip out. He may say, I just hit the jackpot. Bring her home. Let's try her out. Most guys are psyched to have a threesome, but this is not the road you want to go down. Your letter, and frankly your youth, tells me that you need to be single and free to experiment. Date guys, date girls. Allow yourself to figure out what and who you want. Hot topic. Breaking up is not so hard to do. For whatever reason you've decided it's over and you're dumping him, how do you let him down easy? Number 1, be gentle. Chances are he didn't see this one coming. Be as kind as you can and don't make this all about what he did wrong or why you don't want him anymore. It takes 2 to tango, and you're both to blame for the relationship coming to an end. Number 2, keep your cool. No yelling, sobbing, hyperventilating, etc. I know what you're saying is difficult, but the more you keep your wits about you, the easier it will be. Number 3, find the right time and place. In public at a sushi bar or seated behind home plate at a Yankees game, probably not the ideal setting. Wait till you're alone, somewhere quiet, where you can talk without interruption or distraction. Number 4, expect him to be hurt, or pissed, or maybe even relieved. You never know how a guy's going to react to being a dumpee, so expect the unexpected. Number 5, keep it between you. Don't tell his mom, your roommate, your bowling league that you're breaking up with him before you do the deed. He should be the first person to hear the news. And finally, number 6, don't publicize it. It's just not nice to change your Facebook status or broadcast your split on Twitter. Allow some time for it to sink in before you share the fact that you're on the market again. Dear Wendy, I caught my husband watching porn on his computer one night. It totally freaked me out. What should I do? Loosen up. Porn is not an OMG moment. And I can tell you this, I like a little porn from time to time. I think it's hot. Maybe it makes your hubby feel the same way and puts him in the mood. One night is no biggie. If he's addicted and spends hours watching sex on screen instead of working or spending time with you, then that's a whole nother story. Or if the porn is weird and not your garden variety, i.e. involving 2 men or underage girls or boys or violence. In my opinion, you gotta ask him what he's watching and not in a threatening, accusatory manner. Say something like, honey, I noticed something interesting on your computer. Can you show me? If he freaks out and tries to deny or hide it, then I would say you have a right to be a little concerned. But if he gladly shows you, then watch with an open mind. You might actually enjoy it. Dear Wendy, I like to be on top, but I'm heavy, like 250 pounds. My boyfriend says I smother him when we have sex. Missionary doesn't do it for me. Help. I'm a big girl too, and I can tell you this, not every position works for us. Have you tried propping things up with a firm pillow? Doggy style? You have to be willing to be adventurous and find ways that work for both of you. If none of the above solves your problem, then I'm going to say something you may not want to hear. Lose some weight. Sometimes a girl's got to do what a girl's got to do to make her life and sex better. Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, my husband asked me if I would dress up as a maid, feather duster, and everything and have role play sex with him for his birthday. I think it's kind of weird. Do you? Dressing up as a maid is better than being asked to have a threesome like the previous letter. It's totally reasonable and frankly fun. Go on and channel Downton Abbey as you get down and dirty. Tie on an apron and talk with an accent. Serve him tea and crumpets in the buff. Experts say fantasy role play can add excitement to an otherwise mundane sex life. As children, we role play as princesses or cowboys and Indians without a second thought. I say there's nothing wrong with indulging your man in a little dress-up drama. If it turns him on, why not? I wouldn't throw away any Halloween costumes if I were you. Dear Wendy, this guy I started dating is unnaturally endowed down there, if you get my drift. After we slept together for the first time, it hurt like hell, and I was walking funny the next day. What should I do? I find nothing wrong with dropping a guy if his plumbing is not suitable to your plumbing, shall we say. When I was single, I was certainly picky about the penis. If you were not circumcised, I would drop you like a bad habit right away. If you were too big or too small, hasta la vista, baby. You might say this is very superficial of me, but I don't care how great your job is, how much money you make, or how great our conversation over dinner was. If the parts don't fit together, then there's no need to continue the relationship. So I say bail. I'm sorry, but sex is a very important part of a relationship. If it's going to be unpleasant, then you're doomed from the start. When the penis is not right, nothing will be right in the long haul. You're not going to stick me with that monster every night. Sorry. Dear Wendy, my mom walked in on me having sex with a guy. I'm over 21, but I still live at home. She hasn't mentioned it. Should I? Do not mention this to your mother. What I would do, even in this bad economy, is get your butt looking for a place of your own. This is a warning shot, young lady. This is not just about your mother walking in on you banging some guy. This is about your mother being all up in your business. When you live in your parents' home, you have to live by their rules. It's time to move out, so there are no other awkward, uncomfortable moments like this. You're a big girl. Get a roommate if you must, or two, but get moving out. Oh, no, you didn't. Dear Wendy, a few weeks ago, I gave this guy I was dating a blowjob, and I accidentally clenched my teeth, and, well, he's scared now to let me do it again. What should I do? Oh, honey, if he's that skittish, he hasn't had a lot of BJs before. This is a common faux pas that women make, and it's not that big a deal as long as your recovery is fabulous. Don't discuss it any further. No apologies. Just roll your lips over your teeth and continue. Guys love blowjobs, even bad ones. He'll get over it. Just be more careful next time. Dear Wendy, I feel like I'm having Cirque du Soleil sex. My boyfriend likes to try all of these crazy positions in bed. Last night, I fell off the bed and smacked my head. Help! I've read your letter 3 times, and the only thing that I find that's wrong with this situation is that you smacked your head. So move the night table. Put some pillows around the floor to break your fall. Cirque du Soleil sex sounds great to me. Crazy positions in bed are natural requests from guys, and usually loved by women. Is that what's really worrying you? Not the threat of a concussion, but that this guy's sexcapades are not what you're used to? Let loose and have fun. I hear from way too many women who are nervous and insecure about their sexuality. I think this guy could teach you a thing or two, not just about sex. I think he could help you let go of your inhibitions. Enjoy. Dear Wendy, I told my boyfriend once to spank me in bed, and now he thinks it's fun and gets turned on by it. My ass is black and blue. How do I get him to stop what I started? Anything we say to guys, they take it to the 20th level, all the time. Now what you can do is talk to your boyfriend outside of a sexual situation and gently tell him you're not loving the spankings. Suggest he engage in a little love tap instead, something softer and gentler that doesn't leave you bruised. Since it was your suggestion, I assume you don't want him to stop. Just ease up a bit. Don't make it a part of every single love session. Mix it up a bit. Talk to your man. I'm sure he'll understand. Dear Wendy, my husband sucks in bed. I kind of knew this before we got married, but I thought he'd get better with practice. I gave him a great sex how-to DVD for his birthday, hint, hint, but he never watched it. Am I destined for a marriage of bad sex? Yeah, unless you show and tell. Men love to work our bodies like a Stradivarius violin. They want to see us howl with delight and squeal with orgasm. Your man will be open to your suggestions if you reintroduce him to your body and tell him how you like to be touched. As for the DVD, frankly, if I were him, I would be insulted. Talk to your husband. This conversation is just as important as the monthly grocery bill. The good news is, any man can learn to be a better lover with a little coaching. Oh, no, you didn't. Dear Wendy, about a week ago, I peed during sex. We were going pretty hot and heavy, and it just happened. I'm worried that the guy I was with will never want to sleep with me again. What should I do? Mention it to your man. Mention it in a tongue-in-cheek LOL kind of way. Like, the sex we had was so good, baby. It was so hot and heavy, and I had so many orgasms, I got a little carried away and may have wet the sheets a little. Let me let you in on a little secret. Guys don't care what we do during sex. We can cry, we can swear like a trucker, we can pee on them. All they care about is getting us off. I don't want you to continue to worry or feel self-conscious about this. Sex is a time to let your body go. Who cares? Maybe you had a female ejaculation. They exist, you know. If he even noticed at all, I think he'll get over it real quick. He'll think he's God's gift to women. If it really bothers you, then do some Kegel exercises to strengthen your bladder. Your GYN can tell you how. And make a trip to the little girl's room before you get down to business. Dear Wendy, I dozed off during sex with my husband. It wasn't on purpose. I was just tired. The strange thing is, he didn't even notice. What should I do? Don't tell him. If he didn't notice, don't say a word. Hopefully you didn't snore and he was otherwise occupied. Falling asleep during sex is highly insulting. You don't want to make a habit of it. Next time, have a shot of Red Bull so it doesn't happen again. Dear Wendy, my boyfriend asked me what my number was. I didn't tell him because I was kind of a slut in high school and college, and I'm afraid it'll scare him off. I lost count around 37. Should I lie? What does your number matter to who you are today? You're a better and hopefully more discriminating person than you were in high school and college. Most of us are better people today than we were back then. I don't believe in sharing numbers. If he insists you spill it, I would tell him a little white lie. There's a double standard here. A high number for a guy signals expertise. For a woman, it means she's loose. So here's what you do. Divide your number by 2 and subtract 3. That's my formula. Besides that, have a conversation that explains the number. Something like, you know, baby, I don't keep count how many people I've had sex with because the only person that matters is you. Don't get into an argument with him over this. Change the topic if you can and put the past behind you. Dear Wendy, I was having sex with this guy and he asked me if my boobs were real or fake. I kind of lied. They're fake. But come on. Who's born with triple Ds? Do I fess up or let him think I'm a goddess? I say what he doesn't know won't hurt him. Why confess the truth to just a guy you're having sex with? To me, that means he's a hookup. He barely needs to know the truth about your real name. Until he's more to you than a plaything, you don't owe him an explanation. But there's going to come a time in your life when you meet a guy whom you really care about, the one who's a keeper. With this man, you want to be honest. You want to tell him about any plastic surgery you've had. But until things are serious, your boobs are nobody's business but your own. Dear Wendy, I got drunk and I think I screwed my shore house roommate. I'm not sure because it's all a blur. He hasn't mentioned it. What should I do? You think? As in, maybe you did or maybe you didn't? If he hasn't made any mention, chances are it's all a haze to him as well. So in my opinion, you should keep your mouth shut and your legs closed when you're around him. Pretend it never happened, because it may not have. As for going forward, please be careful about how much you drink. I know how easy it is to party too hard and lose control, but think of the repercussions now that you're sober. You don't want to get an STD or knocked up because you were too bombed to think clearly and use a condom. Dear Wendy, my boyfriend wants me to have sex in public places, i.e., bathrooms, the lawn in Central Park, taxis. He says it turns him on. I've done it a couple of times, but I feel like a perv. What should I do? Given this guy's preference for screwing in public view, it's probably safer for you to have sex with him on the great lawn in Central Park than in his apartment. You never know, he may be taping you to post it on YouTube later. But personally, I love risky sex. It livens up the party. It mixes things up. It takes things out of the bedroom and spices up your love life. If your boyfriend wants to have sex with you in public, open your mind and explore. Can I tell you a story? About 5 years ago, my hubby and I came home from being out late, and we were in the mood. We weren't sure if our son or babysitter was awake, so we did it on a concrete bench on the lawn behind some bushes. All of the sudden, right in the middle of him slaying me like a dragon, the sprinklers came on. We were soaked, but we had a great laugh out of it, and we appreciated our little adventure in the great outdoors. Loosen up and maybe make an adventure or two of your own. Wendy's final words: how to have great sex sans the drama. The key to great lovemaking in my book is the 3 C's: connection, communication, and coitus. The actual act of getting it on has to be worth remembering. Like most things in life, the more you practice, the better it is. So here are my tips. Number 1, he'll want it more than you. Always. Guys have a greater sexual appetite. Once you understand this, you can make peace with it. Know that his penis is calling the shots and act accordingly. Number 2, know your body. Sit on a mirror, know your body parts, masturbate, get to know what makes you feel good. Hey, I'm a liberated woman, and if I'm making you blush, I apologize, but there's no way a man is ever going to please you if you don't know how to please yourself. Talk to your GYN and get yourself sexually educated. Number 3, sex never goes out of style. Even if, like me, you've been with your man for a long time, sex should still be an important part of your relationship, but couples tend to let it slide. A majority of men, 54%, and nearly as many women, 42%, say they're unhappy with the frequency of sex, according to a report in the Journal of Sex and Marital Therapy. I say older doesn't have to mean colder. And finally, number 4, keep it fresh. Try new things, and that includes new places, the side of the road, in the parking lot of the restaurant after you've had your meal, your yard behind the bushes, my personal fave. Try role-playing, talk dirty, a triple X movie marathon now and then. The point is, think outside the box and the bedroom. Chapter 5, Mama Drama. If you've got a mother or you are a mother, you've known your share of mama drama. I can say with 100% certainty that if my mother were my age, we would not be friends. I treasure her, but we're such different people. She freaked out when I posed nude for PETA. She hates that we'll let our son watch South Park and that we swear in front of him. Let's just say Mommy and I don't always see eye to eye. While I was growing up, my mom was a beautiful, brilliant woman and physically fit. I wasn't. I was fat Wendy, who could barely get above a C in most classes to save her own life. But we started to connect as soon as I found myself and solidified my success. She loves the lady I now am. And I have to say, I appreciate her more now that I'm a mother as well. We've made our peace, and when I stack her up against everyone else's mom, no one is as good. She's smart. She has a double master's. She's stylish. She's got a great sense of humor. She knows how to make lemonade out of lemons. When I first had Kevin, I was not able to breastfeed. He was ravenous and my breast hurt. I was just not good at expressing milk. I had been on bed rest for 9 months and I was a career girl and I just wanted to get back to work and lose the baby weight, all 103 pounds of it. One day when Kevin was just a couple of weeks old, I fell apart in our bedroom. That's where my mom found me, hiding from the world. I was crying and very upset that I had no one to talk to. I thought that breastfeeding was supposed to be as natural as walking, but not for me. Not by a long shot. I felt like I was failing the whole mother thing. I was letting my son down and he wasn't even a month old. My mom sat down on the floor with me and hugged me, which was quite a feat. I'm gigantic compared to her. My mom is a tiny lady of 5 feet 2 inches. I'm this 5'11" giant who weighed 290 pounds at the time. "What's the matter?" she asked softly, pushing my hair to one side and letting me bury my tearful face on her shoulder. "Mommy, I can't do this," I sobbed. "I want to, but I can't." My mom nodded. "Wendy, don't worry." Then she called downstairs to my dad. "Tom, bring the car around. We're going to the grocery store." There, she stocked up on 4 months of Carnation Good Starts for me to feed the baby. She told me she didn't breastfeed me or my siblings, and it was okay if I couldn't. Good Starts was good enough for us, and it would be good enough for Kevin. My mom is a naturally bossy woman who always expected greatness from me. So this moment of understanding and tenderness floored me. It was the beginning of a wonderfully close, yet flawed, mother-daughter relationship. I'm grateful that my mom was there for me and shared with me. In many ways, she gave me permission that day to be a not-so-perfect mom. 12 years later, I can tell you, I'm a damn good one. But perfect? Nah. Dear Wendy, we're newly married, and I swear my mother-in-law hates me. She's always criticizing me. She doesn't like the way I cook, how I dress, etc. How do I tell her to butt out of my life? Sounds like mommy-in-law dearest is threatened by your new role in her baby boy's life. Unfortunately, when you marry a guy, you also marry his family. Have you ever tried making nice? Taking her to lunch? Buying her a new car? Kidding. I'm sure you have, and you've reached the end of your rope because nothing you do or say is good enough. Time to get hubby on your side. He may not want to talk back to his mama, but this is not negotiable. You're not going to submit to being bashed by a bitch in mom's clothing. And as far as your cooking, if she doesn't like it, she doesn't have to eat it. How you dress? Who made her a Project Runway judge? Eventually, she'll either back off for fear of losing her darling son further or die. Either way, don't let it get to you. You be the person you are because that's the woman your husband fell in love with. Dear Wendy, this divorced mother in my kids' class dumps her son on me for playdates, then goes out on dates and doesn't come back until 9 o'clock to pick him up. I'm not a babysitter, and I feel used and abused. Okay, when she goes out on dates and doesn't show up until 9 p.m., that's not her fault. That's your fault for tolerating it. I would have been texting and calling her until she got her ass back home, date or no date. You're going to call her on the carpet for what she's done wrong, and then you're going to grow a backbone and tell her if she wants a sitter recommendation, you're happy to get her some. It just ain't going to be you. Choose your words carefully. Refrain from using the B word. This is the mother of a kid in your son's class. If things don't work out, it could get ugly for your child. Be firm but friendly. Something like, I did you a favor this time, but I'm not comfortable with this happening again. Dear Wendy, my dad recently passed away and my mom is depressed and miserable. I beg her to go out to a widow's support group or grief counseling, but she refuses. She says it won't help because it won't bring him back. What can I do to help her? I know what you're saying because my parents are old school too. They don't like people knowing their business or talking about their problems. What you can do to help your mother is bring her all the information from the support groups. Pick up a couple of self-help books. You can lead her to water, but you can't make her drink. I know you want to help, but it's her choice to live this way. You can explain to her that her depression upsets and worries you, and you wish she would just try to reach out to other people who are familiar with her situation. Be patient. This is relatively new to her, and the grief is probably overwhelming. Be a good listener. Offer her whatever she needs, even if it's just your shoulder to cry on for now. Dear Wendy, my mother-in-law is friends with my husband's ex-wife. They were married for 2 years and had no children, and they've been divorced for 5. So why are his mother and his ex talking on the phone and going out to lunch? It's bugging the crap out of me. What should I do? Take a deep breath and remember this. You are the one he's with now, not the evil ex. I don't like this situation any more than you do, but obviously your mother-in-law forged a bond with her son's former spouse. I don't blame any of the women involved in this triangle. I blame your husband. He needs to insist in no uncertain terms that his mother discontinue her intimate relationship with his ex. If he doesn't defend your honor here, he's muddying the waters for you and your mother-in-law and preventing you two from ever having a decent relationship. Make him understand how inappropriate and plain annoying this is for you. If he doesn't want a second ex, he'll intervene. Dear Wendy, I feel like all I do is run around and take my 3 kids to school, soccer, swim team, and gymnastics. I have no life. Help. You know, I was just having this conversation the other day with one of my mom friends. I'm always crazy running around with my son, and I just have 1 kid. My friend has 3 like you, and I swear I don't know how she finds time to pee, much less eat. Welcome to the world of motherhood. Having no life comes with the job title. But it doesn't always have to be this way. Organization and delegation are key. Do you have any help? Can you and your husband plan some sort of schedule? Can he pitch in and give you a break? Can you hire a sitter or a mother's helper to ease the load? I promise you, one day you will have a life again. Kids grow up fast. Right now, you have to grab every bit of in-between time you can find between your kids' social and school calendars and make the most of it for yourself. For me, it means chilling out and relaxing. I need to watch a Bridezilla marathon or pull out all of my magazines, my Life and Style, my Star, my Enquirer, my WWD. I need to polish my nails or soak in a bubble bath. It takes no more than 20 minutes and you will feel human again. Hang in there. Dear Wendy, my 21 and 23-year-old daughters have keys to my house, but I don't have keys to theirs. I think it's unfair and unsafe. What do you think? I'll be honest with you. When I was their age, and even now at almost 50 years old, I didn't want my parents having a key to my house. My parents have chosen to give me keys to their homes in case of emergencies, but I would never just pop in on them. The issue here is respect, respecting your daughter's privacy and independence. They've got their own lives, and you've got yours. What I would say to you? Here you go. Change your lock. It's time for some new rules. You don't need a key to your girls' apartments, and they also don't need a key to yours. If you're going away for a while and you need them to check in on the dog or water the plants, you can keep a spare. But no more mi casa, su casa. Comprende? Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, my husband says I need to dress more momish now that I've had a baby. I'm sorry, but I like my clothes a little bit sexy and a little bit tight. Is there anything wrong with that? Girl, you sound like me. I was willing to become a mom, but I was not willing to give up my Wendy-licious style. I'm a Jersey girl. I like things cheetah and leopard. I love hairspray. I love sexy. Sorry, I do. There's nothing wrong with your attitude. Your husband needs to get over this whole you're a mom now thing and encourage you to dress any way that makes you feel beautiful and confident. Moms today are hot, and your husband is lucky to have a woman who turns heads when she walks down the street. You go, girl. Dear Wendy, I don't believe in spankings, but my mother-in-law obviously does. She was babysitting my 6-year-old son last night, and he told me, I was really bad, and Graham hit my tushy. I'm really pissed. And what should I do? Bring it right to your mother-in-law. I don't believe in grandparents parenting our children, and it was not her job to discipline your son. I grew up with spankings, and I don't believe I'm more warped than anyone else. However, no one's to lay a hand on behind except for mom and dad. Grandparents are not there to spank. Aunts, uncles, nephews, school teachers, nobody. You better not spank my kid, you hear me? You and your husband need to talk about how you believe his parent has overstepped her boundaries. And please don't make your son feel like a double agent for telling on his grams. Assure him it was a good thing and do your best to make sure it doesn't happen again. Dear Wendy, we're new in town and the moms in my kids' kindergarten are snubbing me. I've asked for lunch or coffee or tried to arrange play dates, but everyone says, I'm sorry. I feel like this is high school and the popular girls won't let me in the clique. My first reaction is to say, screw them and be on your merry way. But this isn't about you. It's about your child's future. So you push your way into this clique and you don't take no for an answer. This is your Meryl Streep moment. You need to act the part to get into the circle. Volunteer for lice checks. Solicit auction prizes. Chair the bake sale. You know what I'm talking about. Take on tasks that no one else wants so they think you're a selfless giver. Maybe these women will never accept you, but for kindergarten, you're going to make them tolerate you. I know it sucks to suck up, but consider this an intelligence gathering exercise. Learn the lay of the land, the good teachers and the bad ones, which kids eat glue and which moms give really good birthday gifts. Dig, 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 but don't let them know you're doing it. Watch a few episodes of Homeland and you'll be good to go. Wendy's final words. Tips to minimize mama drama. Number 1, understand at some point, usually when you're 21 and an adult living on your own, your mother is no longer the matriarch of the family. She's just another participant whom you respect. She's no longer the leader who gets to be the boss of you. She may not understand this, but you do, and you live your life accordingly. Number 2, don't compare yourself to other mothers. I have this very good friend whose children speak Chinese. My kid needs a tutor to speak plain English. For many years, I thought I was an inadequate mother because I wasn't pushing my kid to take violin, join the math team, and run track. I thought I wasn't doing the best for him. Then I realized a lot of women treat motherhood as a competitive sport. It isn't about what the child likes or needs. It's about bragging rights. I will never master Mandarin, and neither will little Kev, and I'm cool with that. Number 3, take care of yourself. You spend so much time nurturing everyone in your family that you never make time for yourself. Honey, that's a one-way ticket to misery and a nervous breakdown. I beg you, be good to yourself. Make time for doctor and dentist appointments. Get your roots dyed and your nails done. You're a person too, and don't you ever forget it. Number 4, don't be a martyr. Buy this. I mean, if you need help, ask for it. Ask your husband, your neighbor, your mom, your sis, anyone who can lend a hand when you feel like you're going under. There are days when I turn to Big Kevin and I say, you have to handle this for me. And he does. And I feel better. I feel like a huge burden is off my shoulders. You don't have to be a superwoman all the time. And finally, number 5, change the rules. This is your right as a mother. If something isn't working for you, your child, your family as a whole, then change it. There's nothing set in stone. And the most together moms I know are also the most flexible. They realize shit happens and you have to think on your feet and react. They don't get swept up in the drama because they know how to divert it with a little ingenuity and a quick rewrite. Chapter 6, Family Drama. Unless you're a recluse living alone on a desert island, the people you call relatives will drive you nuts at some point in your life. That's what families do. But I'll tell you something. I don't let these things get to me. I am so appreciative in this post-9/11, post-Katrina, post-Hurricane Sandy, post-Newtown shooting world that I have these people in my life. I let the stupid stuff roll off my back. This might sound morbid to you, but I am keenly aware that at any given moment, any one of my family members could be gone. Unfortunately, that's the crazy world we live in. So I made up my mind. I'm not going to spend time fighting with them. I'm not going to hold grudges or make a mountain out of a molehill. Life is too short, my friends. Way too short. Dear Wendy, my sister-in-law is a know-it-all bitch. She's always telling me I'm overprotective and I'm screwing up my kids. How do I tell her to back off? My kids, my rules. This woman sounds like a handful, but here's the thing. As long as you're married to your husband, she's going to be a part of your family and your kids' auntie. She'll be at holiday get-togethers and weddings and funerals, so you can't just dismiss her. In my opinion, you should pull in your husband and explain what's going on. Get him on your team and have him talk to her. She needs to understand when she's criticizing you, she's slamming him because you make parenting decisions together. He needs to tell her to back off, and as her bro, he'll know exactly how to do it. As far as her nasty comments, it sounds like you're paying them no mind. Good girl. Don't react or take the bait. Live your life the way you want, and don't let her bully you. Dear Wendy, my fiance just told me that his dad once served time for robbery. He says it's no biggie. It was when he was young. But I'm a little freaked to be marrying into a family of ex-cons. What should I do? Wow, what a bomb your fiance dropped on you. Take a deep breath. Last time I checked, armed robbery was not one of those traits that gets passed down in families generation to generation. If his dad's out, he's paid his debt. It was, as your fiancé said, when he was younger, water under the bridge. If your fiancé's a good thing and this is your only complaint, I don't think you have anything to worry about. I commend him for being honest with you. Now you do the right thing and forget about it. Dear Wendy, my 19-year-old brother has a drinking problem and my parents refuse to see it. I'm 21 and we both live at home, so I see him come home every night wasted. They say he's just a normal teen, but I'm worried that he's going to hurt himself or someone else. What should I do? I must say, as a big sister, you have a lot on your shoulders right now. This is a situation that needs to be handled very delicately, or your family could fall apart and everyone will blame you for butting in. Your parents are probably in denial. No one wants to hear that a child is a hot mess. Sounds like your bro can do no wrong in their eyes. I would suggest the next time he stumbles through the door drunk, you wake them up and let them see for themselves how serious this situation has become. Have you also simply tried to talk to your brother, sibling to sibling, young person to young person, and let him know that you know the score? If you haven't, for fear of confrontation, then do your research. Have your websites, your publications, your AA meeting schedules. Make it easy for him to get help if he's ready to do so. Tell him how you feel. You love him. You care about him. You don't want to see him make mistakes that could impact the rest of his life and the lives of the people around him. I know you're worried, but you cannot stop a person who's addicted. Trust me, I know. It's no secret that there was a time in my life when I was heavily involved in illegal substances. My drug of choice was cocaine. Nobody could tell me anything. Thankfully, I ended up cleaning myself up after realizing I was at a dead end and I was hurting everyone around me. But I can't promise you that your brother will be ready to do the same. Be supportive, but also know this isn't your issue to fix. You can only do so much. Your parents have to take some responsibility, and he has to want to change. Hot topic: fixing family feuds. It's a fact families fight, many times over something silly or material, like money or who is mom's favorite. Tired of the tiffs? Try these tips. Number 1, don't hold a grudge. Seriously, get over it. No matter what was done or said, is it worth not speaking to your brother for 2 years? Number 2, be the bigger person. Step up and mend the rift, even if no one else will. If you wait for someone else to make the first move, you might be waiting forever. Number 3, be open-minded. There are 2 sides to every story, so don't be so quick to side with one family member over another. And finally, number 4, be patient. Not every disagreement can be resolved overnight. Sometimes feelings are hurt and nerves are raw. Allow matters to cool down before stepping in. Dear Wendy, I'm 24 and my parents are getting divorced. I know I'm not a kid and I shouldn't freak out, but I am. Help. Oh, that's a perfectly natural reaction, honey bun. I'm a grown woman, damn near 50 myself, and I would freak out if my parents split. Why? Because when your family foundation is suddenly torn apart, it's very hard to deal, no matter how many years you've got under your belt. I get it. However, you know these people. You know that their great love produced you. Talk to each of your parents separately. Try to find out as much information as you can so you can understand and accept the situation better. For all you know, your mom and dad are fine with divorcing each other and will remain friends. If you have siblings, talk to them. Know that although your folks' relationship is changing, your relationship with each of them isn't. They still love you, and you still love them. Dear Wendy, my 85-year-old grandmother has dementia, and my mother wants her to move in with her and my dad. I feel this will be a huge burden on my parents, and she'd be better off in a nursing home. But my mom says no way, that's not happening. Should I mind my own business? Oh, I feel for you. I truly do. Your mom is upset and worried and feels a sense of obligation here, but she's not thinking clearly. Caring for someone with dementia is difficult, stressful, and all-consuming. If she allows your grandmother to move in, her life and her marriage to your dad will never be the same. It's going to be a huge drain on both of them. Has she thought of every option? Is there a living situation that is near her home so she can visit your grandma every day? What about in-home nursing care so the burden isn't always on her? Perhaps you could do a little digging and present some alternatives to her. Another thing you can tell her is that people with dementia often benefit from being in assisted living. A structured routine can minimize your grandmother's fears, and she'll have constant companionship. I know this is a tough decision for all of you, but you do have choices. I suggest you talk to a support group for caregivers, such as the Alzheimer's Association, www.alz.org. It will help a great deal to know you're not alone. Dear Wendy, my husband bought a dog for Christmas for the kids without asking me. He pees all over the place and chews the furniture, and I'm the only one who walks it. If I wanted another baby to care for, I would have had one. I hate to sound harsh, but how dare your husband make such a major decision without asking you? Your household is made up of equal partners, 50% your opinion and 50% his. He had no right to do this without consulting you. So here's what you should do. Return the dog. Sell it back to the place where he bought it, or find it a good home with a friend or a neighbor who wants a pet. Don't even ask your husband. This will make him very upset, but he will also understand that you're saying to him, this household is not just about your decision. You should have come to me to begin with. Then you're going to go to your kids and tell them, are you ready for this? The dog ran away. Yup. Because you don't want them to hate you and think you're a Scrooge for sending Fido back. All the things you're telling me are all the things that I've been through. It broke my heart, but I'm still convinced I did the right thing. To this day, my household still does not have a dog. You know why? Because our son is into asking for a dog, but not into all the responsibility. My husband would get the dog, but guess who'd be stuck scooping the poop on the corner? Neither of them, that's for sure. So, no more dog. Case closed. Dear Wendy, my husband keeps saying how much he wants to start a family. I'm really into my job, and I don't want to get pregnant now. I'm 31, and I feel like I have plenty of time to have a baby later. What should I do? I refuse, personally speaking, to give up control of my own body, and I would not advise another woman to give up control either. So if now's not the time, then you have the right to make that decision. But eventually, you're going to have to get into the baby-making business. Like it or not, the clock is ticking. What you should do is use age 35 as your cutoff. Your start time is 33. And I think that's a fair compromise for your hubby. Please understand that even if you do have a baby, or 2 or 3, that doesn't mean your career and your life are over. I'm a working mother, and I make it work. Things will be harder for sure, but you shouldn't think that you can't have both a family and a job. It's 2013, honey. We can have it all. Being a mom is the most fulfilling, most challenging, most amazing job a woman could have. Don't deprive yourself of the experience. Quiz. How you doing? Am I ready to be a mom? You think you're ready to take on motherhood, but oh baby, you have no idea what's involved. Answer the questions and check your score below. Number 1. A typical Saturday night for me is A, clubbing till dawn and drinking till I puke, B, dinner out with friends, or C, snuggling on the couch with my man and a tub of popcorn. Number 2, your ideal getaway would be A, backpacking through the Himalayas, B, sun, sand, and surf, or C, Disney World. Number 3, in 5 years' time, you see yourself A, president of my own company and keeping company with assorted hotties, B, settled down in a job and with a great guy, or C, changing diapers and watching Dora the Explorer. Number 4, how would you describe your parents' relationship? A, Armageddon, B, solid as a rock, or C, all about me. And finally, number 5, who's your mom role model? A, Snooki, B, Michelle Obama, or C, Mother Teresa? If you answered mostly A's, honey, diaper duty is the farthest thing from your mind these days. You need to sow your oats and get it all out of your system before you settle down. If you have mostly B's, you possess a calm, controlled lifestyle and outlook that would support a munchkin or two. Mommyhood is definitely on your radar. If you have mostly C's, girl, you have babies on the brain. Is your partner as gung-ho about having kids as you? If so, pause this recording and get down to business. Dear Wendy, my husband's best friend is a loser. He lost his job and his apartment and is always borrowing money from us. Now he's asked my husband to co-sign a loan for him. How do I get my husband to get rid of this deadbeat? Oh, I am co-signing with you on this. I don't like this dude draining your bank account. It has got to stop. I hope your hubby is not loaning more than you can afford. This is becoming detrimental to your financial future and your relationship. Is your husband even aware that co-signing a loan will affect the amount of money and credit you as a couple can have? Your man is generous and compassionate and loyal, all great qualities. But his friend is taking advantage of him. Sit down with your husband and tell him no. No more lending or loaning. His pal needs to stand on his own 2 feet, and you need to stand united on this as a couple. Dear Wendy, my husband's ex-girlfriend showed up 10 years later and told him she has a 12-year-old daughter by him. Obviously, she wants something. What should I do? Yeah, what she wants is 12 years of back child support. Look, this is a bad situation all the way around. I wouldn't hate on the ex-girlfriend. She's apparently carried this burden for 10 years. She hasn't bothered him. She's tried to go it alone. She hasn't been the scum of the earth, pounding on windows and doors and blowing up telephones and taking him to court. She's a better woman than I would have been, because I would have contacted him right away and demanded DNA. I would have made him pay through the nose. So that's where I want you to start, with a DNA test. Make sure the kid is really his. And if she is, then you should stand by your husband. I know that's a short statement and a long task. I don't know how much this woman wants financially or emotionally. Is she expecting you to welcome this little girl into your family fold? How does your husband feel about it? Does he want to be her daddy or simply write a check? Talk to him. Don't judge. Dear Wendy, my sister broke up with her boyfriend 3 months ago. We bumped into each other at a party and he asked me out. He's really cute and sweet, but is he off limits? You better believe it, and I'm sure you already know it in your bones or you wouldn't be asking. So hands off, honey. This can only lead to major trouble between you and your sis, not to mention the rest of your family. In my opinion, if he's screwed, literally and figuratively, one of you, then he's persona non grata. That goes for one-night stands, hookups, even drive-bys. There are plenty of other cute, sweet guys out there. Why are you considering one of your sister's cast-offs? I also want you to think about this. Maybe he's asking you out to screw with her. Maybe he wants to make her jealous or angry as payback. Do you really want to play those games? I'm telling you, nothing good can come of this. Tell him thanks, but no thanks. Wendy's final word: tips to avoid family drama. Number 1, set boundaries. When you allow your relatives to invade your privacy and get all up in your business, you're inviting unwanted opinions and trouble. Number 2, keep calm. Nobody knows how to push your buttons like your family members. Take a deep breath and try not to react. If they see they can't get a rise out of you, they'll get bored and move on. Number 3, don't gossip. Don't rat out your brother to your mom. Don't bitch out your mother-in-law to your sister-in-law. Trust me, it'll get back to them. And then you've just got more people involved in your mess. Number 4, be the bigger person. Say you're sorry. Make peace. Extend the olive branch. The longer you let disagreements fester, the harder they are to fix. Number 5, stay away from touchy subjects. If you know your sister is sensitive about her weight, then don't bring it up at a family dinner. Understand that some topics are off the table, especially if everyone's gathered around it. And finally, number 6, family is family. Blood is thicker than water. You're stuck with them, so you might as well make the best of it. Chapter 7, Kid Drama. My little Kevin is about to become a teenager this summer. He's turning 13. I'm not stressed out that much. My husband and I have done the best we can up until this point. He's smart, an honor roll student, and polite. He's a nice-looking boy, and all the girls love him. We have open, honest conversations with him. My only fear is that when he becomes a teenager, those conversations will stop. He'll turn to his friends for advice, and the outside world's opinion will matter to him more than mine. We've been going out for lunch every single Saturday since he was born. No double value meals. We go to a reasonably good restaurant with a linen tablecloth and sit across from each other and talk about life. He shares everything with me, from school to sports to girls to issues he's having with his guy friends. I listen to him very intently, and he hears me out. I tell him I'll kill him if he has a baby before it's time. I tell him he owes me 16 years of school, and I want a 4-year college. I get a lot of, "Aw, mommy," and eye rolling when I say these things, but he knows I mean business. We have an amazing relationship. My son really does love and respect me. He respects me as his mother and also as someone who has lived long and hard enough to know right from wrong. He'll tell me when he likes my outfit or doesn't. He will literally say, "Mommy, you look hot." That's the bee's knees. I love him. I just love him. No matter how crazy your kids drive you, no matter how much they worry you, you love them more than words can say. Dear Wendy, a few moms have called me to complain that my son is a bully. They say he punches and threatens other kids in his 4th grade class at recess. I've asked him to stop, but he won't. What can I do? Mom, you're being bullied by your son too. That's why you're writing me this letter and not doing what you know needs to be done. Bullying is serious. It causes not just physical, but emotional damage. It starts now with a few blows in the schoolyard, but it can continue if you ignore it into the teen years when cruel remarks spread like wildfire via the internet. You say you've asked him to stop and he hasn't. So now you need to take stronger action. A child who bullies other children needs help. This is not normal boy behavior, so don't fool yourself into thinking it. You should schedule a parent-teacher conference and find out what's going on and why. You may have to get the principal, assistant principal, or guidance counselor or psychologist involved. For whatever reason, your son feels the need to take his aggression out on his peers. Where is the anger coming from? Who is he targeting and why? Make it clear that you will not, I repeat, not tolerate this behavior. And go along with the punishment the school recommends. It's your responsibility as his mom to nip this in the bud. Dear Wendy, my teenage daughter is a klepto. I found a bunch of stuff with tags in her closet, and I know she didn't buy them. What should I do? Ooh, bring this drama right to your daughter. Tell her you saw her closet tags hanging and you want to know how she paid for these things. You suspect that your child is a thief. Let's call a spade and deal with it. Even after you talk to her, you still might need family counseling or a support group like www.kleptomaniacsanonymous.com to see you through. Kids steal for a lot of reasons, oftentimes because they want attention. Some do it for the thrill, others because they're trying to piss you off, and it's a way of rebelling. I don't know the reason, but I do know this. Your child is old enough to understand that what she's doing is wrong, not to mention against the law. I wouldn't go easy on her. March her back to the store and make her return the clothes and apologize. Hopefully the embarrassment will deter her from doing it again. Hot topic: how to know when your kid is lying. We want to trust them. God knows they don't make it easy. Pinocchio's nose grew when he fibbed. If only we were that lucky. Number 1, look him or her in the eye. If returning your gaze is tough, he's probably not being honest. Number 2, watch body language. Does he squirm in his seat? Is she twirling her hair? Bingo! It's probably a whopper. Number 3, back him into a corner. If your kid is avoiding you like the plague, it's for a good reason. He doesn't want to tell you something. Sit him down and confront him. Number 4, listen for long silences. If your kid has to hem and haw and hesitate while telling you a story, she's probably making it up as she goes along. And finally, number 5, be aware of best behavior. If your kid did something wrong and doesn't want to fess up to it, he or she may try to overcompensate. Did she make her bed this morning? Did she do her homework without being nagged? Dear Wendy, I worry about our toddler. He's almost 3 years old and doesn't talk a lot. He has trouble focusing, and I think there's something wrong. My husband says there's nothing wrong and to stop making a big deal out of it. He won't let me take him to the doctor. Don't ask his permission. Deception is not right, but sometimes it's very, very necessary. In this case, I want you to follow your gut. You know that your son's behavior is not normal. He might have mild autism or a learning disability, and he needs to be assessed by a professional. Many things are treatable with early intervention, but if you don't do something now, you won't be able to give your son the quality of life he deserves. I suspect your spouse doesn't want to hear anything is wrong. It hurts or scares him. Make the appointment. Take your toddler to an expert. Then fill your hubby in on what you find out and involve him in the rest of the process. It'll be easier to talk about and deal with once you know what is or isn't wrong. Dear Wendy, my 10-year-old son hates his teacher. He says she's mean and always accuses him of doing stuff. He claims it's because he's black and she's white. If this is the case, I'm going to kick her ass. What should I do? Whoa. The manipulation of the black-white thing is as old as dirt. Sometimes it's true, and sometimes it's not. Children know how to press our buttons as parents, particularly when we are minority parents. As a black mother myself, I know it would be all too easy for little Kev to get off the school bus and claim that a teacher doesn't like him because he's black. But I'm too intelligent and too well-versed in race relations to let everything deteriorate into something as simplistic as prejudice. This requires further investigation on your part. You've got to speak to your school officials, including this teacher, and find out if these accusations have any weight. Don't go kicking anyone's ass right off the bat. That's not going to teach your son about being tolerant. Dear Wendy, my 15-year-old daughter went to a party and came home wasted. I'm so pissed. I grounded her ass. But how do I make sure this doesn't happen again? Well, you could lock her in her room for the next 3 years, or you could handcuff yourself to her wrist and make sure she takes you everywhere with her. Not practical? Then your first line of defense is to keep her away from whatever negativity might have sparked this. Get on her Facebook account and see what she and her friends are posting. In my mind, this is not snooping. It's simply getting to know your child better and understanding her social circle. You can weed out the bad seeds better this way. Make sure she's busy after school and on weekends. Busy kids have no time to get into trouble. Encourage her and her friends to hang out at your home and make sure there's plenty of V8 Splash and Sunny D and pizza rolls in the freezer. Even then, you can't be 100% sure it won't happen again. As a mother of an almost teenage son, I can tell you, it's all about the trust factor. Grounding will go only so far, but if your kid trusts you and thinks you're cool, she won't be sneaking around behind your back. Use whatever Jedi mind trick you can to convince her you're not the bad guy here. You want her to be safe and happy. You want her to realize that you're her friend and she can come to you if she's feeling peer pressure. Parenting is a thankless job, but it's the most important job you could have. I wish you lots of luck, and believe me when I say, I can relate. Dear Wendy, what do you tell a kid who just started middle school and wants to wear makeup? I think it makes her look like a cheap tramp. Isn't she too young? Whoa. In my opinion, and it sounds like yours, this is way too early. I'll even get more old school on you. How about no hair weaves? How do you tell her that? Start with, I'm the grown-up and you're the kid, and I still make the rules around here. When she's an adult and starts paying her own bills, she can wear mountains of Maybelline. But until then, while she's under your roof, you call the shots. I understand that young girls have fragile egos and they want desperately to feel grown up, but this is middle school, not a glitz pageant. If you must relent, then buy her some clear lip gloss or flavored chapstick. But if you're asking me, I say keep it real till high school. Dear Wendy, my son is a senior in high school and he's failing. We're not sure he's going to graduate and he doesn't seem to care. He wants to drop out. I think it's very important for him to get his high school diploma. What should I do? I don't care your race, your creed, your color. If you don't have a college diploma these days, you're on the sidelines of life. And with no high school diploma, you're less than gum on the bottom of the shoe of life. I know people, plenty of people, who have no high school degrees, and they have had to doggy paddle their way to civilization. You don't want your son to be in this position. He's got to graduate high school. There's no other way. He's so close to that diploma, he can't let it slip through his fingers. If he needs to repeat senior year, he will do it, and you will accept nothing less. Grow a backbone, Mom. I mean it. If you have to make your point heard, then cut off everything that means something to him. No Christmas, no birthday, no car, no cell phone, no internet service to his iPad. You and your man need to be on the same page about this, and you need to enlist the school's help as well. Get on this boy's case and get him prepared for life. It's your responsibility as a parent. Don't drop the ball. Quiz. How you doing? What kind of parent are you? Number 1, your child is misbehaving. You A, bribe him to shut up with a candy bar. B, ask him to please behave. Or C, send him to his room for a timeout. Number 2, your daughter wants to go to school dressed like a streetwalker. You A, offer to take her shopping after school if she covers up. B, point out that Beyonce wouldn't be caught dead in that outfit. Or C, make her go back and change or be grounded for a week. Number 3, your son gets angry and disses you. You A, offer to make things up to him with tickets to a Jets game. B, tell him he hurt your feelings. Or C, threaten to crack his skull if he ever speaks to you that way again. Number 4, the assistant principal calls to say your child cut school. You A, pay him $1 for every day he stays in school. B, tell him how disappointed you are in his attendance. Or C, ground him. The only time he will be allowed to leave the house is to go to school. And finally, number 5, you smell alcohol on your teen's breath. You A, pour him a glass of top shelf and make sure he can tell the difference. B, warn him that hangovers hurt like a bitch. Or C, make him go to an AA meeting so he can see what his future might hold. Now, if you answered mostly A's, you're a pushover parent. I'm all for being a cool parent, but you're spoiling your kid rotten. Stop thinking of yourself as your child's friend. You're his or her parent, and you need to draw some lines and set some rules. If you answered mostly B's, you're a diplomatic parent. You try to be fair and honest with your child, allowing him or her to make choices as well as mistakes and grow from them. Just make sure you're not a pushover. Being patient and understanding is one thing. Being a doormat is another. If you answered mostly C's, you're a dictator parent. Tiger Mom's got nothing on you. You are strict and often rigid in your parenting. Frankly, I don't have a problem with this. I'm your mama and you treat me with respect. Just know the difference between tough love and bully parenting. Kids need rules and boundaries, but too many threats and punishments can lose their ability to make a point. Dear Wendy, my 3-year-old has a mouth like a truck driver. Just the other day, he said, "Fuck you," when I said it was bedtime. I think he gets it from his daddy, but I can't make him stop swearing. What to do? When I was a kid, there was no cursing in my home. My parents didn't tolerate us saying shut up, much less F you, and they had a litany of things that were off limits. I believe in a lot of ways I'm a better woman for it, and I'm certainly a better parent now. In my house, does my son hear cursing? Yes, he hears it from me. He hears it from his father. I use it when I need to. I use it when I've asked my son to do something 5 times and he hasn't done it, or when he really pisses me off. But he never swears at us. He knows what the hell would descend if he did. He's polite and respectful to his parents and his teachers. Of course he's picked up a thing or two. You should see some of the texts to his friends. There are 4-letter words there that I've never even heard of. Don't tell him that I spy on him. The point is, your son is too young to be using this language, and never to his mother. I'm sure he doesn't even know what it means, just that daddy uses it when he's unhappy or angry. I would talk to your husband and get him in on this. If he's the one who's building your son's vocabulary, then he's the one to do the explaining. Have him tell your toddler these words are not for children. They're mean and nasty, and they hurt people's feelings. I know it's a do as I say, not as I do kind of lecture, but you'll have a lot more of these down the road as parents. If you hear colorful language coming out of your kid, punish him. No more playing with Legos, no more watching TV, no more treats. He'll get the point. Dear Wendy, I'm obese, over 300 pounds, and I know my daughter is mortified. I overheard her on the phone with her best friend saying how she's embarrassed every time I pick her up from school. I feel so awful. What should I do? Okay, sister, you ready for some tough love? It's time for you to lose weight. It's not even about your daughter at this point. It's about you being healthy and happy with the way you look. Obesity is running rampant in our country, and as a former fatty and a woman who fights her weight every day, I sympathize and empathize with you. Not only did I used to be fat, but I'm also 5 feet 11 inches tall, so I was big and fat. Now I'm just a big girl with a little extra meat on her bones. And I feel better, a lot better. I know you can too. You've got to get control of your diet. I don't know how you're going to do it. You should probably talk to your doctor. You might be a candidate for gastric bypass or lap band surgery. A lot of people like Star Jones, Al Roker, and Lisa Lampanelli have seen wonderful results. Or, if you want to, do it the old-fashioned way. Push back from the table and get into the gym. Listen. Losing weight is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's going to take time to lose this weight, but if your daughter sees you putting in the effort, she'll be proud. You can't do anything about mean girls. Mean girls will always be mean until you shut them up by being better. And since you feel awful, don't wallow in your guilt and feel bad. Do something about it. Dear Wendy, I strongly suspect that my 15-year-old son is gay. I'm okay with it, but my husband isn't. He makes derogatory comments all the time about homosexuals. I don't know if I should confront my son or let him make the decision to come out when he's ready. What would you do? With all due respect, your husband's a jerk. I'm nervous for you to say anything to him about this situation. He might flip out and say or do something horrible and hurtful. He could traumatize your son for life. What I would do and what you should do are two different things because I'm not married to a homophobe. I couldn't live with this man, and I'm not sure how you will continue to do so if your son does come out. If you strongly suspect that your son is gay, then he probably is. A mother knows. I wouldn't talk to your son about it. I would be the best mother that I can possibly be, including always having an ear ready to listen to his pains and joys in life. And when I tell you you might have to prepare for divorce, I'm very serious. Your kid is going to have to deal with a lifetime of discrimination. The last place he should find it is in his home. Dear Wendy, my 4-year-old is a spoiled, rotten brat. I hate to say that about my own child, but she is seriously driving me crazy. Everything is give me. I want. I need. And when she doesn't get, she throws a tantrum or hits. Help me, Wendy. I seriously hope she's not hitting you. Oh no, that better not be happening. It's time to get a hold of this brat now. You think a kindergarten teacher is going to put up with this behavior? How about her classmates? Before you know it, you have a friendless little girl sitting in the corner by herself. She won't be invited to the birthday parties. You've created this monster, and now it's time for you to backpedal. Your daughter needs to get used to hearing the word no. Your daughter needs to get used to earning everything that comes her way. Wendy's final word: how to avoid kid drama. Number 1, practice what you preach. If you tell your kid no cursing in our home, that goes for you as well. At least try to curb the potty mouth. I know we're grown-ups and we don't have to follow the same rules, but this sends a mixed message to your kid. Do as I say, not as I do. Number 2, be involved. Know what your kid is doing at all times. I know you're busy. I know you've got a million things on your plate. But as a parent, you have a responsibility to keep track of whose house your kid is hanging at and what they're doing behind closed doors. Sometimes it means rearranging your schedule and your priorities, but it's also important. Number 3, don't let your kids call you by your first name. Teach them that adults are not to be addressed by first name. Number 4, snoop. Yeah, I said it, snoop. While they're at school, turn their bedrooms upside down. Look in the ceiling tiles, look underneath the rugs, look under the mattress. Look to see what your kid is doing, snoop. And then put everything back together so they'll never know. And don't forget to snoop on Facebook. It's very important. And number 5, and finally, love them. Even when they make you want to pull your hair out, love them and tell them every day. Chapter 8, Work Drama. I know my job is not good forever. I'm very practical about it. That's the thing with TV. They can always pull the plug. So I ask myself, what would I want to do next? What's the next chapter of my life? The biggest mistake people make at work is staying too long at the fair. You get comfortable, you get lazy, you get complacent. You assume the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. I don't buy that. I believe you always have choices. If your office is fraught with tension and drama and you're miserable getting up for work every morning, then for God's sake, do something about it. A long time ago, people would collect their gold watch after 30 years of service, but not anymore. Most people keep moving. How can you get anywhere if you're standing still? Dear Wendy, my boss is always criticizing and insulting me. Last week she called me stupid. I can't lose my job. I'm a single mom. What should I do? I understand that you're panicked right now. Losing your job at this point is not an option, but your boss is dead wrong for telling you you're stupid. A well-thinking person knows how to give constructive criticism without resorting to name-calling. So I want you to think seriously about a plan B. What else can you do? What are you skilled at? Can you send out resumes or check want ads online? Do you need to take some additional classes? Don't wait for the axe to fall, my friend. Be prepared. In the meantime, while you're lining all your ducks in a row, try to keep the peace with your boss. Have a conversation with her that doesn't end deadly. You have to get back to a place where your boss talks to you like a respectable human being. If that means sucking up until you have a way out, so be it. You have kids to think about. Just promise me you'll be proactive and find a new place to work where you're not someone's verbal punching bag. Dear Wendy, there's this girl in the office that's a total slut. She slept her way around the whole department, including my supervisor. Everyone's talking about her. Should I tell her? Hell no. Keep your mouth shut. One of the things that I'm most proud of regarding my nearly 30-year career is I never had to sleep with anyone to get to where I am today. But I can rattle off 25 or 40 names of girls who've slept their way to their positions. I have no respect for them. I don't think anything about them. They do what they do to get to where they need to get, and they have the morals of an alley cat or Monica Lewinsky. But I am also woefully aware that they can take my job at any point. If that happens, all I'll have is my integrity intact. That's the way of the world. Everyone's talking about her. Let them talk. Believe me, she knows, and she doesn't care. Girls like that don't deserve to stand next to girls like me and you. And they certainly don't deserve your friendship or sympathy. Dear Wendy, I worked with this guy on a project at work and he took all the credit. My boss has no idea how hard I worked. What should I do? You should speak up sooner rather than later. You don't want to throw your colleague under the bus, but you also don't want to be invisible in your boss's eyes. How would you feel if your coworker got a raise over this and you didn't? Or worse, if they had to make cutbacks and chose to let you go rather than him? Make a formal appointment with your boss and say you'd like to explain your work on the project in better detail. Give specific examples. Hopefully, this will teach you a lesson. You need to toot your own horn. There will always be people who don't play fair. Beware. Dear Wendy, I think my supervisor made a pass at me. I'm not sure because it was at the holiday party and we were both drinking 1 or 2 drinks. I feel awkward now being around him. Help. They call alcohol the truth serum for a reason. It loosens up our inhibitions and exposes the truth of who we really are and who we'd really like to be. As far as your boss making a pass at you is concerned, you aren't the first girl this has happened to, and you won't be the last. It's called sexual harassment, and you should not simply ignore it. This is your supervisor. He doesn't own the company. He's a working slob like the rest of us. If this working slob ever does this again, you want to have all the evidence and proof. Because when all is said and done, he can throw you under the bus and they can fire you from your job. It's him versus you, and you want to win. The only way to win is to be on the defense. Do not pound drinks back at any more office parties. You want to stay keenly observant, which means observing through sober eyes. And if you need to be around him, make sure you're not alone. And there's an open door. He showed you his hand. Hot topic: what to do if you're sexually harassed at work. The Equal Rights Association defines sexual harassment as unwelcomed verbal, visual, or physical conduct of a sexual nature. So it's not just your boss copping a feel at the company Christmas party. It can be a guy making a lewd remark like, nice blouse, or looking you up and down with drool running out of his mouth. It can be someone of the opposite or even the same sex. The result is always the same. You feel uncomfortable and you want it to stop. Honey, you have rights. You can take action. Number 1, don't quit. I know you want to run for the hills and avoid this scum at all costs, but if you quit your job, you will have no case. Number 2, know your rights. Read your employee handbook. There's always a sexual harassment policy in it. Follow the steps to the letter. If it says meet with someone, i.e. a higher up, or with someone in human resources, then waste no time. Number 3, put it in writing. Every disgusting detail of this dirtbag's behavior, anything you've experienced or witnessed against you or other employees. Number 4, sometimes it's not sexual. Sometimes you're simply being discriminated against because of your gender. Are you being given lesser assignments, receiving less pay or commission, made to work less desirable shifts because you're a woman? You can and should report it. Number 5, they may not fire the offender. Believe it or not, according to the law, they don't have to. He may simply be warned or made to take sensitivity training. Hopefully they move his ass far away from you to another department to avoid any conflict. And finally, number 6, take it to the next level if the behavior continues. You can report it to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Go to eeoc.gov or even hire an attorney to sue the bastard and the company. Dear Wendy, I'm in a dead-end job with no future. I've been working in the same government agency for 7 years and I've never gotten a promotion. I don't have a college degree and I don't think I can get a better position without one. Help. Your dead-end job is your dead-end fault, and I'm saying it like that. I've always billed myself as a hustler, a person who's one step ahead of what the boss has to say regarding where my future goes. The idea that you have been in the same job for 7 years and you have no future? Listen, that's your decision. You could have gone to school and earned a college degree, or at the very least gotten your junior college degree, which is only 2 years. You don't think you can get a better position because you have no confidence in yourself. So yeah, I'm blaming you. I hate to talk tough, but if you're thinking you have no future, you probably don't because you don't believe in it. What should you do? Go back to school, not full-time, but part-time. You need to better your education. Maybe take some specialty courses to get on the fast track to being proficient in a field you like. You don't need to share with anyone that you haven't gotten a promotion in 7 years. This is an abomination, an embarrassment. Where is your backbone? Now, I've used the word backbone a lot in this book because I feel that a lot of you need to rely on yourself. I can't help you until you can help yourself. I suggest that you fire up your life on 25 cylinders and get it together. Everything's got to change, including your attitude. Oh, no, she didn't. Dear Wendy, my coworker is always making personal calls. We share a cubicle and she's on the phone all day, bitching at her boyfriend. She even called her gyno once and spoke to her about genital warts. Seriously, Wendy, TMI. How do I get her to shut up? Tell her, sweetie, could you keep the details of your vagina to yourself? If you're sharing a cubicle, then apparently she's your equal. In an effort to keep the peace, you might want to pull out a thesaurus and pick kind words and speak to her diplomatically. Give it 3 months and see how or if it's changed. If it doesn't, go to the boss. Dear Wendy, I got a raise. My best friend at work didn't. She asked me if I had gotten one, and I kind of lied to her and said no. Now I feel weird. Don't feel weird. This is competition. This is part of the reason why back in the girlfriend chapter, I took a pretty hard line. I learned early the difference between saving my own ass and saving a friendship that could one day mean absolutely nothing to me. Your girlfriend at work is not paying your bills. It's also none of her business if you got a raise, even if she sees that you bought a beautiful couch from Neiman Marcus or a hot pair of Louboutins. It's none of her business how you were able to afford them. I don't condone lying, but she put you on the spot. You better stop feeling weird about this. You done good, girl. Enjoy your raise and the praise, and don't give this girlfriend a second thought. Dear Wendy, my husband hates his job as a contractor and wants to quit. He thinks I should go back to work as a maid, which I hate. And he'll stay home all day and sit on his ass. He says we have no family, so it's not a problem to take a break. What do you think? Oh, no, he will not. If you had kids and he wanted to do the whole Mr. Mom thing, I'd say maybe. But since you don't, it's not his right to leave a job he hates and stick you in one that you hate. Hundreds of thousands of millions of people in this country hate their jobs. Just because you hate it doesn't mean you can quit it. It sounds like you both need to reconsider your careers, and this should be done fairly and squarely. Sit down and talk over how you're going to make some changes. Maybe he trains weekends or nights for a new career and keeps his old one until he has some other offers, and you start looking in the want ads for a new profession to help support the household. One day you may have a family, and this will not be an option. You'll have hungry mouths to feed. Do it now. Do it for yourselves, and do it for each other. Dear Wendy, I'm 30 and single and have no kids. I know I'm in the wrong profession. I hate being a bookkeeper. I want to go back to school and study nursing. Do you think it's too late? My parents say I'm crazy. Well, under other circumstances, I would say you're crazy too. For example, if you were responsible for a family, this might not be the best decision. But since the lane is clear for you to do whatever you want to do, I say do it. Go back to school, become a nurse. Keep your job as a bookkeeper because that's what's going to pay for nursing classes, but take courses at night or online. As far as your parents are concerned, make their words to you white noise. You're not asking them for money, are you? You don't need them to babysit. Parents often tell us we're crazy about our career choices. Mine sure did. It took my TV show to make them understand, oh, Wendy was right. To them, anything out of the norm is stupid. But you know better. You know it's smart and gutsy and the way to go. Dear Wendy, my boss called me in her office and said someone complained about my attitude to her. I have no idea who ratted me out or what they said, but I'm going to kill whoever said it. Using the words ratted and kill suggests to me that you may indeed be sporting some tood. I think what you need to do is check it when you come in the door to your workplace. Your attitude is not going to get you a raise, and it's not going to get you brownie points. Do not confuse being a bitch with being a fierce leader. I don't think you should be asking me, what should I do? Instead, how about what did I do to compel your boss to call you into her office, and how are you going to clean it up? Stop worrying your pretty little head about who dropped dime on you. Instead, make an appointment with your boss and find out what was said. Was it a specific situation or a general complaint? Explain that you want to be a team player and you're willing to make whatever changes need to be made. You have coworkers and you have to co-work with them. If you're not, then I suggest you get your resume ready. Quiz. How you doing? What kind of employee are you? Are you a diligent team player or a kiss-ass complainer? Employees come in all shapes and styles. Answer the questions honestly and check your score below. Number 1, your boss suggests from now on, everyone comes to work on holidays and Saturdays. You, A, smile and say, great idea, Chief. B, take a survey of your coworkers. How do they feel about it? Or C, ask him what crack he's been smoking lately. What a stupid idea. Number 2, you have nothing to do at work. You, A, offer to clean your boss's office and maybe his shoes need buffing. B, ask any of your coworkers if they need help on a project. Or C, play a few rounds of solitaire on your computer to pass the time. Number 3, a new person is joining your office team. You, A, buy her lunch and make sure your boss sees your generosity. B, give him a tour and introduce him around. Or C, Google him and get as much dirt as you can. Number 4, one of your coworkers is having marriage troubles and can't concentrate. You, A, bring this to your supervisor's attention. No one needs a weak link. B, offer to take her out for a drink after work and take her mind off of it. Or C, ask her if her husband is interested in dating yet. You have a single friend who'd be perfect for him. And finally, number 5, your boss asks you if you want to take on a complicated new project. You, A, hug him and tell him he's made your dreams come true. B, ask him if you might have a few people to work with you on it. The more great minds, the better. Or finally, C, tell him, gee, that sounds great. Almost as much fun as a root canal. If you answer mostly A's, you're a bootlicker. Your boss says jump and you say how high. Have some dignity. This approach to climbing the work ladder won't work in the long run. No one respects a spineless brown noser. If you answered mostly B's, you are a people pleaser. You want to earn the trust and admiration of your coworkers and supervisors, so you do the best to be considerate, fair, and a friend to all. Unlike the bootlicker, you're sincere. Just make sure people don't take advantage of your kind nature. If you answer mostly C's, you are the office a-hole. I hate to say it, but if you have this much tude, no one is going to want to work with you. Where do you get off? Mouthing off at your supervisor is not the best way to succeed in business, unless you're trying to get fired, in which case you're doing an excellent job. Oh, no, she didn't. Dear Wendy, my boss just had a baby and thinks it's totally fine to breastfeed in the office. I think it's gross and inappropriate. I walked in on her the other day and saw her boob. Am I supposed to just ignore it? Yes, you are. But personally, I think she's taking advantage of people's tolerance. I have no problem with public breastfeeding when it's an emergency situation. Your breasts are engorged and your baby is screaming to be fed. By all means, breastfeed. But your boss seems to be making an intentional declaration of her mothering. Because if it's in the workplace, that means there's a bathroom. And if you're in the bathroom, there's usually a bathroom stall. She could also lock her office door so an unsuspecting employee won't barge in and get an eyeful. She's done none of the above, so I think you need to be the one to be on guard. Knock. Shield your eyes. Call first. Make it sound like you're being super considerate, not avoiding another titillating situation. Dear Wendy, my office is relocating to another state. I've lived here my whole life, and my friends and family don't want me to go. I'm a single mother with a toddler, and I don't think I have a choice. Advice, please. If I listened to friends and family and paid attention to where they were geographically located, I would never have had the Wendy Williams TV show. I would never have had my radio show, and I would have been stuck with a bunch of complacent people. So I say ignore the voices in your head and those from your family and friends. This is about you as a single mother and putting food on the table for you and your child. In life, there are a lot of things that we don't want to do. It's time for you to move on and make your way. You'll make new friends and Skype the old ones. Please don't let being comfortable be the reason you jeopardize your future. It's time to grow up and leave the nest. Now. Dear Wendy, I have a lot of health issues, asthma, gallbladder, kidney stones, etc., and I had to take several sick days this year. My boss gave me a warning, and I'm worried he's going to fire me. Help. I'm sorry to say this, but he probably will. Your boss is under the gun to get the best players into position to make the company look good. I'm so sorry for your health issues. If you're worried he's going to fire you, then you must have a suspicion that you are on his radar. Can you play well? Can you not take off for the little things, only the big ones? Make sure you get a doctor's note for every sick day to cover your ass. And in the meantime, I'd get an attorney. You need to investigate the legal ramifications of what your boss is going to do to you and what recourse you have. This is a very, very difficult but common situation that many people are in right now. You have rights, and there's something called the Family Medical Leave Act that protects an employee who is incapacitated by a serious illness. Do the best you can do and take care of yourself. Wendy's final words: how to have less drama at work. Number 1, no friends at work. Sorry to sound so cold, but as a woman who's had to scrap and scrape her way through the workplace, I will tell you they never work or last. You can have mutually respectful acquaintances or people you go to lunch with. Just don't go sharing your deepest, darkest secrets with anyone who's on the payroll. Number 2, no lovers at work. Yeah, I met my first husband at work and married him, and look how well that turned out. See Chapter 2. No matter how cute he or she is, try to do better. It's not worth the aggravation or the potential aftermath. Do not shit where you eat. These are words to live by. Number 3, dress the part. Don't dress for the job you have. Dress for the job you want. So when you see casual Fridays come and everyone is wearing sloppy jeans, you look put together. No rips, no Rolling Stones t-shirts, sleek and chic. It's the best way to be taken seriously. Number 4, keep your computer clean. Stay off Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr. Don't go IMing your boyfriend. Big Brother is probably watching, and if not him, then your coworkers. This is considered pilfering company equipment for personal use, and companies do not go easy on it anymore. And finally, number 5, move in silence. Do not share what you're doing with your coworkers or your bosses. It's nice to make small talk at the water cooler, but don't inform them about your weekend plans, your fight with your boyfriend, your STD. Seriously, only need to know info. Keep your personal life personal before it comes back to bite you in the ass, and it will. Someone will inevitably share whatever info you gave out, and the whole office will know you have crabs. Chapter 9, Neighbor Drama. When I was growing up in Ocean Township, New Jersey, we lived across the street from the Rzuskis and the McDonoughs. Everyone was in the same house for 30 years period, and we knew these people intimately. It doesn't happen like that anymore. Neighbors come, neighbors go. Not everyone is Mr. Rogers singing, "Won't you be my neighbor?" Some people are downright ornery and inconsiderate. Sometimes you're the offender and you don't even know it. We had a situation at our house. Our property is pitched on a hill, and a tree fell in the neighbor's yard. The roots were clearly on our side, but it was on a part of the property we don't normally stare at, so I had no idea it had happened. It had apparently lain there for at least a month, and we had done nothing. One day, our neighbor next door ding-donged and pointed it out and asked me to haul it out of there. We're not great friends, so I considered this friendly fire. I immediately called our landscaper and told him to remove it. Then I sent a muffin basket with an "I'm sorry" note. We're good. Never underestimate the power of a muffin basket if your neighbor is causing problems. Dear Wendy, my neighbor next door in our apartment building is a pig. She leaves shoes, umbrellas, even kids' bicycles in the hall. When I told her to take it inside, she said I could stick it. Not that I'm defending anyone leaving their shit on someone else's turf, but it's not unusual for a busy mom in a crowded apartment to leave shoes, umbrellas, and bicycles in the hallway. These things in the hall make for more space in the apartment. She's not going to change because she can't. Her apartment is small, and her reaction should tell you she doesn't want it. Until you move to a better situation, whether it's a detached house or an apartment building that has storage in the basement, there isn't much you can do, except one thing. Talk to your landlord anonymously. Let him know the apartment number and the floor where all the things are sitting in the hall. Let him be the bad guy. Maybe he'll buy an umbrella tree or some shoe bins and make things look a little tidier. I'd tell you to stop aggravating yourself and just worry about your own space. It's not worth it. Oh, no, they didn't. Dear Wendy, the people who live above us are having some crazy animal sex all night long. I hear moaning, panting, and bed banging. It's driving me nuts. Help. Sexual sound effects are not fun unless they're happening in your own boudoir. I'd bake a pie or buy some cookies and go upstairs, gift in hand, and have a little talk. It might be awkward because it's about their sex life, but don't dance around the issue. If you're old enough to have your name on a lease, then you're old enough and mature enough to talk to your neighbors sensibly and directly about what's bothering you. But if you just can't bear the confrontation, you can always play dumb. Something like, "I have no idea what all the commotion could be, but I'm hearing a lot of noises from your apartment late night. Is there something you can do to quiet it down?" Hopefully they'll muffle the moaning from now on and let you get some sleep. Dear Wendy, this woman next door is an old lady, and I feel bad saying it, but her apartment stinks. I can smell it every time she opens the door, and it makes me sick. I know she can't get out much and has health issues. Should I tell someone or get a gas mask? Tell the landlord and your superintendent. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on the old lady. Oftentimes, elderly people are too frail to open windows and let the fresh air in. They can't make it to the incinerator with old newspapers or trash, and they can't get out to the store and buy Febreze. This doesn't seem like a volatile situation, so I don't think you have to hide the fact that you're doing the complaining. Horrible, stinky smells are sometimes more than horrible, stinky smells. They're health hazards, and you have every right to have the situation checked out and rectified. Please don't feel guilty. Dear Wendy, my neighbor got a puppy and our building doesn't allow pets. The thing keeps yapping and whining all day, so someone is bound to find out. I feel like I should tell the super, but my neighbor is a nice lady and I don't want to rat her out. What should I do? I love dogs. I grew up with 3 dogs and 2 bunny rabbits, but if the building does not permit pets, your neighbor has no right to harbor a fluffy little friend. As nice as she may be, I would complain to the super. I would complain loud and proud. I would find out who lives on the other side of this person and across the hall. They have to be hearing the same yips and yaps as you. There's safety in numbers. Think of it this way. If you were in your apartment puffing away on a cigarette in a no-smoking building, people would be complaining about you. I feel for pets, but this woman has broken the rules of the building. She needs to send her pup elsewhere or move out. Dear Wendy, the guy down the hall likes to smoke cigars and the smell is unbearable. He says he can do anything he wants. It's his apartment, but I can smell it all the way in mine. How do I get him to stop? Guess what? There's no sign on the wall that says this is a no-smoking building. You've complained to this guy. You've come to no resolution. My suggestion to you would be to go out and get the best HEPA filters to clean the air and the best screens for your window. Open those windows wide. When we smoked our weed and cigars in college, we would put a towel at the crack base of the front door and it would act as a filter and absorb the smell. You might try the same trick to keep the cigar stink from invading your place. But there's nothing else you can do. The guy is right. He can smoke if he wants in his apartment. I hope the next time you move into a place, you knows better and make sure it's a no-smoking building. Quiz. How you doing? Are you the neighbor from hell? I'm not pointing any fingers, but you know what you do and how you behave. Take this quiz and rate your good or bad neighborliness. Number 1. You bought a mattress for your bedroom. You put the old one, A, in your neighbor's driveway till you can figure out what to do with it. B, on your front lawn. The kids will love using it as a trampoline. Or C, in the garbage and call someone to haul it right away. Number 2, you smell smoke coming from the next door apartment. You A, assume they burned dinner and ignore it. B, call and leave a message on their machine. Is there something burning over there? Or C, ring the doorbell, and if no one answers, get the super to check and make sure they're okay. Number 3, your dog took a dump on your neighbor's lawn. You A, give Fido a reward for his excellent aim. B, leave it alone and hope they won't notice or step in it. Or C, scoop the poop before they find out. Number 4, your kids trample your neighbor's flower bed with their bikes. You A, make sure not a single rose remains. B, hide the bikes in the garage. They can't accuse you without evidence. Or C, make your munchkins apologize and offer to pay for replanting. And finally, number 5, your neighbor has been feeling under the weather and her landscape is a mess. You A, snap pics of her gnarly bushes and burned grass and post them on Facebook. B, put a fence around your property so you don't have to look at it. Or C, offer to have your teenage son do some yard work for a small fee. If you answered mostly A's, damn, I hope you never ring my bell. Why so antagonistic? Even if they let their dog poop on your lawn all the time, you're not making things any better. Take the higher road. If you answered mostly B's, you like to mind your own business and stay out of everybody else's. It's not a bad policy. It's just not going to win you any popularity contests in your hood. Just make sure your laissez-faire attitude isn't being construed as negligence. If you answered mostly C's, you get the gold star for neighborhood nice guy. But you want to know my opinion on this? You don't need to be best buds with all the people on your block. Cordial, yes, but don't offer to babysit their kids or walk their dog. Trust me, they'll use and abuse you because they can. Dear Wendy, the house next door has a broken alarm that keeps going off and waking us at night. We've nicely and politely ask them to fix it, and nada. Every time my alarm goes off and the situation doesn't warrant it, we get a $75 ticket from the town police department. It's happened to me twice over the years, and the cops come and they're pissed. Trust me, it made me call the alarm company the next day and check it out. You've tried to resolve this yourself and it's not working. So if I were you, I would go to the police and have them put the screws to this woman. Get the law on your side. They'll make note every time her alarm sounds, and eventually she'll get tired of paying tickets and get it fixed. What she's doing falls under the heading disturbing the peace. And trust me when I say the men in blue will not let her get away with it. Dear Wendy, a nut job moved on our block. I say this because she sits on her porch chanting and doing yoga. The other day, she was walking to the mailbox on the corner in nothing but a baby doll nightie. What's up with that? There are always going to be people in your neighborhood whom you don't particularly care for. So you're not thrilled with this woman's lifestyle. If you don't like it, move. Until then, you can drop subliminal hints. I'd march over there with a muffin basket and find out what she's all about. Maybe she's a yoga instructor or a Buddhist monk. When it gets colder, she'll move her practice inside. And the next time you spot her walking down the street in her skivvies, play the part of the cautious, concerned friend. Do you think it's safe for you to be walking around like this? Nutty or not, this person is a part of your hood. Try to find the humor in the situation. Sounds like she could be more entertaining to watch than a sitcom. Dear Wendy, I'm convinced I live next door to one of those hoarders from TV. Seriously, I went over one day to deliver a package that accidentally came to my house, and she opened the door and you couldn't see in. There was so much crap. I know it's none of my business, but I think it's a fire hazard. Help. Yeah, it's not just a fire hazard because a lot of other things are probably living in her hoarder's crap. Like vermin, like bed bugs. We're talking health hazard here. Hoarding is nasty and unsanitary, and when it gets out of control, it affects the entire community. No one is safe in this situation. Eventually, it'll affect property values because when people find out that they're buying a house in a neighborhood with a hoarder, they'll run. So I'm on your team with this. Call the health department. They'll handle it from there. They won't let up. They'll make her clean up her act or else. Dear Wendy, my neighbor is always borrowing things from me, like batteries, milk, sugar, or change for the laundry, etc. It's beginning to get on my nerves. What should I do? You should stop lending. Batteries are expensive. So is milk, so is sugar. Change for the laundry? No, ma'am. Nickels and quarters add up to dollars. Dollars add up to your retirement fund. Do not lend another thing. Simply tell your neighbor that you don't have any of the above. Every time your doorbell rings, tell her you're out of whatever thing she wants. There is no need to be nasty. In fact, you can sound all apologetic like. After the third or fourth try, she'll stop and find another borrowing buddy. Dear Wendy, a total hottie moved into my apartment building. We met in the elevator. He's a volunteer firefighter. Need I say more? Is it totally stupid for me to show some neighborliness, or is a hookup with someone in your building a bad idea? Any advice? Your idea of neighborliness is jumping between his legs? I see where your mind is going here, straight to his crotch. Look, it's not advisable. If you have a falling out, he'll be in close proximity, no matter how hot he is. Hooking up with a neighbor is much like hooking up with a coworker. In my opinion, it always ends ugly. So I would tell you to fantasize about your fireman, but refrain from anything that involves you and he igniting your own flames. Hot topic: avoiding neighbor drama. Neighbors come, neighbors go, but we all have one common goal: to live in peace and harmony. Here's how. Number 1, courtesy goes a long way. My husband and I leave the house very early to go to the TV studio in Manhattan, sometimes when it's still dark and our neighbors are sleeping. So we leave the headlights off on our car until we get to the end of the driveway. No one would appreciate bright lights shining in their bedroom as a wake-up call. It's that simple. Be considerate. If by chance the dry cleaning service drops off a suit that was for next door, walk it over. Think how you would want to be treated and treat your neighbors with the same care and respect. Number 2, give them a heads up. If you're throwing a big party at your place, make sure your next door neighbors know that it might get loud and late. Give them a card with your phone number. Call me if the noise is too much. Don't call the cops, call me. They'll appreciate the warning. Heck, maybe they'll even get out of town for the weekend. Number 4, keep your property up. Please, God. Ugh, don't be the bum-ass house on the block. Keep your lawn mowed, your leaves raked, your kids' crap out of the driveway. When our garbage cans are empty, the wind sometimes whips up and blows them down the street. Do you think we let them stay there? We race out and gather them up so we don't give anyone a reason to complain. And finally, number 4, don't share service people. I've learned from experience, my lawn care company is not the same as my neighbors. My plumber is not the same. Why? Because service and repair people are nothing but gossips. You get to know them while they're fixing your fridge and you say, "So, what's going on next door?" And they tell you everything. They also take your information and spread it around on their next call. Yeah, the outside of the house looks beautiful, but inside it's a mess. There are holes in the wall, the furniture is terrible, and she's a hoarder. Whatever. The Roto-Rooter dude and the Maytag repairman have big mouths. If you want your business to be your own, then don't share your source for repairs. Chapter 10, Online Drama. I have a love-hate relationship with Facebook. I love it because you can keep up with friends and what's going on in their lives, and they can follow your news. When I'm busy, it's convenient, and it eliminates hours on the phone catching up. What I hate about it is that it gets in the way of real relationships. It complicates things, and relationships are complicated enough. I grew up with face-to-face conversation, none of this texting and emailing or Skyping stuff. We sat down over coffee or a cocktail and chewed the fat. Technology makes communication easier and faster, but it also makes it less personal. I need to sit down with my son and my husband and ask them, "How was your day?" Could I email or text? Sure, but it's not the same. And the way things come across in text can easily be misunderstood. You can't tell if someone's joking or teasing in a post. You can't read their body language or their facial expressions. For that reason alone, I'm a big believer that the minute you're in a serious relationship, you take a break from online chatter. Don't post your relationship status update. Don't look at your boyfriend's wall and try to figure out which girl he was dating before you. Take a tech time out and give your relationship the attention it deserves and needs. I know you think I'm a 50-year-old fuddy-duddy for saying this, but I believe it. Social networks can screw up your relationships faster than you can say, "I am me." Dear Wendy, my new boyfriend unfriended me on Facebook. He said it's because his guy friends say rude stuff all the time, but I'm not sure. Do you think he's hiding something? Darling, I'm not sure either. I'm 50-50 on this one because guys do say rude stuff, immature guys. But Facebook is a great place to believe you can hide things. If he's your boyfriend, he should want to share. Tell him you're a big girl, you're familiar with boy talk, and it won't faze you. If he still refuses, then I would think twice. What else is he going to hide from you if your relationship gets more serious? There needs to be a policy of full disclosure, both on Facebook and beyond. Dear Wendy, my friend tagged me on these high school photos on Facebook. I was fat and pimply in high school, and the last thing I want is for people to see me like that. I swear she's doing it on purpose. What do you think? I don't want to believe that your friend is a mean girl. Does she really know how upset you are? Does she respect your feelings? Unless the photos are pornographic, copyrighted, or in violation of Facebook's terms of use, administrators will not remove them from your friend's profile. You can untag them on yours, but they'll still be out there. Have a conversation with your friend. Ask her politely to please cease and desist. In the meantime, I want you to take a good, hard look in the mirror. Look how far you've come. You're not that girl anymore. Honey, be proud. Weren't we all fat and pimply in high school? Do you really think people are going to look at these old pics and think any less of you? My high school photos were pretty awful, but I own up to the person I was and the person I've become. I suggest you stop worrying about the past and focus on your fab future. Dear Wendy, my boyfriend found out I two-timed him and it was ugly. We're both 25 and we've been dating since grad school. He took some videos of me half naked and drunk back then, and now he's threatening to post them on YouTube to get back at me. I'm afraid to break up with him for fear of what he might do. Help! Welcome to the crazy cyber world we live in, where you can make a mistake and someone can be an ass and post it for the world to see. How many celebs have wound up with unwanted publicity because some ass of an ex did this to them? I always tell girls, particularly women who are single and having a good time, never fall asleep naked. You don't know who you can trust these days. I'm going to address you one subject at a time. First of all, you're two-timing. Things happen. You're 25. When a guy does it, society chalks it up to him being a man. You don't get that kind of break. Women who cheat are branded with the scarlet letter, and that's where your boyfriend is coming from. He's pissed. He hates you for hurting his pride. He can't get beyond it. Guess what? Whether you stay with him or not, if he wants to put raunchy videos of you on YouTube, he will. You can't stay with him to placate him just because he's blackmailing you. The relationship is over. It was probably done way before this episode. If you were cheating, you weren't happy. I don't know what you do for a living. Certainly something like this can come back to haunt you. See if you can get your hands on the video. How bad is it exactly? Is there a boob hanging out? Is there crotch showing? Or are you in a t-shirt and panties? Look, you made your bed. You're going to have to lie in it. Just please learn from it and don't allow yourself to get caught with your pants down again. Dear Wendy, my college roommate thinks it's funny to tweet embarrassing stuff about me. Today, she wrote that I was on the rag, and yesterday she said I got drunk and puked in the dorm hallway. It's none of her business, and I don't need her announcing it. What do I do? Your roommate has stepped over the line so many times that I can't wait for the semester to end so you can change. Talk to your RA now and get those wheels in motion. Look, you're in college. Things happen. I've been there and done it. I've got a million stories to tell you about my very own puking in the hallway. Difference is, nobody was tweeting it. I'm not sure what her rationale is. If I had to bet, I'd say she's jealous and she's trying to take you down a notch. The worse she makes you look, the better she looks. You have to speak to her. When you do, try to control your anger. Practice in front of the mirror a few times if you need to. The gist of what you're going to tell her is that you do not appreciate her tweeting the goings-on in your life. You're a private person, and because you share a space, she's privy to what goes on in your life. You expect her to respect your wishes and your privacy. If she doesn't, then go to your RA or another dorm official and complain. Her behavior is not funny or acceptable. Dear Wendy, my husband complains that I'm addicted to Facebook. He says I'm online all the time talking to my friends instead of paying attention to him. Give me a break. Well, I must tell you, if your husband made this observation, there's probably something to it. You're probably on Facebook a lot, and perhaps he's worried that you're gossiping or venting about him. You can't overlook communication and nurturing in your marriage. When you do, it's the beginning of the end. So what I will say to you is, block off a particular amount of time every day, and that's your Facebooking time. It should be no longer than 45 minutes or a solid hour. Time yourself and get off when that time is up, and give your hubby a little more attention. Watch a movie or a TV show together. Go for dinner. Cook his favorite Sunday breakfast. Make him feel wanted and needed, not just a break between posts. Wendy, I am furious. My 15-year-old daughter put inappropriate pictures of her and her friends on Facebook. Skimpy clothes, sexy poses. I threatened to pull her account, but she says all the kids do this stuff. What should I do? Pull her account as of yesterday. Don't even give her a date or a time when you plan on turning it back on. This is a 5-alarm fire, and it needs to be put out. Your child is showing you that she's not mature enough to be on Facebook. My Kevin is 12, and all of his friends in 7th grade have Facebook accounts. He knows he's not getting one until we say so. N-O. But even when we do allow him, I want all passwords. I want to see what he's writing and whom he's talking to. I want to know every photo he puts on his wall. This is a non-negotiable in my home. I wish you luck because your daughter is going to be extremely unhappy. She may even try to open an account behind your back. Warn her of the repercussions. Her ass will be grounded for the rest of her life, and monks and monasteries will get to go to more parties than she does. She has to earn your respect and trust before you will ever let her back online again. Hot topic: cyber safety. Having a social network is fun, but it can also be dangerous. From phishing to identity theft, a crook can learn anything and everything about you from what you blab online. So here are my tips for cyber safety. Number 1, change your passwords often and don't make them something totally obvious like your last name or the last 4 digits of your social security number. It doesn't take a genius to figure that one out, and don't give them out to anyone. Number 2, never email important information like your credit card number, your bank accounts, the combination to your safe deposit box. I don't care if it's your hubby who's asking. Never over the internet where any savvy hacker can tap into it. Number 3, never post what you don't want the world to see. Sure, you think no one's going to watch your YouTube channel. Then all of a sudden it goes viral because you've made such an ass of yourself. Number 4, remember that once you post, it's tough to take it back. You can delete, but chances are it's already out there. Read and reread before you press send. Number 5, everyone will know your business. If you post your resume on LinkedIn, if you include your phone number, email, and address on your Facebook profile, you're inviting people to find you. In my opinion, the less said, the better. If they want to know, then ask them to message you privately. Maybe I'm a paranoid woman who works in New York, but I just assume there are creeps lurking around every corner who are waiting for me to let loose these kind of details. And finally, number 6, limit and manage who can see your photos and profile. I'd restrict this to only your closest family and friends, not some guy you met at the supermarket checkout. Dear Wendy, my ex found me on Facebook and sent me a friend request. Is it a bad idea to friend him? It's not like I'm giving him my phone number. Well, it depends on why he's your ex. If he was abusing you, cursing you out, and hitting you, then he's an ex for a reason, and no, it's not a good idea. He should be dead to you, including on Facebook. But if it was just that you broke up for irreconcilable differences, then sure, why not? It doesn't mean that you're going to date him again. Just keep an eye on the unfriend button. He may be friending you to scope out what you're doing and who you're doing it with. I've been known to snoop on Facebook in the past. It's a great way to spy on someone. Don't assume his reasons are all friendly. Dear Wendy, my husband stays in touch with his exes on Facebook. He says it's not cheating, but it makes me really pissed. What should I do? You tell your husband it's either them or you. That's right, I said it. And any one of you who's listening right now and calling me insecure, guess what? It's not being insecure. It's living and learning and knowing that an ex is supposed to be excommunicated and expelled from your daily doings. Your husband's got to put himself in your position. What if your exes came along and you started friending them? And you said, oh, it's not cheating. Would he like that? Doubt it. I don't like that your husband's being so cavalier about something that is bothering you and me so much. This right here is a little battle that needs to be fought. I hope that your husband respects your wishes. You don't need anyone around in his life who knows his ecstasy face, okay? Dear Wendy, is it wrong to check my husband's emails? I know his password. I kind of want to know whom he's talking to when he's up late working on his laptop. Girl, I'm going to be brutal and tell you yes, it's okay to check his emails. If you're suspicious, if something is making the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end, then I think you should listen to your female instincts and search his inbox. That said, I don't think you should make this a constant habit. It'll create a tremendous amount of distrust if he finds out. Then he'll want to check your emails, and it'll get ugly. Have a look-see, and if all is fine, then put your mind at ease, please. Oh, no, you didn't. Dear Wendy, I got arrested in college a few years ago for an anti-fur protest on campus. When people Google me, it comes up, pics and all. I'm terrified some guy I meet and get serious with will see it. What should I do? Listen, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I'm proud of you for standing up for something and taking time out of your day to picket and protest. Good for you. Don't be embarrassed by it. Any boyfriend who's not down with the salt of who you are is not boyfriend material. For now, put it out of your head. You'll deal with it when the time comes, because I'm sure the time will come. It's not something you have to mention or bring up until he's your boyfriend. We all have skeletons in our closets. Google just makes them a lot easier to find. Dear Wendy, how truthful should I be on my online dating profile? I think you should be very truthful. The most important thing is that you post pictures that reflect who you really are. There's nothing wrong with cheating the angle or retouching here and there, but don't invent a persona. Don't post a picture of Tyra Banks and claim that it's you. Don't say you're a lawyer when you're a paralegal. There's creative embellishment, then there's telling whoppers. You can always use fancier words for things you might not want to reveal in such a direct way. For instance, if you mop floors for a living, say you're a maintenance engineer, which is the same thing as a janitor. If you're not exactly the size you want to be, maybe you're carrying an extra 25 pounds around your hips, and you're still working on that, then crop the picture from the waist up. Don't be concerned with every detail, just the important ones. Wendy's final words: how to avoid online drama. Number 1, never say in a text, email, or post something you would never say to someone's face. Number 2, online communication can easily be misconstrued. Even if you use one of those emoticons, how do I know if you're saying something in jest or being serious? Before you freak, make sure you have the whole story. Number 3, don't hide behind a cyber mask. It's easy to sit at your computer and be someone else. No one can see you, right? Be honest. The truth will always get out and bite you in the ass. And finally, number 4, don't become an online addict. Monitor the number of hours you spend at your computer, on social media, etc. If it's getting in the way of you living your life, i.e., you haven't left your house in 3 days, then pull the plug. Chapter 11, Body Image Drama. My mother and father put me on my first diet in first grade. I grew up being told by my dad, "Wendy, you have such a pretty face. If you would just lose some weight." I was never allowed seconds of anything. I had a weekly weigh-in day. My parents would tell me to strip down to my t-shirt and panties and make me step on a scale every Friday until I was in 10th grade. I learned how to manipulate the numbers. I knew that if I set the scale on the bathroom floor mat, I would weigh about 2 pounds less. If I leaned harder on my right heel, I would be about 5 pounds less. I used to hate back-to-school shopping. My mother would sit there on the bench making faces as she watched me peel off my clothes. She would criticize the way I looked and tug on the clothes. "Oh my gosh, you've gained weight since last September. Now here you are in the bigger size." I would bribe my brother to sneak me Twinkies and tell my mom he ate them, not me. I would eat all the cake and candy I could get my hands on and drop the wrappers behind my bed so my parents didn't know. I was such a wreck over my weight that I wet the bed until I was 12. I know this all sounds cruel, but I have forgiven my parents and I love them. If they hadn't sounded the weight alarm back then, I would have probably kept eating. So maybe they did me a favor. If they hadn't put the brakes on, I might be an obese woman today. I'm not sure. But I do know that the weight issue did a huge number on my head. When I look in the mirror now, I'm constantly critical of my body. There, I shared it with you. Constantly critical. Right now I weigh 175 pounds and I'm 5 feet 11, and I think my body looks terrific 5 out of 7 days a week. But I've had several surgeries to get to this place. I had large volume liposuction in 1994. I had my breasts done because I was an A cup on one side and a B on the other. And after I had my son, I followed up with a tummy tuck because I gained 103 pounds. When I get out of the shower, I always pinch and pull to see where I can do better. I go to the gym twice a week. I work out very hard with my trainer. I'm always counting calories, right down to condiments. I'd rather eat mustard than mayonnaise because mustard has no calories. I can see a lot of you nodding your heads right now. Oh yeah, this sounds familiar. Judging from the amount of questions I got on this topic, I know there are many of you out there dealing with body image drama. We need to be honest with ourselves. I say fix what you can and deal with the rest. Let me tell you, it might take you a full 50 years, like me, to become right with your body, but do the best you can. Dear Wendy, I think my 22-year-old daughter has an eating disorder. When I ask her about it, she says leave her alone and that she's not a baby anymore. She's trying to be an actress and says the camera adds 10 pounds. I know she resents me for interfering, but I'm worried. What should I do? Start by telling your daughter that you love her and that her body is fine. But I'll be honest with you, no matter how much positive reinforcement you give her, she's being influenced by the outside world. She sees these actresses on TV and in the movies and on magazine covers airbrushed to death, and that's what she thinks is beautiful. Eating disorders are rampant in showbiz. Sometimes I hug an actress on my show, and it's like I'm hugging skin and bones. Just remind your daughter that she's beautiful and she's worthy, and there is a place in the acting world for everyone. If you seriously suspect an eating disorder, you can reach out to a support group to help you intervene. Don't ignore it if your mama radar is sensing there's a dangerous problem here. Hot topic. Is it an eating disorder? If you notice any of the following, don't hesitate to get help. The National Association of Anorexia Nervosa and Associated Disorders is at ANAD.org. And the National Eating Disorder Association is at nationaleatingdisorders.org. Both have confidential helplines. The sooner you help a loved one, the better her chance for recovery. According to experts, these are red flags for an eating disorder. Obsession with body and or weight. Obsession with calories. Dieting even when already thin. Rapid, unexplained weight loss or weight gain. Taking laxatives or diet pills. Compulsive exercising. Making excuses not to eat and avoiding situations that involve meals. Going to the bathroom frequently. Eating alone at night or in secret. And finally, hoarding or hiding junk food or high-calorie food. Dear Wendy, I have a huge ass. I'm not talking Beyonce or Kim Kardashian bootylicious. I'm talking too big to fit into the seat on the subway. I'm not overweight. I just always had a lot of junk in the trunk. I don't know what to do about it. Help. If you feel your huge ass is derailing your confidence and making you uncomfortable, then I say stop suffering and do something. There are only two options here. Either you can accept your ass the way it is, and doesn't sound like you want to do that, or get a reduction. I would not suggest surgery because it requires anesthesia, and I think people take being put under way too lightly. Look into mesotherapy at www.mesotherapy.com or Smart Lipo at www.juvaskin.com/smartlipo.htm. They'll take you down little by little. You won't totally lose your ass, but it will get smaller and more contoured. A few needles in your behind once a week for the next 12 weeks might do you well. But I also want to point out that lots of women would kill to have your assets, wah, wah. But enlargements are all the buzz. But in the end, pun intended, you're the one who has to be happy. Dear Wendy, since I had 2 kids, my boobs are hanging down to my knees. My husband wants me to get them lifted and offered to give me plastic surgery for my 40th birthday this year. Do you think I should? Your breasts have served you well. You've nourished 2 children, and you're obviously a woman of a particular age. Your husband wants you to get them lifted. So if it's something you want to do for yourself, not just for him, then you've earned that right. No apologies, girlfriend. Since he suggested it, maybe you can both do the research together. Find the surgeons, go to the appointments, and talk about it together as a couple. I went through it with my husband, and I was grateful to have his support as well as an extra pair of ears when listening to all the medical jargon. Dear Wendy, I know you can understand this. I hate being tall. I'm 19 years old and 5'11". I can never wear heels, and I'm tired of always bending over to talk to people. And what guy wants to go out with an Amazon? Sister, you're preaching to the choir. When I was your age, I also hated my height. I very rarely wore high heels, and I would slouch or round my shoulders or lean on one hip to shave off a few inches. All of this stuff does nothing but wear on your self-esteem. Girl, you're not going to get any smaller. It's a short world we live in, and you've got to embrace your height. The sooner you do it, the better. Hopefully you won't be like me. I didn't own it until I was 33. I would never date short guys. I always wore dumpy flats, which made me look like a fashion don't. I promise you, it's the most liberating feeling to come to terms with your height. I love sexy 4 and 5-inch heels now, and I get upset when I'm not the tallest woman in the room. Be proud and happy that everyone has to look up to you. Dear Wendy, I'm 24 and I have really bad teeth. Some are broken, some are crooked, but I can't afford to go to the dentist and get them fixed. I'm really embarrassed to smile. What should I do? I'm telling you right now, fix your teeth. I'm a tooth person. I spent 4 years in braces and I'm proud of the results. When my teeth start to fail me, I will get them all pulled out and get the biggest, whitest chiclet smile known to man. It makes me cringe when I see people with screwed up teeth, particularly women. How you care for your teeth reflects how you take care of the rest of your life. Bad teeth will keep you out of good jobs and hold you back from socializing. And I hate to hear that you don't like to smile. What kind of life is that? I know dental work is expensive, and not many insurers cover it. Save your money if you can, or look into dental schools or clinics that offer free or low-cost treatment. Dear Wendy, I'm a 21-year-old woman with the body of a 12-year-old boy. Seriously, no boobs, no curves, no ass. My best friend says I should have some enhancements made, but A, I can't really afford it, and B, I'm terrified to go under the knife. Is there anything else you can suggest? First, I'm going to ask you to do your best to fall in love with your body. Learn how to work it. Learn how to dress. For instance, a wrap dress is better for your body type than a straight sheath. A wrap dress creates a waist for a woman with no waist. Also, you might want to go bra shopping because there are bras that will pad and pump and push up what you have. There are even undies that can lift and pad and give you a more shapely butt. Fake it till you make it. I'm going to say no to surgery for at least another 10 years, and I'm going to tell you why. Surgery is very expensive. And you are too young right now to be throwing away $10,000 on breast implants. You have student loans to pay back and your first apartment to move into. So unless your parents are going to pay, good luck, then hold off for a few years. In the meantime, why don't you go for a consultation? It'll cost you about $200 depending on the surgeon you go to. Look online, do some research. This way, if you decide to get surgery down the road, you can start saving your money sensibly right now. Dear Wendy, I want to have a boob job, but my mom is dead set against it. She said I should embrace what God gave me and not try to change it. She also said sluts have boob jobs. How do I convince her? I'm 20 years old and I live at home, so she still calls the shots, but I hate being an A-cup. Well, your mom sounds like my mom did. You know what? By the time I got my boobs, I was 29, owned my own home, and had already saved my money up for the surgery. So I didn't need her money or her permission. Breast implants are a luxury. I know you want them bad, but you should not max out a credit card or take out a loan at the bank. When I got my breasts done, I didn't tell my parents. They lived in Daytona Beach, Florida, and I went down to see them during one of my vacations. I already had my boobs and the liposuction done, and I arrived in a big old sweatshirt and sweatpants and went directly to the pool. I took my clothes off right there, and they saw the new me in a bathing suit. I knew they wouldn't say a word because they were sitting around the pool with their condo friends. I don't think they could speak anyway. They were in utter shock. So that's how I did it. If you want to have a boob job one day, your mother has nothing to say about it. But you're right. While you're living at home, she's still the boss of you. And when you get your boob job, this is the one thing that I will say. Think long and hard about it. I have no regrets about mine, but I do wish I had gotten them a cup smaller. In person, they're beautiful, glorious, and luxurious. I got them under the muscle, so I don't need a bra. My headlights work fine. My husband loves them. I love their proportion to my body, but they're big. And I know that when you're an A or a B cup, it's so tempting to go big or go home. Make sure you can live with the results. Dear Wendy, my 28-year-old sister is morbidly obese. I'm talking 300 pounds. And I think she needs to get a gastric bypass so she can look better. She tells me to mind my own business, but I know she can't be happy the way she is. Help. I'm sure she's not happy the way she is, but she's 28 years old, so mind your own business. Take it from someone who comes from a critical family. I've heard more mean and cutting comments from my big mouth family than I care to remember. You love your sister, you hate to see her suffer, I get it. She probably does need surgery or a very good diet, but that's her choice and her decision. If she wants to eat herself into an early grave, as sad as it might seem, there's nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry for the tough talk. Dear Wendy, I hate my face. I'm 16 and I have serious acne. No matter what I use, and trust me, I've tried everything at the drugstore, it still won't go away. Can I go to school with a bag over my head? Of course you can't. And I want you to understand that you are not alone. Half the 16-year-olds in this country are cursed with terrible acne. I'm sure you've used the best over-the-counter stuff you can find. You need to do more than that. You need a good dermatologist. When my son was younger, he had terrible eczema, and nothing I used on him would cure it. It used to be a part-time job for me. I took him to 1, 2, 3 doctors, and finally the 4th dermatologist figured it out. Listen, you and your mom or whoever holds the insurance card in your house need to concentrate on fixing this. At this point in your life, you're old enough to do some of the legwork on your own. You can start calling around and researching good doctors in your area. Ask your regular doctor to recommend someone. You need to go to a real dermatologist and get a prescription, and I promise you, things will clear up. Dear Wendy, 3 months ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I'm okay. I'm 23, and they caught it early and were able to do a lumpectomy. But I had a few rounds of chemo and lost most of my hair. I don't want people to pity me. I don't want to wear a wig or a hat. I just feel like such a freak when I look in the mirror. I know it'll grow back eventually, but right now, I'm depressed. What should I do? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about what happened to you, and I'm glad you're okay. I would suggest that you do some therapy so that you can talk your way through this. I would also suggest a wig. Yes, I said a wig. I'm not talking about a costume wig that you go to Ricky's costume shop and buy, but a real wig that would cost you a couple of real dollars, but will help you and your self-esteem. You know I wear wigs, right? My own hair is thin. I don't love it. So wigs make me feel more glam and beautiful. There is no shame in it. I feel like it's a sexy accessory. Go to a real wig shop. I can tell you right now, I live in New Jersey, and there is not a decent wig place within a 15-mile radius. But I make an effort to go to the city where the wigs are good. Don't order online. You need to go into the shop and sit down and have someone walk you through the process. You need to try on. Don't bring any of your friends with you. This is not a joke. This is a tool to help you feel better about yourself. You're not a freak. You're an amazing, strong, courageous woman who has kicked cancer at 23 years young. I'm in awe, truly. Quiz. How you doing? Do you have a healthy body image? Are you always avoiding the mirror or proudly modeling what your mama made ya? Answer these questions honestly and check your answers below. Number 1, on the beach, my outfit of choice is A, an itty bitty bikini, B, a long sleeve muumuu, or C, a one piece and sheer cover up. Number 2, when I look in the mirror, my first reaction is A, damn, I look good, or B, who the hell is that person? Or C, not bad for 2 kids and no sleep. Number 3, the last item of clothing I bought myself was A, sexy lingerie, B, Spanx, or C, a flattering pair of jeans. Number 4, if someone asked, what famous person do you look like? I'd reply A, Miss America, B, The Biggest Loser Before Losing, or C, the only person I like to look like is myself. And finally, number 5, the thing I love most about my body is A, everything, I'm one hot mama, B, give me a minute, or C, my smile, it comes from within. If you answered mostly A's, you are body proud and sing your praises loud. Good for you for being so confident. Just don't let your head get too big. They don't make Spanx for XL egos. If you answer mostly B's, someone needs to give you a body image pep talk fast. Nobody and no body is perfect. So stop picking on yourself. If you answered mostly C's, you have a healthy body image, but like most of us, myself included, you can get down on yourself now and then. You have the right idea. Focus on what's fabulous, not the flaws. Dear Wendy, no matter how much I shave, wax, or pluck my body, I am one hairy woman and I hate it, but I give up. Maybe I should just let it all hang out like the ladies in Europe. Your thoughts? Ugh, men in Europe don't mind their females furry, but to be perfectly honest with you, I don't love it. I don't have a lot of body hair, and I got mine professionally removed, all of it, about 15 years ago. I went to a plastic surgeon, and because he had the type of laser machine that was good on black girls, I did it. Laser might work for you, but it's not 100%. I have to shave maybe once a month. It's not a whole bunch of bushes and tufts anymore. Maybe just a little fuzz, but I know it's there and it's not my thing, so I make sure to upkeep. As far as you are concerned, to each her own. As long as you run into a guy who appreciates, a hairy woman, you can do what you please. Dear Wendy, I'm embarrassed to have sex with my boyfriend with the lights on. I feel like everything looks all lumpy and bumpy, especially when I'm lying down naked. I think he thinks I'm nuts, but I like to keep the room pitch dark. What should I do? Every girl's been there. Nobody's born with bedroom confidence. It's something you have to teach yourself. And when you find it, the lights are on, the blinds are open, and you never swathe yourself in a bedsheet to go to the bathroom after sex again. Your boyfriend obviously thinks you're hot, which is why he's your boyfriend. He obviously thinks there's something sexy about you, and that's why he enjoys having sex with you. He doesn't notice the lumps and bumps, so don't dwell on them. I will tell you what's better than a good body: confidence. Confidence is the sexiest thing in the world. Men are fairly simple creatures. They tend to believe whatever bill of goods you try to sell them. So if you think your bod is so unattractive that you need to be in pitch blackness to make love, well, he's going to believe you. I suggest you invest in a dimmer switch. The softer light is flattering. Also, I don't know what you sleep on, but I like to sleep on animal print sheets. I always feel like I look thinner when I lie on them. By all means, walk around the room with supreme confidence. Roll your shoulders back. Engage your core, aka hold your stomach in, and walk proudly, even if you don't believe it. Keep doing it until you do. Guys are visual. They like to look at it. Let him take a gander and project how proud you are to be a womanly woman. When his eyes light up, I promise you won't want to be in the dark anymore. Oh, no, you didn't. Dear Wendy, I'm a post-op transgender female. I don't go around announcing it, if you get my drift, but I'm pretty damn hot. I get a lot of guys coming on to me. I'm dating this guy now, and I would like it to get more serious, i.e., have sex, but I haven't told him yet. I'm afraid he'll freak. I'm 100% woman. Do I need to tell him that I wasn't this way forever? Uh, you need to be upfront, in my opinion, even before the first date. I've seen a new vagina, and it doesn't look like a God-given vagina. This guy needs to be filled in and fast. This is a dangerous game to play with someone, and this is how people get hurt or killed. Look, there are a lot of men who would understand what you are and still enjoy being with you, but there are probably more men who are immature, adolescent, and insecure and would freak out. Tell him in a very mature way, in a public place with a lot of light and outside of a car. Make sure there are people around so if he spazzes out, they can help you. And by the way, if he doesn't freak and he's fine with it, it means you weren't his first. Be careful, and in the future, please practice full disclosure. Wendy's final words: tips to avoid body image drama. Number 1, see the big picture. There isn't one celebrity out there, not even the ones who win hottest man or woman alive, who loves every single inch of his or her bod. We all wish we had bigger or smaller this or that. Instead of picking yourself apart, look at the whole individual. Who are you? What are you? Who loves you? And whom you love back. That, my friend, is what matters, not the size of your ass. Number 2, wise up. I don't need to tell you, do I, that any photo you see on magazine covers is airbrushed to gorgeous, glossy, no cellulite insight perfection. They're meant to sell magazines. They're meant to pull you in. Please don't look at these images and compare yourself. No one, I repeat, no one is a natural beauty. To look that good takes hours in the makeup and hair chair and some pretty high-tech photo retouching. Understand you're being duped by the media and don't buy into it. And finally, number 3, be good to your body. Bad diets, pills, binging, starving, where will that get you? Most likely sick and stressed out, maybe even dead. Part of loving your body is treating it with respect. The more you do for it, the more it will do for you. Eat right, exercise, take deep breaths. Chapter 12, Style Drama. Someone asked me the other day to describe my style, and I didn't even think about it. The word redundant came out of my mouth effortlessly. Yes, my style is redundant. When I love something, I buy lots and lots of it. Case in point, I've been wearing black leggings for as long as I can remember. I got my first pair at Bloomingdale's when I was in college. They zipped on the side and had stirrups under my feet. I used to wear them so much I would have to soak them in the sink because I couldn't get my laundry done fast enough. Fast forward to 2013, I still wear black leggings just about every day. I have designer pairs that cost $800, Walgreen pairs that cost $5. I have leggings for workout, leggings for clubbing, leggings for work paired with a black turtleneck and a chic camel jacket belted at the waist. Way back when I was much larger, I would wear leggings and a 5X men's shirt from the Rochester Big and Tall store. In that way, my style has evolved. I like to feel clothes next to my body now. I like them to hug me tight. I call it snatched. I've paid so much for the body I have and worked so hard to be disciplined with my eating and exercise that I have banned big shirts from my wardrobe. I don't want any room for doubt that I might be gaining a pound or 2. When I pass my reflection, I like to see my handiwork. All that said, I do think personal style is a choice. Don't listen to what people say. You make your own fashion rules. I was once described as a walking, talking Christmas tree many years ago, and I swear I wasn't insulted. I loved it. I'm from Jersey, and I love all things sparkly. My style may not be for the faint of heart, but it fits me. Anyway, let's talk about you. Dear Wendy, I love my cleavage. I was born with these girls, and I'm proud of them. All of my friends and family wish I would keep them in check. I say there's nothing wrong with a neckline that shows off that you are all woman. What do you think? When I first got my implants, I was that girl. In fact, I was that girl for about 5 years. The lower the neckline, the better. Now, I'll be honest with you. I look back at that period in my life and think, gosh, I was really vulgar. I think sometimes you can have too much of a boob thing going on. You have to ask yourself, are you being tasteful or letting it all hang out? A hint of cleavage in public is fine. Going practically topless is not. I know you're happy. I know you're proud. Just make sure you're being flashy, not trashy. If that's the case, I'm going to have to agree with your peoples. Perhaps you need to put them away now and then. Dear Wendy, my sister has no taste, and I'm not exaggerating. She'll go to work in some crazy polka dot dress, a yellow shirt, and platform go-go boots. She buys all of her clothes from thrift shops and vintage stores. I've been with her on the bus, and I know people laugh. She looks like a freaking circus clown. Am I supposed to say nothing and let her go on dressing this way? Yeah, you are. Leave her alone. I have a very conservative older sister, and some of the things I wear off the show embarrass the hell out of her. Guess what? Her opinion doesn't count, nor does anyone else's. The only opinions I care about are my husband's and my son's, and they know better than to open their mouths if they know it's good for them. People who dress like your sister are usually very creative types. If she hasn't gotten fired from her job, then her employer is probably fine with her flamboyant fashion. Personally speaking, I believe in freedom of expression, and I don't think you should tell someone how she should dress. I know you're trying to protect your sister from people laughing at her or being cruel, but let her make her own choices and fight her own battles. She's a colorful character, and that's something to be applauded. That's the only way I want to see you lending a hand. Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, my husband dresses like a slob. He always wears dirty jeans and old t-shirts. When we first met 10 years ago, he was in an office job and he wore nice suits and ties. Now he works construction and he says he doesn't need to be fancy. But does this mean he needs to be a pig? FYI, I find construction workers very, very sexy. But I understand what you're saying. This is what you're going to do, and I want you to pay close attention. Your man is going to get organized and get himself 2 wardrobes. Or better yet, you're going to help him with that. Wardrobe 1 is the dirty-ass stuff he wears on the construction site. Wardrobe 2 is the stuff he wears around you. He doesn't need to look like he stepped out of GQ, but for God's sakes, at least be clean, fresh, and unwrinkled. Since you're the one complaining, I'm counting on you to be the one to help him fix this. Buy him a pair of new jeans and a nice polo shirt. Treat him to a bottle of cologne so he smells nice. Tell him you'd love to see him this way, and when he does clean up, run your hands through his hair and show him your appreciation. And we know how men like us to show appreciation. He'll get the point. Dear Wendy, my boyfriend bought me a leather jacket. It was a really nice gesture and expensive, but I don't wear leather or fur. Since I'm a vegetarian, I thought he would know that. Should I tell him and risk hurting his feelings or just bury it in the back of my closet? You should tell him, and please don't blame him for not knowing. Just because you're a vegetarian does not mean you don't wear leather. You don't have to be hiding the jacket from him. At some point, he's going to wonder where it went. Be loving and kind and don't be dogmatic about it. Go and return it together and get something that you like. He'll appreciate your honesty, and next time be smarter with his gift giving. Oh, no, he didn't. Dear Wendy, I got this really cute cropped haircut for my 21st birthday and my boyfriend freaked. He said he loved my waist-long hair and that I've ruined myself. I know it's a big change, but do I need to ask his permission to change my hairstyle? You don't need to ask his permission, and I hate the way he's talking to you. He said you ruined yourself? Excuse me? So he prefers long hair. Does that mean that you have to have it all Rapunzel-like down to your waist? No. How dare he? Hair grows back, but you can't take back hurt feelings. I don't like anyone messing with my looks or telling me what to do. I've had enough boyfriends like that, and it's the reason none of them are my husband. I say, cut him out of your life, girlfriend. You need a new dude along with your new do. Dear Wendy, my 16-year-old daughter came home last week with her nose pierced. I wanted to kill her. How could she do this to her beautiful face? She says all the girls are doing it and I'm old-fashioned. Would you let your kid get a piercing? I told my son that he could get his ear pierced when he was in high school and no tattoo until college. These are my rules and you have yours. But you know that 16-year-olds do sneaky things like this, and it may be because all of her friends are doing it. Welcome to the times in which we live. The damage is already done, so all you can do is prevent future piercings. Make sure she understands that while she's under your roof, your rules apply. Sit her down and set some parameters on what she will and won't do now. I know from experience with friends that kids who have eyebrow, nose, and tongue piercings eventually tire of them. The holes close up. Your beautiful girl will go back to having her innocent face. Let's just pray she's going through a phase, and I hope the nose ring is tiny and not a big bull ring. If it is, I'd kill her too. Dear Wendy, this guy I'm dating is a tattoo artist and asked me if he could do some body art on me. I'm not a prude. I know it can be cool, but I'm just not sure that tattoos are my style. I work at an elementary school and I dress pretty conservatively. How do I handle it? You handle it just like you told me. Tell him how you feel and why you feel that way. Tattoos aren't for everyone. I have a tattoo and I wish I never had to get it. My mommy tummy tuck mark went from hip bone to hip bone because I had a lot of loose skin. The scar healed beautifully, but you could see the line. I was putting Dermablend on every time I wore a bikini. So one day, about 9 years ago, I had this midlife crisis and made my husband go with me to the tattoo parlor. I took a few belts of Jack Daniels and got this vine and star inked right where the line was. It's pretty stupid, but it serves its purpose. No more Dermablend. As for you, you're dating this guy. Respect him and respect what he does for a living. Ask him to do the same for you. I find it perfectly sensible to think about your career and your lifestyle before putting ink on your body. If you're going to get a tattoo, get something cute that you can hide, not his initials. But don't let him push you into it. I'm not a tattoo person, and I'll tell that to anyone who will listen. I think women on the red carpet with tattoos showing on their arms or backs in evening gowns look ridiculous. If you feel the same, then that's your right. Dear Wendy, I'm goth and my parents think it's gross. I've been dressing this way since I was 14 and now I'm 18. They're on my case to grow up and stop wearing dark makeup and dyeing my hair black. They say I won't get a job unless I do. What do you say? Shouldn't I be free to be me? You have 30 more seconds to be free to be you before I agree with your parents. And I mean that. You know I've said I don't like people messing with my personal style, and I don't like to mess with other people's style. But come on, let's be practical. Your parents are right. Nobody's going to hire you wearing black nail polish and goth makeup. You might be the happiest person on the planet, but who can tell under all that darkness? You're going to have trouble getting a job and trouble getting a man. Are you okay with that? Being goth is limiting your connection to the rest of society. So here's my advice. Save your look for special times, like when you're going out at night or when you're with friends who are accepting. During the day, you need to straighten up and fly right. Quiz. How you doing? What's your style personality? Are you a hoochie mama, a haute couture queen, or somewhere in between? If you're not sure, then answer the following and check your answers below. Number 1. The 3 words I would use to describe my look are A, TNA, B, professional, polished, chic, or C, edgy, artsy, fun. Number 2. My outfit is never complete without A, 4-inch stilettos, B, pearl earrings, or C, nail art. Number 3. My style icon is A, Snooki, B, Michelle Obama, or C, Nicki Minaj. Number 4. If I'm going to a party, I'll wear A, no underwear, B, a cocktail dress, or C, something that gets everyone's attention. And finally, number 5, most of my clothes are A, see-through, B, basic black, or C, neon. If you answered mostly A's, you're flashy. I'm being polite here because I think sometimes you overdo it and cross the borderline into trashy. I'm someone who loves to feel sexy and confident, so I get what you're going for, but there are ways to go about it, and commando is not one I'd recommend. Tone it down a tad. I want you to look like a hot babe, not a hooker. If your answers are mostly B's, you're classy. No one would ever accuse you of not looking put together. Just make sure your attempts to dress appropriately don't translate into drab and boring. It's okay to accessorize and spice things up a little, especially when you go out at night. Save the conservative attire for day and let your hair down a little. And finally, if your answers are mostly C's, you're artsy. I know a lot of music and entertainment people that fall into this style type. You like to push the envelope with your outfits, and big and bold are your mottos. Honey, this Jersey girl salutes you. Have fun with your fashion. Just make sure it doesn't set tongues wagging at work. What I wear on TV in front of millions of viewers is not necessarily what I would put on to go clubbing. Get my drift? Dear Wendy, I noticed this woman I work with wears the same clothes every day. I don't think she has a lot of money, but they're looking pretty worn, and I feel bad for her. Should I offer to loan her some of mine or give her a gift card to Gap? That's very generous of you, and there is a way you can do this so she doesn't feel bad that her dignity has been shredded. I'd suggest giving her a gift card to a store where she can get cheap, cheerful new clothes. Try to make it for an occasion like her birthday or a holiday or even a thank you for a job well done. Be delicate and tactful. Don't mention that you notice she has nothing to wear. Don't act like you pity her. I'd give her a $25 or $50 gift card to Target, Walmart, Kohl's, or Kmart. These are all great stores where she can get a lot more bang for her buck. Dear Wendy, this guy I really like invited me to a wedding. What do I wear? I don't have any money to buy new clothes, and most of the clothes in my closet are casual. I can't even borrow because I'm a big girl and none of my friends are my size. And why would you think you can't find any clothes that cost nearly nothing just because you're a big girl? Scout out Target or Walmart for something simple like a little black dress or a long, flowy maxi. If you don't have time to hit the racks, shop online. I love Torrid on the web at torrid.com for their hip and modern looks. Dress up that dress with a pretty scarf or shawl, some dramatic costume jewelry, and heels. Make sure they're not scuffed. Make sure your makeup, nails, and hair are perfection. Cinderella's fairy godmother couldn't have done it better. So get your butt to that wedding and have a great time. Dear Wendy, I'm a bag whore. I can't stop buying purses, totes, and clutches. I love them, and I wear a different one every day. I have about 100 in my closet. My husband says it's a disease. I say it's my style and my prerogative. I work, and it's how I want to spend my money. Wendy, what do you say? Whew, I love bags too. You know why? Because bags never let you down. As women, we get fat, we get thin, we get old, but our bags are always our friends. And I have a world-class collection of bags, all different shapes, designs, and colors. They call to me. My husband, like yours, doesn't think I need so many. That's because men, for the most part, carry only one bag, and that's to stuff their smelly gym clothes in or to tote around papers and a laptop. So here's what I say on the subject. If you can pay for your own things, you don't need to ask your spouse's permission to splurge now and then. Hopefully your purses aren't so pricey that they're digging into the family income. If they're not, then stop showing your hubby everyone you bring through the door. Let it be our little secret. Hot topic. When should you spend on a trend? In today, out tomorrow. Before you lay out your hard-earned cash on the latest fad and kick yourself later, consider the following. Number 1, will it last? No one has a crystal ball that can tell you if a trend is fleeting or here to stay. You have to use your head. Is this an item that has longevity? Can I pair it with lots of things in my closet? Can I wear it several different ways, i.e. a scarf tied around my neck, my waist, my purse? Can it be altered, shortened or recycled into a new look when this one phases out? Could the cut or color be considered classic? Here's a hint. If it's neon yellow, it's probably not going to be around for long. Number 2, can you pull it off? You need to be brutally honest with yourself. Just because Rihanna is rocking it doesn't mean it'll look good on you. I say try anything once, but if you're not feeling it, leave it on the rack. And finally, number 3, is this an impulse purchase? I love a bargain. When I see something marked down or with a 50% off sign hanging over it in the store window, I drool like Pavlov's dog. But I urge you to be wise with your buys. If you see something trendy that's on sale, don't just snatch it up. When items get reduced in price, it's usually for a good reason, i.e., they're about to become yesterday's news. Unless you truly need it or want it, keep on walking. Dear Wendy, I hate my husband's old college sweatshirt, so I tossed it in the incinerator, not thinking he'd notice. He noticed. Should I fess up or play dumb? Oh, your husband and I have a lot in common. There are certain things that I cannot throw out for sentimental reasons. Don't be grossed out, but I kept my son's belly button that fell off when he was a baby in the freezer for 12 years. I also have an old college sweatshirt and a couple of things from high school that I would absolutely die if someone incinerated. The crown jewel of my keepsakes is the pair of underwear that Kevin wore the first night we had sex. They're pieces of nostalgia. They're pieces of me. Do not tell your husband what you did. It was insensitive. Please don't fess up. He will never forgive you. Play dumb and pray he has a spare somewhere. Oh, no, you didn't. Dear Wendy, my boss gave me an expensive pair of gold earrings for my birthday. They weren't my style, so I returned them to the department store and bought myself an eye touch. She asks me why I never wear them. Now what? If I were you, I would have kept the earrings. Sorry they might not be your style, but it wouldn't have killed you to keep them in your desk drawer and put them on now and then. It's important to stay on your boss's good side, and something like this could really make her sour on you. For someone else in your life, I would say be honest and tell them the truth. But with someone you work for, you're going to have to fib to save face. Tell her you lent them to your mother. Tell her she just flipped over them and begged you to let her borrow them. Don't tell her you lost them, because that shows you're irresponsible. If you have the money or you can return the eye touch, I'd encourage you to purchase them back and wear them every few weeks. Your boss spent a pretty penny on you. Keeping them and wearing them is the politically correct thing to do. Oh, no, you didn't. Dear Wendy, I borrowed my sister's diamond studs to wear to a wedding and I lost one. I can't afford to replace it, so I went out and got a pair of CZs that looked the same and gave them to her. She hasn't figured it out yet. Should I tell her? I wouldn't. If she can't tell the difference, consider yourself blessed. Hold on to the real stud and pray she doesn't ever need to get them appraised. I have real jewelry and fake jewelry, and I swear sometimes I can't tell them apart. If you feel very guilty, then save your money and one day buy her a matching diamond stud and swap them out for the fakes. But until then, unless you want a sister who never speaks to you or trusts you again, keep your lips zipped. Wendy's final words: how to avoid style drama. Dare to wear whatever you like. It's your personal choice. Just keep in mind the following. Number 1, don't get in debt. Yes, you want to look good, but you don't want to max out your credit cards in the process. Keep an eye on your spending and set a reasonable budget for monthly purchases. Number 2, runways are not reality. Just because you see something in magazines or on the red carpet doesn't mean it belongs to you. Learn to interpret trends that fit your look and your lifestyle. Number 3, weed out your wardrobe. If more than half of your clothing is from the 80s, I'm recommending an extreme style makeover. And finally, number 4, loosen up on labels. If your motto is Prada or nada, you're too hooked on designer duds. It's okay to splurge now and then on status items, but If all of your clothes have someone else's name stitched to them, it's time to rethink. Chapter 13, Money Drama. I'm very comfortable talking about money. Most people aren't, but I have no problem going up to someone and saying, OMG, I love your bag. How much was it? I like to know what things cost, and I don't mind discussing numbers. I think it's because I was financially oblivious for so long. When I was growing up, I always assumed there was a money tree growing in the backyard. My mother had the diamonds and the furs and the Lincoln Continental and the BMW 735i. We had a beautiful house on an acre and a housekeeper. I had more Calvin, Gloria Vanderbilt, and Izod than I knew what to do with. My parents never talked about finances in front of me, so I grew up blissfully ignorant. As a result, I was a spender for years and the money ran out quickly. When I was 27, I was not thinking of putting money in the bank for my golden years. Now, pushing 50, I think about it a lot. Now, I'm a saver. There's nobody funding my retirement but me, and I did not marry rich. I like fancy cars, and I can afford them, but not before putting money away for my son's college fund. That's what age does to you. It makes you more sensible. When I became an adult and my parents weren't paying my way anymore, I was suddenly confronted with how much everything costs. I didn't know how to handle it, and it took time for me to understand financial responsibility. I went through a lot of lean years. Today, I thank God I have a job on TV and a steady paycheck, and I can afford to give my son a good life. Do I allow myself to splurge now and then? You're damn right. Most recently, on this sparkly purple bag I saw in the Louis Vuitton store in Vegas. I hesitated. I thought it was ridiculously expensive, but my husband talked me into it. Wendy, do it, he told me. You work really hard. You deserve it. So $5,000 later, it was on the plane coming back home with us. Despite my occasional designer bag binge, I've learned that money should be respected. It's not something you should hand over easily. Not to a friend, not to a store, not to your kid who says he needs yet another pair of $150 sneakers. I think long and hard before I shell out. I put away quite a bit before I treat myself. I balance my checkbook. I make sure my bills are paid on time. And I'm teaching my son to do the same. We talk money in our home. Little Kevin understands that nothing is simply handed to you. He has a bank account and he works for every cent he's given. When he buys something he saved up for, he's so proud. I know money is the cause of a lot of drama in people's lives. Whether you have more or less, it ignites fires. So treat it with caution. You're playing with matches. Dear Wendy, I'm 30 years old and I'm broke. I'm living paycheck to paycheck, just trying to pay my rent. I don't know how to dig myself out of this hole I'm in. Help. Even though you need most of what you make to live on, you have to start saving. That is the only way out. Stop going to Starbucks and paying $7 for coffee. Make your coffee at home. You need to assess your life and decide what can stay and what needs to go. Can you find a cheaper place to live? Sell your car and take public transportation? Give up the fancy haircuts and mani-pedis and do it yourself instead? You hear what I'm saying? You need to pare down. I was you many years ago. We all go through it when we're trying to establish ourselves. If you can sock away even $5 a week, it will make a difference. Every cent you put into your nest egg will help it grow. Hot topic, fast cash. Looking to wind up with a little extra money in your pocket at the end of the month? Why not? Here are my tips. Number 1, withdraw only from your bank ATM. Unless it's an emergency, don't take cash from any ATM that charges a fee. You may be paying as much as $3 every time you withdraw. Number 2, turn a hobby or a talent into a business. Sell your wares on Etsy or eBay to earn extra cash. Or look through your attic or closets for antiques that some collector might want. I know a woman who sold her old Barbie dolls for $500. Number 3, buy bulk with a buddy. Hit Costco and split a case of whatever you need with a friend. Number 4, freeze leftovers and reuse scraps. If a recipe calls for a half an onion or 1 clove of garlic, don't toss the rest. Save for another day. Number 5, swap, don't shop. Ask friends to come over and bring clothes and accessories they no longer love or wear. You all trade and walk away with a new wardrobe without spending a dime. Number 6, bring lunch. If you spend $5 a day on fast food, it adds up to hundreds a year. Brown bag it once or twice a week and put that $10 in your piggy bank. And finally, number 7, break a bad habit. Smoking and drinking may cost you thousands of dollars a year. Ditch your vice and your insurance premiums and medical bills will also go down. Plus, you'll live longer so you can enjoy what you socked away. Dear Wendy, my 25-year-old best friend just inherited a lot of money. She's going crazy spending it. New car, new clothes, new furniture, fancy restaurants. I told her to slow down and put some away. Should I mind my own business? If I got a windfall like that, I would at least put some in the bank. I think she's being reckless and stupid. How can I help? You can't tell her how to spend her money. The second you do, she's going to tell you you're jealous and the friendship will be over. Right now, she's not seeing tomorrow. She's hit the jackpot, and that's all she's focused on. She wants to have fun, not open an IRA. I get it. I was the same way. I hope she wises up and matures before she blows everything she has. You can try to broach the subject lightly. Something like, girlfriend, I love all the stuff you're getting, but I hope you're saving some too. Otherwise, just keep your mouth shut and resist the urge to lecture. And look on the bright side. She's going to need a partner to go to those fancy restaurants. She's going to need a wingman in that expensive car of hers. If she insists on being reckless, you might as well go along for the ride. Dear Wendy, my husband and I are going through some rough times. He lost his job and I make minimum. My grandma left me a lot of jewelry when she passed away. He thinks I should sell it. It's the only thing I have left to remember her by. Okay, I know it's sentimental, but your grandmother is looking down on you and she understands. Keep one piece to remember her by, your favorite one, and sell the rest. Your husband doesn't seem like a Svengali who's making you sell Granny's jewels. He's out of work, and you need the money. If this will keep your heads above water for a while, then by all means, don't think twice. Sell it. Dear Wendy, I asked my boss for a raise, and she flat out said no. I know she's given other people in my division raises, but I've noticed that they're all married with families. Am I supposed to make less because I'm single? It's not right or fair, but silently, it's done all the time. A lot of companies discriminate against single ladies. I've got a friend who's the same age as me, who's not married and has no children, and she gets stuck with shitty hours and the shitty vacation time. Why? Because the married coworkers get Christmas Eve, Easter, etc. to spend with their families. Your boss expects you to be married to your job. That's pretty clear. Yet she doesn't want to compensate you for it. If you feel you've earned it, then ask again at a later time. You're going to get this raise next year or else. Hot topic. Should you take out a loan? Sometimes we find ourselves in a financial crisis and a quick fix sounds so good. People ask me a lot if they should take out loans. I believe you don't buy anything you can't pay for, but that's just me. Like I've said, I've grown out of my overspending phase and now I'm all about saving. But having been financially irresponsible, I do understand that it's very stressful to feel tapped out. And sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Borrowing is a better way than robbing a bank. I'm no Susie Orman, but I would consider this before taking out a loan. Number 1, do you need the money right now? If it's a purchase, say a new car, new house, new anything, can you postpone it till you have some more cash saved up? Do you really need that vacation, or could it wait a few months or years? Number 2, can you pay it back? Be honest. Can you make the monthly payments? Have the entire sum and interest paid off in a year? If the answer is no, then I say no to borrowing. Number 3, is this loan a good investment? Are you using it to pay for college or law school now? Will it help your ability to earn money? And finally, number 4, are you forgetting about the future? By dipping into your nest egg or your retirement fund, you get a quick infusion of cash, but at what cost? Do you have enough time to replace that money so you'll be safe and secure in your old age? I don't know about you, but I don't want to be broke and old. I want to be sitting in my rocking chair counting my cash. Dear Wendy, my daughter thinks college is a waste of money and won't take out a student loan to pay for it. I was so happy when she was accepted. Now I feel horrible. I wish we had saved more money to send her, but we didn't. What can I do? Is it too late? If she thinks it's a waste of money, then you can't force her. If her heart isn't in it, she'll be the girl who flunks out freshman year. I come from a family of college graduates, including my mom and dad. College was not something I questioned whether or not I was going to do. I knew I owed my parents 4 years. My son will owe me and his father the same. Once he graduates from high school, he's got to go to a 4-year university. Then he can go off and live his life. That said, college is not for everyone. What does your daughter want to do? Does she want to go to a trade school, join the army, travel the world? What does she want to do with her life? She can't just sit around and sponge off of you. Have the talk, be open-minded, and try and guide her. And don't give up. She may not want to go to college right away, but it's never too late. After a little soul-searching, she might have a change of heart. Oh, no, you didn't. Dear Wendy, I got kicked out of my apartment by my roommate because I couldn't cover my share of the rent. I just can't get my act together when it comes to money. I always think I have enough, and then the checks bounce. Help. What part of 1 + 1 = 2 do you not understand? I'm sorry for being upset with you, but you've really screwed up. Your roommate kicked you out, and I hope she changed the locks too. Nobody has time for you and your irresponsibility. You don't have to be wealthy to develop a relationship with money. If you know all you have in the bank is $100, don't write a check for $125. Cut up your ATM card if you're constantly withdrawing and not keeping track of the cash that comes out. You're asking for my help, so I'm going to tell you what to do. Starting now, carve out an hour once a week to go over your finances. Check your balances online so there are no more surprises. How much have you saved? What are your expenses? And where will it leave you by the end of the month after you've taken care of them? Don't let yourself get caught with your pants down. Every time you bounce a check, your bank charges you a whopping fee, usually about $35. You should always know how much you have coming in and going out. If you're old enough to have your own apartment, then you're old enough to balance your checkbook. Shame on you. Get your act together. Dear Wendy, my mom is loaded. She married a guy, her third husband, who makes millions every year. She's having a great time spending it. My husband and I don't have a pot to piss in. Shouldn't she share with us? No. Why should she share with you? You're grown enough to get married. So now get out there and make your way. Your mother's millionaire man sounds fabulous, but that's her fabulous. He's not your father. He owes you nothing. What I want to know is this. Are you jealous of your mother's windfall, or are you truly desperate to keep afloat financially? Are you in danger of losing your home, getting sued by bill collectors? That's another case. If you have a good relationship with your mom, you could confide in her and ask her for some squeeze-ins to tide you over. That's what we called a couple of dollars growing up in the Williams house. I wouldn't involve your husband, and if she says no, then it's no. There is truly no obligation on her part to save your ass. Dear Wendy, my husband insists that we combine all of our finances now that we're married. That's great for him, he has nothing saved, but I've worked hard in my teaching career to put a decent amount of money aside. Am I being horrible in saying I want separate bank accounts? In my opinion, not all money in marriages should be commingled. I think that's very Ozzie and Harriet, very old school. These days, a lot of us modern girls don't get married until our careers are established and we're making money. I believe in I have what I have and you have what you have. You can put some of your money into a joint account with him and he can do the same. Yours, mine, and ours approach. Your husband might start jumping up and down like a gorilla saying, "Why would you want to keep money from me?" A lot of guys can't deal with that. Fortunately, I'm not married to one of those. You're sharing your lives, your home, your bed, but you simply want a bank account that is all yours to save and spend as you see fit. Sit down, discuss your savings goals together, decide how you will handle the monthly expenses. Part of being newlyweds is figuring out these things. But if you ask my opinion, I think this is one issue you have to stand your ground on. You earned your money and you've earned the right to keep some of it all to yourself. Quiz. How you doing? What's your dollars and cents? Do you let yourself get into debt up to your eyeballs? Or do you sock away every cent? Take this quiz to figure out your saving and spending style. Scenario number 1. Your 19-year-old daughter announces, surprise, she's engaged and wants a big wedding and an elaborate honeymoon. You A, take out a second mortgage on your house and sell the gold fillings in your teeth so she can have carte blanche. B, explain that you will contribute as much as you can, but she and her fiancé and his family will also have to pay up. Or C, hide all of your money and credit cards under the mattress. She's on her own. Scenario number 2. You win $500,000 in lotto. You A, book a trip around the world and buy that hot sports car you've always dreamed of. B, put the bulk of the money in a 529 saving plan for your kids' college and treat the family to a fun vacation. Or C, take out a long-term CD so you won't be able to touch it. Scenario number 3. Your BFF tells you she's heard about an amazing can't-lose investment opportunity. You A, write a big check. You're eager to have your money triple in a month. B, ask for more info. How much would you need to invest and how risky is it? Or C, sever all contact with your so-called BFF. Anyone who wants your money is no friend of yours. Scenario number 4. Your child's school calls and ask for a donation for a new library. You A, cover the cost and ask for the library to be named in your honor. B, offer to make a small donation that you can afford. Or C, reply, thanks, but I think reading is overrated. And finally, scenario number 5. Your roof springs a leak and needs repair. You A, sell the dump fast and move somewhere better. B, get an estimate on the cost and discuss with your spouse how you will pay for it. Or C, put a few buckets in the bedroom. What's a few drips? If you answered mostly A's, you're a buy today, pay tomorrow kind of girl. You live life on the financial edge and spend impulsively. Is it any wonder that your credit cards are all maxed out? Honey, this isn't Monopoly. All those charges you're racking up are real. I want you to take a deep breath and think before you buy. Get a financial planner, or at the very least, put a lock on your checkbook. Please, please, please. If you answered mostly B's, you're a smart spender. You don't live beyond your means, and you consider all the possible outcomes before you make an investment or dig into your purse. You save, but you also allow yourself a treat now and then. Kudos to you for learning to be a grown-up. If you answered mostly C's, you're a miser. Seriously, Scrooge has got nothing on you, girlfriend. So why so tight with your money? That $20 bill won't cry if you break it. There's a lot of merit in saving. But you're not tightening the purse strings, you're strangling them. Consider creating a little mad money fund that allows you to enjoy life as well as plan for your future. Wendy's final words: how to avoid money drama. Money is not the root of all evil, especially if you do the following. Number 1, understand it. Don't just dump all your financial dealings on your parents, your spouse, your roommate. You need to know how to pay a bill, balance your checkbook, how much interest is being charged on each of your credit cards. Educate yourself by reading books, articles, and asking questions. That nice employee in the bank will be glad to explain and might be a hottie. Number 2, don't be a sucker. Salespeople are paid to sell, which means they want you to buy. If you can't afford what they're hawking, then walk away. No impulse purchases. No buying what you can't immediately pay for. I'd actually recommend making purchases only in cash. You can't have credit card debt if you don't have credit cards. Number 3, save. Simple. Put money, even if it's only the spare change in your pocket, away every day. It adds up, and you'll soon find you have a little nest egg. And finally, number 4, set a budget. This is basically a financial wish list. This is what I want. This is what I need. This is how much I have in my pocket, liquid, to get it. Stick to it. No fudging the figures or ignoring the bottom line. Dear listener, I hope you've enjoyed this program. If you didn't agree with me on every topic, please don't hate me. I know I've got some pretty strong opinions, and they might not be yours. I'm just a woman from New Jersey with a few life lessons under her belt. You've written the letters, and I've answered the questions. I've responded honestly and from my heart. This book has taken me through a range of emotions that I can't even fully express to you. I have laughed, and I have cried, and through it all, I've tried to give you the very best advice I could muster. I turned off the TV, shut the doors to my mom cave, and clutched my Kleenex box. The process was overwhelming, but also an overwhelming joy. There were several times I called my mom. She's almost 80, so I figured she's been around the block a little more than I have. She's one of the older hip dolls that we thank God for. I'd call and say, "Mommy, you won't believe this letter." And then we'd talk it over, weighing the pros and the cons and every option. Everyone needs a second opinion sometimes. That's why you've come to me with your questions, right? You probably know exactly what to do. You just need someone to say it out loud. I've always known that the answer to every question we have in our lives lies within, just like the magic 8-ball says. You're smarter than you know, dear heart. You can solve your own problems. Clear the clutter out of your life and stop listening to your friends and even me. Only you know what's best for you. There, I've said it. If I was standing next to you, I'd give you a kick in the ass. If there's drama in your life, then you know why, and you know how to get rid of it. Maybe the choice is hard. No one promised you an easy ride, but do it. Act on your instinct. Fix what's broken. Find what's missing. One day you'll be older and wiser, and you'll look back on my advice and say, I thought that Wendy chick was nuts back then. Now I kind of get it. You will get it. One day it'll click. I'm not the same person I was 30 years ago. The mistakes I made then, I would not make now. My opinions have changed, and I'm sure they'll continue to change. Isn't it a woman's prerogative to change her mind? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I can look back now and see where I went wrong. Hopefully, I'll save you some time and aggravation. So, one last word of advice from old Wendy. Drama rears its ugly head for a reason. It teaches us what we want and don't want from our lives. It makes us move forward in a direction that we were meant to take. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. It shows us we're all human. We all make mistakes. We have to learn that you can never change people, only the way you react to them. So, if your sister or your mother or your boss or your best friend or your man is driving you up the wall, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to wait for them to stop? Good luck. Or are you going to do something about it? Just know that no matter how hard the choice is that you have to make, I'm on your side. Thank you for sharing with me and for letting me share with you. This is Wendy Williams. How you doing? This production of Ask Wendy, straight up advice for all the drama in your life, was directed by Paul Fowley and recorded at the studios of Common Mode in East Hanover, New Jersey. Engineered by Jessica Escalona and Kevin Mazer. It was produced by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, technical director. Executive producer Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2013 by Wendy Williams. How you doing? Production copyright 2013 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. I love you for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.